If you are listening to this, then I and everyone else have gone. But humanity has survived. And you, well done for finding this tape. For I hid it deep in the Andes mountain range, in a place so extreme it would not be found for hundreds of years. This is the story of the most unprecedented events of the last millennium. So, child, sit back, take note, because this is how the year 2021 actually went down.
Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 218 of the 22 Shots and Moods and Horror podcast is coming at you live and direct with the 22 Shot collection of homies. We got Jeremy Patrick, Jeremy the Jew, the grumpy old man Dave, and the new Jeremy's girlfriend Cooter Carly in the house tonight. And of course, I'll be the host spitting mad flavor with the grooves, and still your favorite toxic offender, Moods. Yeah. What's going on, guys and gals?
I thought you were going to be like Jeremy Dave or something.
No, I really like the Jeremy. Now. I really like the Jeremy Patrick thing, man. That's one of the funniest things that Dave has come up with. It instantly brought a smile to my face, and I love it. It's so much fun.
He's starting to look like Jeremy too. If you guys haven't seen him lately, he hasn't cut his hair in like 3 years.
Is he wearing hats all day?
That's like me.
Yeah.
My hair's at my shoulders, man. It's crazy how long it is. Yeah,
dude. I hope everybody liked the Christmas episode.
I know
we did a real good job on that Christmas episode. We put our best in there, so I hope you guys liked it.
Yeah. Unfortunately,
we apologize.
Yeah. I mean, due to circumstances, man. I mean, yeah, it's kind of a shame because it's been an annual show we've done for 8 years, and we just couldn't do it this year, man. People were sick and things were happening, and nothing COVID related. I guess Jeremy kind of. He got the booster and felt like shit, and I had a sinus infection, and those are the breaks, man. Those are the breaks. But we do apologize. We think we should
make it up in July. Do Christmas in July.
Just do a random show.
No, well, you know how Christmas is. Christmas.
Well,
in
if
July.
we do that, we have to watch Jack Frost 2 because it's the only.
No, I'm not watching fucking.
But
Jack
he's in
Frost
Hawaii.
again.
We did that one
They
already.
did it.
Yeah, but it's summer. It's Christmas.
The only show that have a total
hot
of
Christmas
1.
movies like
Yeah,
right
right.
Christmas.
It's the only movie that have a total of 1.5 out of 30.
I hate that.
Cousin Eddie's Christmas Vacation.
Yeah, but there's no horror in that.
Right.
Yeah, right.
It's Christmas Vacation 2.
Oh, well, this is
Which is already a sequel. It's a sequel to a sequel. How stupid is that?
That is stupid. That is stupid. But I got to say off the top of the show here, man, see you later 2021 and bring on 2022. See you later. Hopefully 2022 turns out to be better than the last 2 years. It's been pretty bad. But yeah, so of course this is our first show from 2022. And once again, we do apologize for no Christmas show, but we'll be back in full force. In fact, I don't even know what we got coming up after this show.
Still got that Scream Factory show that we need to do. Evil Dead Trap trilogy. And there was one other one that we needed
Extreme
to do.
show.
Oh, Peter Jackson. We still have to do that.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, is Meet the
Extreme
Feebles on that,
show.
Peter Jackson?
What's that?
Is Meet the Feebles on there?
Yeah.
Yes.
Good shit.
And the Extreme show.
And the Extreme show, yeah. Meet the Feeble. That'll be a fun conversation.
Wrestling.
That'll be fun stuff.
But then we'll be able to pick our own shows again.
Right.
You know how long those list of movies is going to fucking take? That'll take us till fucking November, and then we'll be back in fucking Italian Horror Month.
Maybe not. I don't know. I'm ready to go after this.
I already watched the Universal movies because you fuckers bailed.
I said I wasn't doing that show.
I don't remember why we ended up not doing that. I can't remember what happened.
I'll watch them again. I'll read the synopsis.
They're so short. They're like 70 minutes a piece, man. It's like 4 movies. It's like the equivalent to 2 movies.
Watching again.
All I fucking do is just sometimes I'll just I put them on in the background if I had just watched them, and then we have to postpone.
I do that too.
Just to refresh my memory.
Right.
I did that with Elves and fucking Calvaire and Silent Night, Bloody Night. I watched those fuckers twice.
I'm so bummed too because I've been wanting to do Elvis for like 6 years.
All those movies were all good too.
Yeah, they're fun. They're good movies.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just review them.
Yeah.
Just right now.
Yeah.
We'll just do a quick little recap of the show we didn't do, and then
Yeah.
might as well, right? Well, on the topic of Christmas stuff, how was everyone's Christmas and New Year's and stuff? Did everyone have a decent one for what it's worth, I guess, these times? I guess Jeremy didn't really have a Christmas, but how was everyone
Say
else's?
Chinese food.
Does anybody
eat Chinese food, bro?
You know what's funny about that? Actually, me and the wife were joking about you eating Chinese food and stuff, and we were talking about things go south if we have to order out or something like that. And our Chinese places were all closed here on Christmas Day. I couldn't believe it.
What?
Yeah. So even if
That's
we
crazy.
had to do that, they were actually closed, and I'd never seen that before. Because we randomly looked into it. I'm like, holy shit, man, our Fortune Palace is closed. I'm like, that's fucking strange. So
What's it called?
Fortune Palace.
Fortune Palace.
the one that's closed. Well, they're
They're all
real.
generic ass fucking, and that name cracks me up though.
Red Sun, Blue Sun.
They're awesome, man. The
Grand
Fortune
China.
Palace. They've got a
Blue
few different.
Sun.
They got a few different
Red
places
Sun
in
is
town.
the Japanese thing.
The China sale in town, they own that one too, and that one's really good. But these guys are like straight from China, man. It's awesome. They're nice. They're cool people. I used to deliver to them, so. But yeah, so you had a good Chinese food dinner on Christmas there, Jeremy?
Oh, it was great.
Nice.
What'd you get?
Yeah. Shrimp lo mein. Got a whole bunch of shit.
Do you eat
So what
orange
you did-
chicken?
I'm not-
Do you get orange
Did you do
chicken?
sushi?
I mean, orange chicken's like only good from fucking Panda Express. So
Sushi's Japanese, buddy.
Yeah, sushi's
Yeah.
Japanese, but
A lot of those places though.
Yeah,
carry
but
Chinese food. They have them both.
right.
yeah,
I would never eat sushi from a
most
Chinese restaurant.
It's more Asian restaurants and half of them have American food too. So
Yeah.
We have a
They'll
place.
always have like a.
Yeah, orange chicken.
We have a place called So Good. It's literally called So Good, and it's like half Japanese, half Chinese, and they got really good sushi and Chinese in there. So if you want to do both, go to So Good. How could it be bad, right? It's called So Good.
It'd be false advertising. Panda
Right.
Express sucks dick, by the way.
Yeah, Chris.
I'll take this so good on your face, please.
What was that?
I don't like orange chicken that much.
JP, what'd you do
Never
for
had
Christmas
Panda
this year?
Express.
Did you and Carly kick it together or what?
Actually, yeah.
Yeah.
I went over to Carly's family's house.
Nice. That's good. Had a good
Yes.
Christmas dinner and open presents and
You
Yep.
guys spoon.
Yeah.
Yes.
spooned.
Yes, we did.
They spooned while they watched Jack
Yes,
Frost
in
too.
front of my family. Yes.
And then I think I watched football. Yeah, the football was on. Watched
I did
football.
too. I watched the Bears lose.
That's right. There was
Yeah.
NFL on Christmas Day this year. It's weird.
Yeah, I love when it's on Christmas Day and Thanksgiving though. That's my shit.
Dave, what do
That
you
should be
do?
in the background.
What do you do for the holidays?
Basically, this time I was like, I'm going to see my entire family, but that means I had to go to 3 fucking places in 3 days. It's kind of a pain. I got my COVID booster the Sunday before because I was like, everybody in my work's getting sick, and I'm about to see my entire family. Don't want to fucking kill them all. So
Right.
Friday I was at my cousin's in Michigan, about 45 minutes away. Next day I was at my uncle's, about 25 minutes away. Day after that I was in Columbus, about 2 hours away. So I saw pretty much my entire family, most of them.
Well, that's
So it was
good.
nice. It was nice. I only see like my aunt, my brother like once a year, and their kids.
Right. That's cool. Yeah, it was pretty low key this year, man. Really just kicked it at the house for Christmas and stuff. And then for New Year's, I went out to my cabin and enjoyed the minus 30 weather. It was insanely cold out there. It was too cold to do anything. Like, we have a rink built out there on the lake and we couldn't even use it because it was so cold. And then it warmed up for the last couple of days, but it was so damn windy. It was like fucking, sandstorms out there. So we couldn't even really use it. So spent a lot of time
out there.
What's that?
You go ice fishing out there?
Yeah, you can. Yeah. We got 5 sleds too, so you can go sledding. But the problem was it was just too cold to be outside to do anything, anyways. So we kind of just really just stoked the wood fire and ate a lot of holiday food and just drank some booze, and that was it, man. It was just the 3 of us, so it was kind of nice. It was very low key. I really like that. It's been so long since we've just kind of kicked it and did minor low key shit. So
Is that
Yeah, that's always good.
is that cabin in the family? Sorry. Or is it like just your personal cabin?
it's actually ours now. Her parents actually live on the same property. They have a cabin on the same property. They have 2 of them, and we have the big one, and they live in the small one. but
Nice.
we never saw them the whole time that we were out there. So, yeah, that's just how much they respect our privacy and stuff. They're not those people that got to be, in our faces and shit like that. So it's really cool. It's really nice. I don't know why they chose to live in the small cabin, because the big one is like, it's like a fucking house, right? It's just the weirdest thing, but I enjoy it because it gives us a little bit of space, and not too many cabins out there that have actually an upstairs in them. So it's pretty cool. But yeah, I digress. And what are we here for? The top 10 of 2021. Well, I guess we should probably talk about the year 2021 in the world of cinema, specifically horror and exploitation films. I guess we probably should just maybe go round tree and just give our overall thoughts on the year, and then maybe we'll just get into the other type of specs that we usually talk about and stuff, films watched and any other thoughts and stuff. But JP, why don't you start?
Yeah, so for me, I would say that this year is probably, I feel like I say this every year. I probably do, but I think it's probably the worst year since we've done this in terms of like films. There was still a lot of good films. I think you're gonna have like, we'll never see like another 90s again, right? Where it's like just not a lot of stuff came out. There's just too many people making movies now. It's too easy to make a movie now. Yeah. So we'll never see that again probably. But in terms of comparison to like the rest of the decade, I think that this one is a little light. And just looking at how my list goes with ratings and stuff, this is by far probably the least amount of 8s I've ever had.
Hold up. There's only been one other year in the decade so far, you're fucking dumbass.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so this is a bad
right.
start.
Dude, if any of us make
like,
a mistake, he's ready to kill us because we always fuck with him.
I
He's just waiting
for it.
I thought that JP meant in the almost the 10 years that we've been doing the show.
Did mean that.
That's how I took that.
He said the decade.
Well, I took it as, basically the last 10 years of podcast.
The last decade would be from 2012 to now.
Yeah.
You're dumb on a technicality, fucking JP. Accept it.
Yeah.
What a moron.
But
Technically dumb.
as per usual, as I ended up catching some more flicks towards the end of the year, stuff that I had missed, stuff that I just, I don't know, fucking didn't know about. I did see some more quality stuff towards the end there, so it did make me feel a little bit better about the year. But still, overall, I mean, I just think that this year wasn't that good. And I really stand by that. Like, I know I say that throughout the year a lot, but like this time, I think even by the end, it didn't really change my opinion too much on the year. Mm-hmm. There was some similar themed films like throughout the year too that I noticed. Plus, we got a lot of carryover that was supposed to come out last year in terms of like the big movies like Halloween Kills and Quiet Place 2 and Candyman. There was a bunch of stuff like that we ended up getting carried over. The Conjuring, I think. But if anything, I'm hoping that this is sort of a down year because of like COVID, and then hopefully in the next couple of years we get back to where we were, because I mean we were really spoiled when you look back at the since we've been doing the show, we were really spoiled with how many quality years we had. But overall, I just thought that it's a good fine year, but compared to the other years, it's just nowhere close for me.
Yeah, it's really easy to blame COVID for it and stuff too, but like you said, man, there was a lot of movies that were supposed to come out in 2020 that came out in 2021 that still didn't make the year any better. There was not a whole lot of standouts that were supposed to come out the year before that should have probably helped 2021. But, I agree, though. It just, there was nothing really standing out too much, even
like
from
this is also one of those years where normally whenever I think about the year at the end, there's like a handful of movies that I know is going to be like, oh, this is going to be like a lot of people's number ones. Like this is going to be a lot of people's number ones. Like there's like a good 5 movies that are going to fluctuate in people's top 3. I don't really think that there are that many this year.
Yeah, it's like a year of wild cards, man. It's just such a weird year, such a strange, odd year, because there's always those certain indie films that have that real big hype about them and stuff, and that we've seen in the past. And I didn't even really get that this year. And even a lot of the movies, like I said, that carried over from 2020 to 21, a lot of them were disappointing.
this year for myself, and so it kind of brought the year down even more. But yeah,
we didn't get that much A24 either, which probably hurts.
Yeah, no, not a lot of A24, but
any movie they released fucking bombed. So
right,
yeah.
Right.
Adult films did not do good in 2021.
Yeah, pretty much, huh?
Like pornos?
Everyone that came out no, fucking dickhead. Adult.
Well, he said adult
not fucking superhero movies or franchise.
He got your ass on a technicality.
Superhero movies are considered adult movies? Wow. Jesus.
No, I'm saying things that aren't superhero movies or part of a franchise did.
Yeah, it's the only shit that makes
shitty.
money nowadays. What makes the big money is this. I mean, the superhero movies are coming out at a rapid pace. It's ridiculous.
Oh, it's insane!
Yeah,
Dude,
there was like 3 trailers to superhero movies when I went and seen
I know,
Spider-Man.
man. It's like every major
Christ.
movie is like a super. It's just and they're spinning off. Like, I mean,
But
everybody's getting their own movie.
Even before COVID, when we do like box office brawl, like most movies would make like $8 to $10 million, no matter how shitty they were. Like Nightmare Alley before COVID would have probably made $8 to $10 million.
Right.
Or Last Night in Soho probably would have made $8 to $10 million opening weekend before COVID. It's just what's going on.
I think that Nightmare Alley was doomed to fail regardless. Like, I just didn't see a market for that film, and I didn't see it marketed either, really. So
maybe it's just the type
I just
of
don't
people.
think that they expected that to make money.
I mean, it's hard to say though, man. I mean, I get it. Like Last Night in Soho and stuff like that probably would have done a lot better, obviously non-COVID and stuff. But you look at the new Spider-Man movie. I mean, that thing was what the second or third highest box office opening weekend of all time, and here we are in the middle of still the pandemic and shit, and it kind of contradicts the argument a little bit considering that type of money is being made from these movies. It just goes to show that that's where the money is right now, and it's going to be for a long time.
I'm curious.
I'm
just curious to see this year if the HBO Max effect had anything to do with the numbers, because now that that's all over with, thank God, people have to go back to the movies now to see the shit that they want to see. I'm curious to see if that affects the box office.
It should.
It could be interesting.
It should if they have to go back.
Yeah.
I mean, it technically should, but yeah, I still think the money for in the film industry right now is in this superhero world. It's these things. They're just. I mean, they're gonna keep making these things at a rapid pace if they keep making the money they are. So, it is what it is. I mean, the horror industry has always been more niche.
They pull me back in. Like I was so sick of superhero movies, and then Spider-Man just floored me, kind of.
I haven't watched any since I think the last one I watched, and you guys are gonna laugh, and I think it's Iron Man 2, and I hated that movie so much.
Jesus Christ!
I know. I'd watched everything up to that point. Like I'd seen all the X-Men movies, the fantastic, all Spider, everything up to that point. I'd watched everything. And I was getting so sick.
That's not part of the Marvel universe.
No, I know. I'm talking about superhero movies in general.
Movies.
Yeah, I'm talking both, right?
I gotcha.
So anything, but and they were just not hitting with me. And then finally, I walked into. Yeah, I get that's kind of an exception. But I walked out of Iron Man 2, and I was like, that's it. And then, of course, right after that, they started getting really good, and then they just blew the fuck up, and now they're just everything to everybody.
Happened to me. Same thing happened to me.
But
then I came back in the Avengers.
Yeah,
right.
The Avengers. I came back for the end game and whatever the hell the other one was called.
Those were good. I did say to my buddy, because he was talking about, he's like, you got to get into these Marvel movies now, man. He's like, I know that you kind of got out of them and blah, blah, blah. And he's like, they're really good now. Like, these Captain America movies, these Avenger movies, like there's some really good shit in there. And I'm like, yeah, okay. And I'm like, well, here's what I'll do. If they make a fucking Gambit movie, I'll come back and I'll watch everything.
There was supposed to be one.
I know. And I heard there was supposed to be, and then it never happened. So I was like, well, fuck that. Because I still have all my Gambit comics, man, from when I was a kid. But yeah, so I was like, fuck it, they make Gambit.
Great Spider-Man trilogy, dude.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
Yeah.
I love them.
I mean, I'm not saying they're bad movies. I will never say those things are bad. I mean, I didn't like some of the ones leading up to Iron Man 2, and of course Iron Man 2 I thought sucked. But I'm sure these movies are fine. They're great. I mean, they have to be. Look at the money they're making and shit, and everyone seems to like them. You never hear anyone talk shit about them. So,
Well, particularly this newest Spider-Man was kind of genius what they did. Mm-hmm. So that's why
well, that's cool that they have a different narrative. It's cool that it's a different type story, because I mean, how many times can you see the backstory of Peter Parker? You know what I'm saying? It's
Well,
like,
that's what's cool about this
did see
trilogy
the
is they just
backstory,
skipped
yeah.
it. They didn't even do it for
that's
the
good.
trilogy.
That's good. That's what you should do. You shouldn't have that because everybody knows the story and doesn't want to see it. It's like,
Right.
It's just,
but my fetish is watching Uncle Ben die. How am I going to
Right.
get off if I can't see old Ben killed in the streets by a criminal?
right.
Yeah, I was confused when I watched the first of this new trilogy because I was like, wait, they're just starting? Like, it's like we're already in Spider-Man land?
Excuse me, you owe me one dead old guy?
Right. That's how I was feeling. I was used to seeing him die by that point.
I give you the $20, you give me the dead old guy. That's how this works.
right. Right.
But what did you think, Dave? Or
I even got to see it, but I mean, I don't.
No, I meant like of the year.
Oh, of the year? I guess we're going to me. So I'll just be some. I can't talk about how good or bad the year was. This is the lowest I've ever done for any year, retro or not. I've only did 63, which kind of pissed poor. So I mean, my opinion isn't that great on it. As far as like where,
Yeah, but didn't you watch like the ones that were mostly quality?
Yeah, I watched a lot of them and stuff that I thought I would like. Some themes I noticed, a lot of female directors, which I like seeing.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of mental.
Oh, that's why
illness.
this year sucked.
Shut up. A lot of mental illness, and then half the movies were all about like essentially like I'm trapped in my house and something spooky's happening. I called it the spring cleaning COVID hauntings. Everybody's cleaning their house and finding shit they don't want to find, and it's like, oh my god, it's haunted or evil.
Yeah,
or
but
crazy.
it's a product of the time though,
Stuck in
because
the
I
bathroom.
mean, what do you do? What do you do in when you're making a movie during COVID and stuff when you can't have like 150 people on a set? You make these small productions with 1 or 2 people in a house, right? I mean, I completely understand what you're saying because I noticed that same thing. Like, there's a lot of kind of what's the word? Confined horror films and stuff. Like just kind of one place. More or less. Smaller location type films and stuff due to the pandemic and stuff, right? Makes sense.
I ain't got nothing else to say.
Yeah, I was really shocked actually when I went on your IMDb today and saw that you'd only watched 62. I was like, holy shit, crazy.
63 moves. I squeezed one in today.
63. Okay.
Are you gonna pull a bunch out of your ass like JP does and get up to like 73?
Yeah,
I
saw that in the chat. I saw that in the chat too. He's like, "Oh shit, man! I just realized I didn't log like 21 of my movies." I'm like, "Fuck, shut up!"
I kept finding more.
We're gonna call him out on it, like we're paying attention that close.
I'm pretty sure.
It doesn't matter. His list has a bunch of non-horror movies on there, so it doesn't really matter.
No, it does. It has like fucking 2, Dune and fucking Nightmare Alley.
No, I put Nightmare Alley and the beta test on there because I watched them for.
Yeah, I count them as watches. Doesn't mean it's going to be eligible for my list. I'm just counting sci-fi and genre stuff.
Dune shouldn't be on your list at all. I mean, like that's not even a mistake.
That shouldn't be on your list.
There's a giant sandworm attack.
Come on, bro.
That's not scary to you?
Stop it.
JP,
what about you?
JP, how many movies did you watch this year? You ended up with?
76, I think.
Wow, it's actually
so
pretty good.
Second place for the first time since it was just us 3.
Yeah. Carly, what did you think of the year? And how many films did you watch?
I watched 66.
Wow,
And
Mario Lemieux.
Yeah, I'm
third place, maybe.
I don't know, but I feel like I think I've watched like in the 70s before, so I didn't watch. I missed some of the big ones. I thought the year was rather whack. Did not really like it that much. Was not very into it. I just couldn't get it. Like, I wasn't even at the end when I usually think, oh no, I got to cram all these movies. I didn't even feel like doing it because there was nothing that really was jumping out and exciting me. So it's probably my least favorite year, like legit. I'm kind of with JP, like, all year people are like, this year sucks, and they're all super annoying right off the bat, and it's like, well, yeah, no shit, it's only January, but I feel like the whole year actually did.
Dump them.
That was my thoughts right before the show. I'm like, man, 2022 sucks, man.
One came out today.
It's like January 5th.
But I actually thought it was a weak year, to be honest. There are good movies, obviously, but it wasn't. I didn't have that much fun with it.
If there's a year without a good movie, like there's something seriously wrong. Every year is going to have at least a couple good ones.
Yeah, I don't like to fully cram. I know you guys like to, put in a shit ton of films at the end. And so I try to keep up throughout the year, and I'll watch, films here, and I'll take breaks from the year, obviously. I hit a really rough patch this year, and I watched about 7 or 8 or 10 in a row that I was just like, oh my God, this year's fucking horrible.
Yeah, but then you watched like 70 Christmas movies.
Yeah, but that's when I took my break.
How many
and it was,
Christmas movies did you watch this year?
I think in December I watched like 110 total movies just in a month.
What the fuck?
Yeah, and I watched, and majority of those were holiday films. Like, I fucking go crazy, man. Because I needed a break, man. Because up to that point, I'd been watching a lot of 2021 movies, and
you watched that one with Seth Rogen twice. I noticed.
Yeah, I watched it early, and then my uncle came over, and I was like, "Have you ever seen this movie before?" He's like, "No." I'm like, "Dude, you got to watch it. It's fucking hilarious." And he was pissing himself. It's fun. It's a fun movie. But yeah. So, anyways, it came at a good time because I was watching a lot of shitty ones, and the holiday hit, and then. And I'd watched a lot. I didn't really have to cram at the end. There was a few that I wanted to either revisit or, just kind of get to towards the end that I thought might be potential top teners and stuff. And that's just kind of how I did it. But, overall for the year, it was not that exciting. What about you, Jeremy? What did you think? How many did you watch?
I watched 63.
That's pretty good for you, man. That's pretty good. Good job.
He kept up. This year I didn't really keep up, and I had to cram a lot because me and Carly weren't really recording our show. Usually that's a 25 or so right there from us doing the show.
This year to watch anything, pretty much. It was like my busiest year ever.
Yeah.
Stressful. Mm-hmm. So I didn't
theatrically
as much.
This year theatrically was fucking trash. Compared to last year was like a pretty good theatrical year. This year was fucking trash. Besides maybe a couple movies were good, but most of the stuff that came out was crap, especially Halloween Kills. So
you don't have to convince me.
So that was a bit unfortunate because, I always like to go to the movies. And then, as Dave likes to point out, there was a lot of movies that took place in the forest with a lot of drone shots that happened this year, too.
Dude, everything is drone shots.
Very specific.
I mean, at least cinematography.
Drone shots used to be like an establishing shot over the woods used to be like this movie has money. Now it's like, this is a cheap indie. It's got
But at least it has that, though. At least it has that. I mean, a lot of the indie films back in the day never had those nice establishing shots. I don't mind some of the drone, it's drone, but at least they're putting in the effort to do those establishing shots and stuff. I don't mind it. Yeah. I don't mind it. I honestly don't mind it. And then it takes.
You should add a stinger in there too, like boom, and then we can have fucking the same generic shit in every movie.
Right. Well, I mean,
I'm just kidding. I don't hate it all the time, but it gets old.
Yeah.
My list is all the same movie, by the way.
Can I bring this up? Because I was seriously boggled at this. I've brought it up before in the chat, but not on here. So I've worked with the producer of VHS 94, and she told me that they were going to sue the makers of Gags the Clown because they thought that the first story in VHS 94 was ripping off Gags the Clown, and I don't understand.
Hold on, you said that wrong.
Yeah,
no.
Gags the Clown was going to sue.
Gags the Clown were going to sue VHS.
Yeah, it would have to be that way. It would have to be that way.
You said VHS was going to sue Gags the Clown.
No. Yeah, that's right. Sorry.
Well, did they? I don't actually remember.
You're a fucking idiot.
But did they?
I'm an idiot. We know that. I just don't see how the first story VHS 94 ripped off Gags the Clown.
Batman.
Not close enough. I don't think it's close enough.
Well, unless they use the name.
Not even similar at all.
If they use the name, then maybe, but they don't.
Ripped off fucking Norroy, the curse. It's found. It's a found footage mystery story.
Dude, they don't use the name.
The funniest thing is, this lady produced Stylist. I don't want to be like, bitch, fucking Stylist ripped off Maniac. It's like, come on, dude.
Yeah, Maniac ripped off Psycho. They're all ripoffs. Everything's a ripoff.
Yeah.
Okay,
but it's like, I just don't. It's fucking Gags the Clown. Who wants to rip off Gags the Clown? That movie's fucking trash bags.
Yeah, nobody even that movie's not even that popular.
I don't even think they saw it. No way they were like, we're ripped off. They didn't see
nobody watches killer clown movies anymore, man. Come on.
Especially that one. That one sucked.
Yeah, I mean,
it wasn't like the worst thing.
It was okay.
It wasn't no Clownado.
Clownado was way fucking bad. Honestly, Gags the Clown was it was bad.
I don't know about way better.
Gags the Clown was pretty fucking trash, man. I know we really had different opinions on that shit, but I don't know, man. That shit I could not handle.
It had Carter in it, though. I like her. Ashley Lauren Carter, is that her name, or Lauren Ashley Carter?
One of them.
Lower
The
half.
lower, I think it's that one.
Yeah.
All right, so 2021 for myself. First off, I watched 117 movies. Like I said, though, I mean, that's throughout the whole year. Like I started right early, about this time last year, and I just kind of did it periodically throughout the year and stuff. And you know, it was one of those weird years where I would go online and I would, you know, check out people's posts and, you know, just to see what was buzzing for indie films and what films, you know, to watch. I'd check out these lists and stuff. And there was never anything that was like, you know, that was popping at me to go and watch. And I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, I mean, it's got to pick up sometime. And now we're like halfway through the year and I'm like, where's all these popping movies and shit? I'm like, holy fuck. Like, this year is pretty fucking, it felt dismal. You know, it was just one of those years where everything kind of felt the same. Like, nothing really was sticking out narrative wise and stuff. Like, there's a lot of the same shit that's going on. A lot of movies with like way too much social commentary and films that don't even actually fucking need it and things like that. There just was just not a lot of standout things throughout the whole year. And like, I can't even think of one year where this has ever happened, especially since we've been doing the show. So we did, you know, shows from 2013 to 2021. This is by far the worst top 10 list and out of any retro years or anything, prep that I've ever had. You know, I mean, there were so many movies that I thought were like, I was disappointed with so many movies this year. And I think that's also what kind of hurt my overall thoughts in the year too, is that I was looking forward to some movies and they turned out to be, I mean, not horrendous, but they just weren't top 10 material for myself. And so, you know, and I just like, where the fuck's all the good indie shit? Like, I thought Shudder this year kind of sucked too, man. Like, the last 2 or 3 years, Shudder has been responsible for having many films in my top 10. Not so much this year. Even like, you know, Netflix and, you know, things like that. There just wasn't that many films on those kind of platforms that were really kind of popping and shit. And I was just like, this is crazy. Very, very strange.
Yeah, this year was the year of the 2 hour
movies.
movie too.
I was just getting to that, and you know,
every movie had to be 2 hours.
And I was going to say, I have to agree with Jeremy too. Like, you know, between Shudder and Netflix and stuff, and then the theatrical movies this year weren't that great either. You know, I watched a lot of shit ones in there too, and I was like, fuck, where's all the fucking movies? And that's why I kept hunting for these indie films. And I'm like, okay, so, and that's the thing that led me into the indies. There was some decent ones, not a lot of standouts, but man, a lot of long, fucking 100 to 120 minute movies this year. So many long movies, a lot of 2 hour movies. And we'll get into that later. And, you know, for anybody that's listened to the show, and you guys specifically know my thoughts on longer movies, a lot of the times my first thing out of my mouth is what? That movie was too fucking long. It probably could have, it could have been a lot better from an edit down to under 100 minutes or whatever, you know, and, you know, so we'll get to that.
Blood Red Sky. Oh, fuck.
Yep.
But yeah, so very, very odd year. And I kind of broke this down because I wanted to give an idea of how my ratings went from the 117 movies that I actually watched. So I did it pretty easily. So from my ratings of 7 and above, I had 52 movies out of 117 that were rated 7 and above, which is 44% of the movies that I watched. From basically 6.5 to 5, which was 42 movies out of 117, which is 35% of the movies. Under 5, I had 25 movies, which was 21% of the movies. So overall, I had 44% of the movies were 7 and above, and 56 were under 7. Under 7.
But there's one movie that I think that it's not that you're wrong. The Power. How the hell do you give The Power a 3 out of 10? Like, come on, man. That movie's better than a 3 out of 10.
Dude, I gave it a 3 out of 5.
Dude, that movie was horrendously boring as fuck. Like
that movie.
That movie was it was cliche too. The problem is with that movie,
it was very bland. If it wasn't a period piece, there'd be nothing different about it.
Dude, that
kept
movie,
waiting for something to happen.
It was so
really ever
boring, but the narrative was so cliched at the end. I was like, I'm like, waited for this. This is the fucking. Oh my god, dude, that movie was. It was so hard to get.
I'm not saying I didn't like it. I gave it a 5, but I'm just saying I didn't think it was a 3.
But entertainment is a big thing in movies, though, too, man. You got to have some shit happening or make it a little bit more interesting, because that thing is like, I love slow burns, but you have to have some shit happening, you know, like decent dialogue or some type of scares or something that's going on.
I thought it was a well-made movie. It just totally wasn't for me.
Yeah.
It was a subgenre that I'm not a big fan of, and it was a well-made for its subgenre, but it was my least favorite subgenre. So what do you want?
Yeah, I'm like that too. So continuing along with these weird-ass stats. So overall, you know, from 8 and above, I had 28 films out of 117, which is 24% of the watches were 8 and above. the funny thing about that is 4 of those movies don't even qualify for myself for a top 10 because they were either retro films that were released in 2021 or they were documentaries, which I never put on top 10. So mine is so 21% of the movies that I watched in 2021 were eligible for myself for top 10s. And what do I mean by that? I mean, I don't like to put movies on my top 10 that are under an 8. I think an 8 is kind of where it should start for myself. Like, I mean, that's where I'm like, okay, you know, this is decent enough to put on the list. And
Wait,
that's,
so how many 8s or above did you have?
Basically, I had 28 total, but 24 were eligible. 24 films out of 117.
I only have like 18, and I think like 2 of them are documentaries.
Yeah.
So
well, I
How
only
many documentaries on your list? You guys used to.
I do have quite a few 8s. Like I had a lot of 8s this year. Like that was the biggest part. I had 6 9s, but 2 of them were retro films that totally don't count. So there was only 4 eligible in there, and I had like 2 8.5s, man. Like, or maybe 3. Yeah, 1 was a documentary. So, but anyways,
well, I can tell you right now, your scores are probably going to be higher than mine.
Mine too.
Well, just put it this way, man. I don't ever really start my top 10 lists with. Usually they're starting at 8.5 is probably the lowest I usually go because, you know, there's usually an abundance of good films.
8.5 for modern years and 8s for retro.
When you
years.
watch 117 movies and you're starting with like an 8 out of 10, that just says a lot about the year in general, man.
For modern, for sure, because there's so much that comes out.
That's what I'm saying.
If I don't start at an 8.5 in the modern year, or if I'm not to 8.5 by like number 8, I'm really disappointed.
Right.
Oh, I'm gonna take some shit for my fucking ratings here then.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
list,
and I will say, you know, the way I make my list, like everybody knows how I make my list. I make my favorites, and you know, entertainment plays in a big part of on how I make my list. You know, it's like my number 1 might be someone's number 30. It doesn't matter because it's my list. It really doesn't fucking matter. Like entertainment's a big thing to me. Quality of films does matter too, and certain other elements and shit like that. But yeah, that, you know, those play big factors in how I do my list and shit. So, and also how I rate. Right. We all rate differently. That's what makes this show kind of special because you know, we can sit there and fight about ratings, but at the end of the day, it's your personal rating. It's what you like, right? You can't really argue with someone what they like. So, yeah,
JP thinks the movie's bad if it gets a 7.
And that's the thing.
I think it's
so do
bad
other
for
people.
A list.
So do I. I don't think 7 is a bad rating on a movie. I think 7 on a top 10 list is horrendous. That just seems such a low rating for a top 10 list, right? I think.
Yeah, I would put a 7 on a top 10.
Right.
I wouldn't want to.
Now a 7.5. A 7.5, I might.
Dave started with 7.5.
7.5, I might.
That is bad. If you start a modern year with a 7.5, it's bad.
I rate different than you guys, man. I think 7.5s are great movies.
Yeah,
I
me
think
too.
They're amazing.
Dude,
I don't think they're great. 7.5, no.
Yeah,
dude, I have.
That's great.
No,
what was it? 2, 4,
I don't
7.
give 10s to everything. If I give it a 10, I think it's fucking amazing.
I don't give 10s. I gave in like 2 10s in the last decade.
Well, I'll say one thing. This is probably the first year in 10. Well, what is this? Our 9th top 10 list. I don't have a 10.
I haven't given any.
I don't even have. Dude, I haven't had a 10 in like 4 years. I think
I'll give it a little
10
bit more
was, like,
generously because, you know,
or something.
a little bit more generously. But I agree though, man. 7.5 is a good number, or is a good rating because I'm looking at the 7.5s that I have on my list, which is actually not very many. It's like only maybe 8 of them.
7.5.
And all the movies that I've rated as 7.5, I enjoyed all of them. Like they're good movies.
I've been at a 10
Yeah, of
since
course.
2016.
I like all my 7s. There's tons of 7s that I like.
Yeah,
like,
7 is my most popular rating.
7s.
7 and 6.5s are holy shit. There's so many.
I have a ton of 7s.
Yeah, between 7 and 6.5s, it's just crazy, man. There's so many.
Yeah, if it's 6.5, I like it. I would watch it again.
Yep.
But there's just something about it that just doesn't make it amazing to me.
Right. So anyways, that's my kind of breakdown of the year statistically. I just thought it was very interesting that like 56 of the films that I watched were, you know, 6.5 and under, or basically under 7. It's crazy. So it's not a very, very strong year, but it is what it is. I'm just hoping that this year, I mean, this year is going to be an interesting year because are we still going to be getting films in 2022 that were made before the pandemic? And
like
but it's got to start weeding. But they've got to start weeding out, right? I mean, was there a lot of new movies made in 2021 that are coming out in 2022? Probably not. You know, like in abundance. That's what I'm saying. So it's going to start weeding out. So we might not get the crazy output this year. I don't know what's going to happen with this year. It's going to be interesting because, I mean, shit just keeps kind of coming up in the world again.
2021 was the busiest year I've had at work.
Isn't it ironic?
6 years.
You know, I was thinking about this, Jeremy. I was actually thinking about this the other day with you, and I was like, I'm just so proud of what you've done with your job and stuff. And I was thinking about that, and like, I couldn't believe how much you were working compared to the years before the pandemic. Like, I mean, I get it. You were still working your way up and stuff, but like, holy shit.
Mood said he's proud of you, dog. Like, that's big.
No,
so
he's done very well. I mean, he moved up in a time.
Fucking hard. 5 years. I didn't give up.
Well, it's the fact that he moved up in his position and you know, in his placement in the world in rough fucking times. That means he's taking his shit very serious and he's not afraid to get out there and do his shit. So it's good. But I thought it was interesting considering, you know, when you think that things would be slowing down to snail pace, kind of sloth life, that, you know, you wouldn't be working, but you never worked more. That's good. That's good shit.
They got to make up for the lost time, right?
Yeah. I think I did 20 commercials or something last year, which is a lot.
That's crazy.
And that's simply because 2020 was so shitty that all these companies had all this money left over. Yeah.
Right.
So let me ask you guys this because curious, is there anything that you missed that you could think of that you didn't get to?
Dude, I watched 63 movies. I missed like fucking 30 movies.
There was,
but like anything big.
Well, what were the ones I just
watch?
What were the ones I just
You
asked
said
for?
Titan, Carly?
Yeah, I didn't watch Titan.
The Last Matinee is one of them for me. I could not find. I think Arrow released it
to rent.
Yeah, I couldn't find it to rent. So maybe
What
it's
about Arrow
There's not a good
here?
renting
availability in Canada, it seems.
no, there isn't.
It was available to rent everywhere here.
It was on Showtime.
Yeah.
I know that.
Yeah, it was just something I thought sounded kind of interesting. I don't know if it was going to be worth my time,
okay.
but
I thought it was dull.
That's one I can think of that I didn't watch. There might have been another one. I can't remember, but not too many. I felt like I kind of exhausted everything that I'd pre-written down or searched, and I feel like I did a pretty good job.
Can we mention something before? How absolutely retarded it is that Brandon watched 286 2021 movies.
What?
From Exploding Heads.
So he watched nothing but 2021 movies all year.
Yeah, I can't do that. I like
only watched 286 fucking 2021 movies.
That's more movies than I watched, I think, the whole year.
Oh, you know what we
What?
should mention, honestly? We should mention that it's really crazy that we drew retro year 1994, and this year we had Fear Street 94 and VHS 94.
Dude.
And everything is fucking retro 90s shit
Dude,
now.
I
That is
thought
kinda
about
crazy.
that. I thought about that a few weeks back. I'm not lying.
I've been
Crazy that
thinking
you brought
about it
that
for a
up.
while because I'm already 50 in on 1994.
I'm glad you
doing
brought that
I
up.
was going to count VHS as a 94.
I'm glad that you brought that up because I totally forgot about that thought I had. That's awesome. Good shit.
Why did VHS 94 have a widescreen scene? Half that movie's in widescreen.
Dude, that was one of my biggest critiques on it. It makes no fucking sense.
Fuck no sense.
It doesn't make
I didn't
sense.
notice.
No, I noticed right away.
So what I missed was the two movies from the guys who did, what is it, Inside?
Candisha and Deep House. I missed both.
Deep House.
I
I didn't
watched
get
both of
either of those. I also didn't watch The Queen of Black Magic, which I seen everybody giving high ratings to. I started it last night, but I fell asleep and just didn't feel like finishing it. And then I think that's like all the ones I could like think of. I'm sure there's going to be stuff on your list I haven't seen though, but those are like the bigger ones that I missed.
Yeah.
I didn't watch the Fear Street movies. I mean, I know those aren't going to be really high on the list probably, but I didn't.
I noticed
I
that
think you
Dave,
might like those.
you bit the bullet and watched all three. I couldn't believe it when I looked at your
It was
letterbox.
fucking 1994.
I kind of like 94. I know you didn't like it, but
No, I didn't hate
kinda
it. The first 30 minutes is absolute dog shit.
It's definitely the best one out of the three. But
Hell no, it's the worst one. 94
I
is
like the
worst.
first one the best.
I like
Yeah,
it
me
the
too.
least. I like the.
I kind of
third one
like-
the best.
I think I was like on par with 94 and 78, and then 666. I liked the way it kind of wrapped up and stuff. I didn't like it as much, but I was kind of around the same ratings on all three. Really?
I gave all of them a 7.
I really liked the trilogy, and I think a lot of people are probably surprised by that, but I had a lot of fun with it, dude. And I think it's also because I grew up reading, I read like all the original Fear Street books and stuff, and I knew going into this that they weren't based on actual stories from Fear Street. So I was like, okay, they're using the name. I can roll with that. They're going to create a new narrative, new stories. And I thought it was fun. Like I know
like
a lot of
how they did it with the 3 parts and like getting more information, and it's a complete story. That's kind of a cool thing.
Well,
dude.
That's why I got invested.
Again, they were
by
all
the third
fucking
one.
2.5 hours again.
This is one thing.
That's why I got invested. By the third one, I was like, I got to see how this fucking thing ends now.
Right. And I seen a few top 10 lists this year, and I noticed that people had put the Fear Street trilogy as one placing in their top 10.
That's a cheating.
And I wanted to, okay, so GP, I know what his thoughts are, but like me personally, man, if it was going to be in a top 10 list, I'm not saying it is or isn't, that I would do the exact same thing because it's one fucking big ass movie. Like, how do you separate it? Like, how do you just put like 78 in your top 10 and leave out fucking 94 and 666? It's like
bullshit artists.
I don't know, man.
Are you just put all of the Romero movies on your top 10?
No, but it's literally made as one big ass movie, right? Like it's kind of funny actually, because I think I read somewhere that they filmed 94 and then 1666 and then 78 or something like that. They filmed them actually out of order.
78's the more complicated one.
The 78 one, some of it was shot at the camp they used in Friday 6, but only a little bit of it.
Yeah.
Where the misconception was that a lot of it was filmed there.
I don't know.
But
all I'm saying is that I don't have a problem, and I'm not going to sit there and judge people if they put Fear Street 1 to 3 as one on their list. It's something I would never think of doing it.
I'm hard.
It's
cheating.
I don't think it is. Considering
they're 3 different movies.
It's one big ass movie came out all at the same time. It's just in 3 parts. It's like, would you separate the Stand TV? Would you separate that? Like if you were doing a top 10 list in 1990,
that's a miniseries though.
Okay, fair enough. You sold me on it because I'll think of it as a miniseries.
Okay, so if you're doing a top 10 in 1990 and in 1990. And part 1 comes out, and then part 2 comes. It's still separate.
You just say 94 since that's when The Stand came out.
Well, I said it. I said The Stand first, but you know what I mean. They're the same thing. They were TV miniseries that were 2-hour episodes, and it is what it is.
Okay, I concede. I'll accept your thing if you have fucking Fear Street on your list.
I'll accept if you say Canada sucks.
What? What about Canada sucking?
You have to. I'll accept it if you say Canada sucks.
I'm not going to say Canada. Actually, that's kind of ironic that you said that. That is okay. Think about this comment right now, because I'm going to say the irony. No, I can't say that, because if I said that right now, that would be pretty fucked up. And just keep those words in mind when we get to our list. But it's just kind of funny that you say that. I don't know. It's funny. It's funny.
What the highlight of my year was?
Oh, that's funny as fuck. I know now. But anyways, I have a question for 1994. The miniseries The Kingdom by Lars von Trier. The first part came out in 94, but then there's like 2 other parts that came out in different years. So how's that?
You were going to watch that?
Yeah, because I think it's supposed to be amazing. I don't know what to do though. I don't.
Oh, that is an interesting. That is an interesting
miniseries
quandary.
Yeah. But the first
I guess
part,
you would put it when the first part aired.
But I don't know. I think there's like 3 parts, and I think one came out more recently. I don't understand. I'll have to look into it.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure.
Maybe we'd have to just say only the first part then.
Yeah. Which is kind of weird because it's like
the shock of the year was
Amusement Park, which I didn't see.
You didn't see Amusement Park?
I forgot. I literally forgot about it.
Fucking Chucky was actually a good show. Who would have thought? Not me.
So is Dexter. So is Yellow Jackets. I watched a decent amount of TV.
I think I might actually.
Never going to make your top 10 list. You actually like that stuff. You got to put something that no one else has seen on there.
I mean, it's not on my list because it's TV. I'm just saying that it surprised me that it was actually good.
I think I might actually marathon that shit tomorrow. I have it all queued up, ready to go. I just been waiting for the right time that I can sit around and just watch it. You know me, I gotta do that with TV. So, but I mean, if Jeremy's saying it's pretty good, it's probably decent. So,
it's good.
TV
show is good.
There's just been so much TV coming out, man. Like again, this has been like the thing in the last few years, but I just kept hearing such bad things about that Day of the Dead. And I was like,
don't get me started on that.
Don't watch that shit because me and Dave watched the trailer and was like,
I was mad.
Literally,
I was never going to watch it.
George Romero, it literally just made my blood like go up a few degrees.
It's like an ode to George Romero, and they obviously are not. They're spoofing Return of the Living Dead.
It's just
dumb.
Nothing about it seemed George Romero at all.
So ridiculous. That's so bad.
Just pissed me off.
I can tell it's such a producer bullshit thing that I have no idea what they're doing. It's so shit. I mean, it doesn't even look like that bad of a show. I mean, it looks like a cheap zombie show that's on Sci-Fi Channel. But like, if it was called like Zombies, you'd be like, eh. But since it's called Day of the Dead, you're like, I'm gonna hold you to some sort of standard. I'm not even mad that Day of the Dead's been remade 3 fucking times, one time in a television show. I just want one to be decent. It doesn't have to be Day of the Dead. I just want it to be decent, like the Dawn of the Dead remake or the Night of the Living Dead remake, something that's watchable for fuck's sake. I'd even take a Diary of the Dead level caliber movie.
Well, the problem with that is they're remaking Day of the Dead, but they're not using any of the
not even close.
Man, I thought you said diarrhea of the dead.
I said, I take fucking Zombie Bloodbath 2 Rage of the Undead quality.
Maybe not that far.
I also didn't watch the Slumber Party Massacre reboot from Sci-Fi. Did anybody see that?
I saw it off of your thing, but you did not have the whole move on there.
I did. I did watch it, man. And you know what? I enjoyed it because they shocked me that they did something different with it.
I thought it was pretty fun.
Like, it took me... I thought for sure it was going to be pretty much the same. It was going to be, not a shot-for-shot remake, but very much the same. But it's, like, completely different. They actually roll with a different idea, and it was kind of fun. Like, I mean, I'm hoping that that's just, like, a TV version and there's a little bit more gore involved in it. I know Scream Factory's releasing a Blu-ray, right? I didn't really look at the specs or anything, but does anybody know?
I'd imagine they would probably have to make it.
I will say, though, there was some gory parts in it that kind of shocked me considering it was made for TV, right? But
exactly, that's what Chucky was, the same thing.
Yeah, so I'm like, well, I'm thinking if they put that in there, and it does seem like there could have been some chops in there. I don't know. But overall, I thought it was pretty entertaining.
I have another question. This is more for Jeremy, Dave, and Moods because Carly, you don't really collect like a ton. But any like favorite release of the year?
Half the releases I want to watch, I haven't got a chance to. That All Haunts box set. That All Haunts box set looks amazing.
Yeah,
and then fucking Vinegar Syndrome killed it too.
Ugh.
What is All Haunts?
All Haunts box set.
Yeah, that folklore box set.
Folklore box set.
Oh, the folklore box set. Yeah, that does look cool.
Yeah, there's a few, man. I don't even know. Like, I got to start paying more attention to what I buy throughout the year, maybe writing down everything, because I was thinking about that the other day, and I was watching Simon's Explosive Actions best releases of the year, his favorite releases, and I was like, you know what? Fuck, that came out last year or in 2021. Like, I forget, right?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah, so we should mark down everything that came out during the year and then do like a top 10 or something.
I will say, like off my dome, the fact that the Al Adamson got the box set that it got is the craziest shit ever to me. I think that's
Dude,
insane, man.
I can't even watch his movies too much.
Al Adamson? Al Adamson's actually decent. The thing I like about Al Adamson is that he's got a lot of different types of movies too, right? He's not like Milligan who kind of stuck to one thing. He always made period pieces.
Wait, is that who's the dude that we watched from
Andy Milligan?
70, 90, oh, okay.
Milligan.
Yeah, it was Milligan. Well, Milligan got a crazy box set too, which might have come out the year before.
Yeah, he did too.
But the Al Adamson one, there's 30 films, and it's like we live in the golden age of collecting right now, man. It's insane, 100%. The shit that's coming out. Like, if it's not Vinegar Syndrome, it's Severin, and if it's not Severin, it's fucking Arrow. They're putting out the craziest shit right now.
Even Scream Factory's making a comeback and doing good shit. Like, dude, I'm excited for fucking Alligator, even though I gotta say that cover is dog shit.
Yeah, it sucks. It does.
That is the worst cover I think they've ever done for such a great movie.
Which one?
Hear
me?
I was going to say the new cover for the Green Mile 4K is fucking horrendously bad.
Well,
one set that I just got in,
Alligator. I hope they have their original art.
I know Dave, he got to, but the Nunsploitation box set.
Yeah, it looks cool.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, man, because it's got one of the early Bruno Mattei Nunsploitation films in there. I'm like, oh, this is fucking awesome. Like, they're just digging in the crates, dude. Like, this shit is
been crazy. Dude, they put fucking Santa Sangre, Perdita, Durango, Day of the Beast, Blood for Dracula
on 4Ks.
4Ks.
I know, man.
Those are great movies. Those are amazing movies.
Speaking of my Durango, man, 4K got lost in the mail. Gotta contact Amazon again. Fuck.
That's like a 5-star movie, to be honest.
Yeah,
like,
dude.
I love that movie.
But Blue Underground's doing good work on their 4Ks.
Their 4Ks look. Dead and Buried looks so fucking good. I was like, this movie might have at one point been a 7 to me. It's a fucking 9.
You know what? That blows my mind because Dead and Buried has always had that really, really thick, grainy look to it because it's kind of shot in low light and stuff. And
the fog.
Yeah, like it's a very atmospheric, low lit shot movie and stuff. And that's what I always really liked about Dead and Buried. I mean,
it's a great movie. It's always been great.
Yeah.
But now it's one of the best.
That's just so crazy, man. I just wish the Blue Underground 4Ks were like, they're literally $60-$70 here. It's fucking outrageous. Actually, the wife bought me Zombie and Maniac and New York Ripper for Christmas.
Yeah, you gotta have Zombie.
Which ones did I send you?
You sent me The Final Countdown and the fuck else did you send me?
Vigilante.
Which one?
What is it?
Vigilante.
Oh yeah, it was Vigilante. Yeah, I totally forgot. Yeah, it's Vigilante. So,
we should mention there's been a lot of Asian stuff getting released. We have Ebola Syndrome in 4K.
man.
Which is amazing. And from On Earth Films that I was very excited about. I think the Untold Story came out this year, and fucking Evil Dead Trap, which was amazing to see.
Which we'll be doing on the show here coming up.
That's a great movie.
Yeah, I like it
and
too.
that other one's supposed to be coming out this year too, right? That other category 3, the nurse.
Yeah, what was it? The Dr.
Lamb.
Can't forget about
Dr. Lamb. I think was like one of the first ones like that kind of sparked that.
Right.
That's one of the only ones. I have not seen that one yet.
No, either have I. You can't forget about 88
I'm looking
films,
forward
man.
to doing a Category 3 Volume 2 as well, because I had a lot of fun on that show.
All Category 3 movies for the rest of the remainder of the podcast, to be honest. I'm not kidding.
Jeremy, what did you like this year, release-wise?
I don't even know. I didn't think there was like any like major like boner releases like Dawn of the Dead last year.
There was definitely really great releases.
This might have been one of the best years for releases of all time.
Yeah, I'm thinking it really was. You know what another one?
And you've been buying more than you normally do.
You know what another
Yeah, you haven't bought like
insane...
all the old stuff.
Yeah, we're talking about old movies.
The Eurocrypt set from Severin?
Not released this year.
Like, Year of the box set, man. Eurocrypt, man. That Christopher Lee set is fucking amazing. I think that came out in 2020.
House on the Edge of the Park?
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Oh, you know,
Fletcher
88 films.
Frankenstein, and
88 films,
fucking-
man. Ricky. That fucking
Oh,
edition.
yeah.
they-
And Robotrix.
and Robotrix. Oh, my God. Like, it's just ridiculous, man.
Hey,
That
Dave, the
shit's
offer's still on the table. $29.99 shipped for Ricky O.
Oh, you want to sell for 30? Yeah, but I want to sell them both together for 55.
Oh,
shipped.
you still haven't sold those? Oh, man. I actually need a copy
I
of
stopped
Robotrix.
trying to sell them, and then I'll sell them both for 55 shipped United States.
Yeah.
You got either of those moods?
Yeah, I've got the Ricky.
Yeah, see,
I haven't
it's
picked
pointless. I want to sell them together just to save on shipping and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've been picking away. Well, they've only released a few of the Category 3 films, but I collect the Italian line and the Shaw Brothers line, too.
Oh, yeah,
so
all the
I buy a lot from 88 films.
Pretty good. All the special editions.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, True
Thermers.
Romance, King of New York.
Yep.
it's just endless, man. I
True
can't even,
Romance.
The
Romance is
Argento
absolutely
titles?
fun.
like, I bought hundreds and hundreds of releases this year. I can't even fucking... It's so crazy. It's, like, overwhelming.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bought a lot of 4Ks this year.
You know what I fucking love? Is that Vinegar Syndrome is just... They put so much effort into, like, promoting their sister labels and shit. And those labels are putting out so much good shit, dude. Like, I love
Shattered
the
Dead.
AGFA. Yeah, man, the AGFA and what's that's Saturn's Core, I think
Saturn's
it is,
Core,
which is
I'm
like
loving that.
90s fucking shot on video. But
That's
all these labels are
See the
different.
documentary on Saturn.
There's even a Canadian one
great.
now.
Yeah,
It's like
great.
ridiculous, man. And what they did with New York Ninja is just like fucking mind blowing, man. That shit's crazy
Yeah.
to me. Like the story behind that, and like, I love it. It was so much fun. I mean, if you're a fan of like Miami Connection and Dangerous Men and shit like that, like you'll like this stuff, man.
Chris Man was so bad. I thought it was a new movie that was made to look like an old bad movie.
Right.
That's the only time it's ever happened to me in my life.
Like Ninja
And then I looked, I was like,
Busters
this
and
is actually an old movie. This is bad.
yeah, like
so bad.
Tix 4K, that was an awesome release.
Oh shit.
Then Vinegar Syndrome's already like setting up a decent start to 2022 too. They got another Giallo box set.
no, but the new box or the new monthly package is ridiculous already.
I know.
Just stupid.
I ordered
man.
it.
Yeah, me too, man.
I got the yearly subscription, but then all these sub-labels, I
That's
still
the
have
thing.
to drop like fucking $200 on top of the yearly subscription
Right.
this month.
I know, because I collect like 4 or 5 of the labels, and I'm just like, oh my god, when is this going to end?
Yeah, I know. It's like
Excited for
They went from 8 sister labels to 20 in about 6 months.
Yeah.
Like, absolutely insane.
I'm glad they picked up Culture Shock though, because it was kind of a pain in the ass to
Yeah.
order from their site and stuff. So I'm glad that Girlfriend from Hell I can order direct. I've
Right.
seen that movie not in years.
Yeah, and I'm fearing that that's the next one I'm going to start buying them all from too now. Fuck sakes.
I'm gonna buy I have all of them except that Donald Farmer collection, and I don't like Donald Farmer's movies too much. I mean, I don't hate all of them.
He's
but
hit and miss. He's hit and miss with me for the shot on video shit. But
Watch the Summer of '84 Blu-ray when you watched it the other day.
I did. It looked great.
It looks fucking great.
The 4K.
I didn't buy
Yeah,
that
You mean?
because I don't love that.
Okay.
yeah I still really enjoy it, man. I hadn't seen it
That's a
since it
dope
came
edition.
out. Yeah, it's it's so cool. You open it up and it actually has like a fold out of milk carton.
Milk crate. Yeah.
It's so cool, man. I was like, that's so
That's a
cool.
great addition.
Yeah.
You know what's missing for that movie? Heart. Doesn't have any heart.
What do you mean it doesn't have
I'm
heart,
fucking
man?
with you. I'm fucking with you.
Man, I love the soundtrack to that movie too. It's great.
Soundtrack's the best part about all their movies.
What's Dave's good one? He had no passion in his eyes.
He didn't have passion in his eyes. Now I find out the dude had like astigmatism.
Right.
It was so fun. So he has astigmatism. Oh,
He had no passion in his eyes. Talking about the fucking barn.
you ever like strangle somebody and then like you see that light leave their eye? That dude was like that the whole movie.
Right.
No passion.
Oh my god. All right. Well, on that note,
Boots, what's the order?
we already said that.
We don't remember because we talked for an hour and a half.
All right. No, I have it written down here. What is it again? Oh yeah. How could I forget? JP. Oh yeah. So we predetermined the order, and for some odd reason, I think it came out the same as, I swear, maybe the last show. I have no idea. I feel like this has happened before, but JP is first, then Carly, and then Dave, me, and then Jeremy is anchoring once again. And I think that might
Did
happen.
everybody write down their predictions?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yes.
yeah.
I think I filled in for Dave.
What do we win? We get to pick next year's.
No, I think we get to pick the order for the retro year.
Oh, I like that.
That's a good idea. We get to pick the order for the retro year.
The order
Okay,
for okay.
I'm down.
Cool.
I mean, or we could do a Blu-ray. It's up to you guys. I don't care.
Whatever you guys want. I'm down with anything.
Everybody wins. Everybody has to send a Blu-ray.
I think
the
the winner
one
should
winner?
get a Blu-ray from everybody.
I don't trust that Jeremy won't cheat. So
Yeah. That's
when you put something
That's
on
why
the
we should
line-
say 'em
He
now.
che- He
We
cheated
say
me
'em
out.
now.
Cheated me out. of
remember,
a
he
Blu-ray
eats Chinese
already
food on
this year.
Christmas.
Well,
He's
everybody
cheating.
needs to
Say
print
'em
off
now,
their
then
list
you
or
can't
write it
cheat.
down and put some. I don't know. I already printed mine off.
I would
say
never
that.
cheat.
We'll do the
I
order
have a
this
print.
time.
Okay.
You got to do
Next
the
time.
order.
Everybody knows
Yeah,
I
maybe
don't
next
cheat
time we'll
because
do
I
it.
literally get nothing right. Ever. Ever.
Yeah.
I'm the worst at this game
worth.
ever. Like, so that's how
Well,
honest I
I
am.
picked a different film for everybody for their.
I put everybody's 1 and 2 on a guess.
Oh,
I did that.
I only.
Dude,
It
I have
doesn't really
no
matter.
fucking clue about number 2.
I'm so.
If there's a
fucking
tie, I
wild.
really don't give a shit.
It
I
is so
don't-
true.
only the
This
order.
is such a wild card year, man. I feel like everyone might have different number ones, or we could all be the same, which I highly doubt that. But yeah, all right. So with that said, that is the order, and we should probably get into these lists right away. You guys down? You guys ready? You guys
I'm down.
you cool?
Yes.
You cool? All right, man. We'll be back in a minute. Yeah.
And now, our feature presentation.
Yo, who this?
Yo, Modes, it's your boy, the ill-mannered Funky Child, calling you to remind you that the featured reviews on this episode contain spoilers.
Aw, yeah, man, that's right, brother. Thanks for the heads up, playa. Now go back to being an unproductive asshole.
Fuck you. Now tell your listeners to stop being so dumb, silly, sensitive.
Yeah. Alrighty, so getting into these top 10 lists of 2021.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm actually really excited to do this because I just want to forget about 2021. But my curiosity is an all-time high right now because I'm really curious to see how these lists are going to go. Because like I said off the top of the show, it's kind of a wild card year, and I have no idea what to expect. So just expect the unexpected, I guess. But once again, we determined who's going first, and the homeboy Jeremy Patrick is up first.
Jeremy Patrick.
Don't call me Patrick. But okay, so coming in at number 10 for myself is a film that actually is one of the more talked about films this year. I've seen it as like the number one for a lot of people. But it is The Night House from David Bruckner. Of course, David Bruckner directed The Ritual, which was pretty good. Did that make any of you guys' top 10s that year?
Which one?
I remember.
The Ritual?
I can't remember if it was on. I really liked it, though.
Yeah,
it might have made my list. It might have made my list, actually, come to think of it. But, that's the thing. I was actually just having this conversation the other day about, I know there is a site that does the Netflix movies and stuff. I think it's Stinky Tuna that releases, I guess they're technically gray market bootlegs or whatever of the Netflix movies and stuff. Netflix needs to start putting that shit out just legitimately. Because I would buy up some of these films. Like, I would love to have an awesome, triple pack of the Fear Street movies, for instance. We were just talking about them, right? And The Ritual is one that I believe made my top 10.
Incorporated.
I'm pretty sure it made my top 10 because that's one movie, and I always try to buy all the movies I can for my top 10 list. It's getting scarcer and scarcer because some of the movies just aren't being released now on physical.
Yeah, I know Mike Flanagan recently came out and says that he urges Netflix to not shy away from physical media.
Right.
So hopefully that could do something. I mean, I get this.
I mean, right now would be the best time because, like I said, we're in the golden age of collecting. There is no better time to start putting out that physical shit, man, for Netflix because, I mean, look at these boutique labels, man. They're selling. They're doing well. They have to be. Right.
But the Bruckner also is doing the upcoming Hellraiser film that is already filmed, I believe. It's in post-production. It's supposed to come out this year on Hulu with a female actress playing Pinhead, which is interesting, which caused a lot of uproar for some reason.
Yeah, it's Carly, isn't it?
Trans person, right?
Oh, I thought
is it?
It's a female.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's trans, right? Or somebody that identifies as a female, but
it's a female.
No, I didn't know.
Oh, I didn't know either. But I guess the Cenobites sort of have a gender, but
in the novella, which is probably what they're basing it more on, it's the leader of the Cenobites is explained as androgynous. It's a hell priest is androgynous, so it doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah, I don't really see a fucking big deal, honestly. It's why not try something different? You know what I mean? So, but yeah, The Night House. So this is one that I thought was pretty good. It has some decent acting in there. There's a great scene early on that kind of got me real into the movie where this woman, her husband commits suicide, and this woman comes in to bitch about her son's grades or whatever, and there's this really awkward conversation. It's one of those films where, like, the deeper you get into it, you start unraveling the mystery, and it's kind of interesting where it goes. I didn't really expect it. And there's actually a scene at the very last shot that a lot of people miss, I read online. But there's a really kind of creepy thing that happens there. But overall, I thought it was a pretty solid flick. Good story and mystery on what's going on there. I gave it an 8 out of 10.
Cool.
Good shit. All right, Carly.
All right. My number 10 is a move that I was just in the chat the other day saying it was lackluster, so that tells you how good this year was.
Really?
It's a stylist.
That movie is boring. It's all hell.
I liked it.
It's not boring. It's just I feel like it could have had a little something else going on in it. But I did mention I am a sucker for these movies where the person is a weirdo and you're just following them and you kind of feel bad for them, and then they turn out to be a psychopath, but you still kind of feel bad for them. So I still enjoyed it. I thought the lead put on a good performance. It obviously, as it's been said, it's very much a Maniac ripoff, and a ripoff of pretty much every other character piece type movie to ever
Here's
exist.
my problem with the stylist. That movie, she doesn't have any external danger besides the fact that she sees herself on a poster in the coffee shop. Besides that, there's never one doubt that she's ever going to get caught in the whole fucking movie. And it's just
Nor is there
her
with Maniac.
walking her.
Yeah, there isn't a Maniac either.
You don't need that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just thought it was boring as all hell.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I like the beginning
I think
where she
it's
gives
pretty
that girl
great.
wine.
I think it's pretty good too.
I was disappointed, man, because I'm married to a fucking crazy hairdresser. Stylist. That's right. You can't call them hairdressers. That's politically incorrect. It's like calling a fucking flight attendant stewardess nowadays. You can't do that. They'll fucking rip your fucking face
I never
out.
heard of either
Yeah,
of those.
I didn't know.
But I didn't
If
think
you call a
hairdresser
flight
had
attendant,
any
if you
sort
call a flight attendant in Canada a stewardess, man, they'll fuck, man. You're not gonna have a good flight. I'll tell you that. Fucking.
Does that imply
Is he just going
female?
to wreck the plane?
Oh, they will not even fucking acknowledge you, man. Seriously, it's like derogatory. It's crazy. But anyways, yeah, stylist. hairdresser.
Actually, I have something that relates to this. Calling a housekeeper a maid is kind of not right nowadays too.
Which is
I
funny
know
because there
that.
is a movie this year called The Maid, right? Like, well, there's one
Well,
called The
there
Maid
are
every
maids.
year. There's one every
Like-
year called The Maid.
And there's also a movie called The Stewardess from, I believe, Hong Kong or Thailand. That's older, not this year.
Yeah, right. But yeah, no, the stylist was kind of a letdown to me because I was thinking, I was expecting right away. I kind of figured it was going to be like Maniac and shit, but it just didn't deliver, man. It was a little bit boring though. I will admit though, it wasn't like overly exciting, but yeah, I don't know.
What'd you rate that, Carly? Sorry.
I mean, I gave it an 8 out of 10.
Damn.
It's my type of movie, but it's like I see what you guys like. It is kind of slow. Like in the middle, it gets a little bit slow, and it's kind of like that's what I'm saying. Like I feel like there could have been a little bit more to it, to the horror aspect. But other than that, I thought it was solid.
Some of the, the situation in the third act, I was like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Kind of question that a little bit, but it is what it is. All right, Dave.
Is it me up?
Yep. Your name's Dave, right? I'll
I think
address
it
you
is.
as
I think
I'll
it is.
address you as grumpy old man. Then maybe you'll just
Okay.
get into that right away.
So
G-O-M.
twinsies, Carly. We got twinsies. My number 10 is the stylist.
Are you serious already? We already have duplicates. What the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, this
I
is
literally
totally
thought these
this
lists
is totally
were gonna
my
be so
alley.
unique.
This is totally up my alley as well. The lighting, it's just a character study, which is all the movies I like from the 70s. It's like, hey, this person is psychologically damaged. Watch them be fucking weird and awkward and eventually kill a bunch of people. It's fairly gory. I like the idea that they carry on the Maniac story, but instead she's wearing the fucking wigs, which makes sense. And also the idea with the mannequins and the wigs is a little bit more, I guess, plausible. And actually about comparable because the Maniac character, he puts them on the mannequins and he's a photographer. This time, he's actually taking the fucking scalps and putting them on, and she takes the identity. The movie opens up with a brilliant scene, actually, when she's discussing she's doing her hair, and this lady she tells her all these dirty secrets. You know why? Because you're nothing to me. You don't matter. I'll never see you again. And when she hears this, it's kind of the idea where she says, I'm nobody. I have this envious thing to be somebody else, and I'm just going to take that from you. And also, I'm not going to get caught because no one fucking knows who I am. Nobody pays attention to me. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
And the actress is good. The lighting's good. The fucking layer she has is cool, man. This is a cool movie. I like it quite a bit, and I like the kind of weird obsession shit. But I'm coming in at this list with a 7.5 on the stylist.
Going back to that opening scene with the one girl that's spilling her beans to the stylist, right? Well, of course, being married to one, like we talk about this all the time because I live in a relatively small city, it's about 100,000 people and stuff, and the wife has this clientele. It's 100% clientele kind of thing, and it's truly amazing because what people will tell their stylists. They'll literally tell them everything because it's not that they don't know them or not give a fuck about them. They feel like they're almost like a psychiatrist because they're there cutting your hair. They're doing something very special to you, but they're there listening too and having this conversation. It's funny because the wife has literally had conversations with, people, like she has clients that, that know each other and stuff. And then she's had this one male client that was cheating on this other girl, and she was hearing the fucking stories from both sides. as she's doing it. Like, it's just right in the middle. It's amazing what people will tell. Yeah, dude. Like, the shit that she hears, and sometimes she's like, I don't even want to hear that shit. You know, that's fucking crazy. But the point is, people will say anything to their stylist, man. It really is truly amazing. So that whole scene made sense to me. That made sense.
It's a good scene.
Yeah,
it's the best scene in the movie, I think.
It really did. And you brought up a really good point. The fact that she actually wears the wigs and takes those identities, because she's fucking insane. Right? Because, you put on the wig. Yeah.
She has no identity.
Right.
She envies these people in a certain way. She's always making them pretty for something that she'll never be a part of.
Right.
She can't be a part of it either. And also, it's the first movie on my list directed by a woman, and this is going to be my top 10 with the most women directors of all time. So that's a good thing about 2021. Some new voices, I guess.
Right.
Yeah, that's cool.
Right. Yeah. Good stuff. All right. So. Yeah, interesting. I can't believe we already had a duplicate. That's just fucking blowing my mind right now, man. Number 10. Does that ever happen at number 10? It usually doesn't. Honestly, we're not even.
I think it's happened before.
I mean, it could still happen, I guess. Well, actually, probably not. But all right. So coming in number 10 for myself was a film that I was looking forward to, because when this director came out in the early 2000s, he made a couple fucking amazing films in the early 2000s, and he made films at a time where horror films weren't exactly sticking out to a lot of people. I mean, there was a lot of good films in those years. In fact, we've actually covered these years in top 10 years.
The Reckoning.
Yeah, and so he started off his career with a bang, and then he did, of course, Doomsday in 2008 and stuff, and then kind of went silent until this year, and I was really looking forward to this movie. And and of course, it is The Reckoning from Neil Marshall.
Damn, dude, I didn't even watch that
from
because
the
everybody
UK.
was shitting on it.
And that was the first thing I was going to say. And I don't understand the fucking hate for this movie, man, at all. Like, did people not realize that it was made? Like, I mean, I guess it doesn't matter who it's made by. It still has to be appealing to that person and stuff. But Neil Marshall has a history of making pretty decent shit. I even like Doomsday. It's over stylistic and it's ridiculous, but it's fun. But The Descent and Dog Soldiers are fantastic. Like, I was definitely checking the shit out no matter what. It's fucking Neil Marshall. Plus, I'm a big fan of these dramatic horror films. Period pieces, especially that take place in that witch finding general type times, Yeah. I love these type of, these costume dramas and shit like that. And yeah, so this one takes place, I believe, in the 17th century, like I think in 1665, follows our main character, Grace. And the cool thing about it is during, there's like a plague going on and people are fucking dying left and right and shit like that. And her husband ends up getting sick. He commits suicide and she's struggling financially and stuff. And she's got this asshole landlord, which is like kind of weird. I don't think I've ever seen like a period piece where someone's like renting from someone and they come by to collect their shit and he's just being a dick and stuff. It's kind of strange. But anyways, something happens with the landlord. I'll call him the landlord. I don't think they actually refer to him as a landlord, but anyway, something happens with him and her and stuff, and it goes sideways. And ultimately, he basically, accuses her of being a witch. And because, they found the husband buried out back and stuff, and he still had a ring on and blah, blah, blah. And you know what happens when you're accused of a witch back in those days? You're going to trial, And so the story kind of, goes from there and stuff. But man, everything about this one was really good, man. I think the girl that plays the lead, Charlotte Kirk, she did such a good job, man. Fucking beautiful. Pulls off the role super well. Costumes are great. It's got great atmosphere. It's got some good gore in it. The plague shit is disgusting. And, but I've mentioned these movies lots of times, man. It plays off the whole religious hypocrisy of religion and stuff. Mark of the Devil, we talked about Mark of the Devil in basically the last top 10 that we did and stuff. I love these type of movies. Witchfinder General. It's such a savage period in time. Like the fact that people truly believed in the supernatural shit. People truly believed that these humans had this supernatural ability to be witches and shit, and that it was to the point where, I get the whole fact that you believe in God and you truly are doing God's work and stuff, and you got to go out and do this shit. But like, doesn't there ever become a point where people are like, this isn't real? It's so fascinating to me that so many people fucking died. I did read in the trivia on this, and it says like 500,000 people or women were put to to death in this period and stuff. I thought that was kind of interesting because from what I remember, what I've researched and stuff, I didn't think that was right. And it actually says I think it's in the goofs here too. Does it say that only about 40 to 45,000 people were put to rest or killed at the stake or whatever. So, that number is a little bit off. And I was actually reading the goofs here and stuff. Like, it's not a perfect movie and stuff, but it says that someone's called a moron in the movie. And they said that wasn't even used until 1910. And then there was another thing, some references ice water, and that wasn't used to the 1800s. And then there was another one, someone says blown to smithereens. That wasn't used to the 1800s. I thought that was really interesting because I would have never even caught on to that, because who really knows about sayings and when they were, when they came about in the movies and stuff. But anyways, I digress. I thought that was kind of interesting, but overall, really good movie, man. I think it's got really good tension. I love the whole shit when she's in jail, and you can just feel that shit, man. It's like Mark the Devil. It's kind of like a dumbed down version. If I didn't mention that before, it's like a dumbed down version. It doesn't have the nastiness to it, but it still has its moments and stuff, and it's got a great ending too. So, but again, I don't understand it, man. I'm reading here on IMDb. There's 2.7 thousand IMDb reviews on this, and this thing is at a 4.7 out of 10.
That's pretty rough.
It is rough, man. I just don't get it, man. There's nothing visually wrong with this. I think the story is fine. I mean, it's nothing overly new, but it does a good job in what it's trying to do. And, there's a lot of effort put into this. I just think it's fucking blasphemy that this thing is getting shit on. And pretty much every review I saw and everything I saw, like, they were just like, nah, Neil Marshall's new movie is fucking garbage, blah, blah. I'm like, well, I gotta check.
I didn't hear any good things about it, to be honest.
That's what made me check it out even more. I was like, what? I'm like, Neil Marshall made a garbage movie? I'm like, when did he ever make a garbage movie? I mean, I never saw Hellboy, but I don't know if it's any good. I'm sure Jeremy did.
It's probably not that bad. It's probably just people mad because it's not the other Hellboy.
I didn't think it was overly great.
Right.
It was okay.
Yeah.
This was actually one of the more hype. I think this made my top 10 most looking forward to list last year. Mm-hmm. And then I don't know, it just came out and everybody was. I think we were in the middle of a prep for some show or something, so I didn't watch it when it first came out. And then by the time I was ready to watch it, everybody was talking bad about it. And then I kind of just forgot about it by the end of the year.
I think it's because Neil Marshall's been kind of out of this realm. He's been doing TV for so long. And, he did Hellboy and stuff. I mean, this is kind of his first major horror feature since what? I guess if you want to count it's Doomsday, but like 2005, really? 2008?
Well, Hellboy's one of those movies that was doomed production for the whole time, Right. It's one of those movies.
Yeah.
I bought the Blu-ray of this, but I didn't watch it.
That's so crazy. So you didn't watch it, JP didn't watch it?
You didn't watch it either.
I didn't watch it.
No, and Carly, did you watch it?
I did not.
Holy fuck, man. That is so crazy.
Duncan McLeish tore this movie to pieces so bad that I was like, I don't know. Oh, man.
That's who... and he likes Neil Marshall.
He loves Neil Marshall.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, maybe it's because Duncan's Irish and this is from the... I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with...
Duncan's not Irish.
He's Scottish.
Oh, Scottish. That's what I meant to say. Scottish. You're right. My bad. I'm not apologizing. It's the same shit. No, I'm just joking. It's not the same shit. I just trying to piss you off. He's probably not listening anyways. And but anyways, yeah, man, I really don't understand. I just don't get it. I'm completely floored that no one saw this but me, considering it was a Neil Marshall movie. Like, what the fuck, you guys?
It's all you. Yeah, because you're not on the internet. You don't. We listen to all these other podcasts, and everyone's like, "That's shit. That's shit," and you're just like, "I guess I'm gonna watch this Neil Marshall movie." Well, like we would have been. We didn't see all those other people.
I'm different though. Like, if I am interested in something and I keep hearing that it's really bad and really shit, like, it makes me want to check it out more. Because I'm like, if I was interested in something and everyone's saying it's terrible, I'm like, I need to see what the fuck they are hating about this shit, right? It's very intriguing to me. I don't know. I seriously don't get it. I don't think it's perfect by any means. Obviously, by the goofs, they use a lot of wrong dialogue in this and shit, apparently.
See, that kind of rubs me the wrong way a little bit, because when you look at something like Eggers the Witch, it's like so perfect with dialogue. Like, I feel like when you're doing a period piece like that, you at least can't have like modern phrases.
Yeah, but I mean, at least the costumes are fine and stuff. I find costumes, because with sayings and dialogue and shit, like, I mean, really, like, can you really stamp a date on when someone said you're a motherfucker for the first time? Like, I just don't get it, dude. Like, ice water. You know, blew you to smithereens. Like, really?
Well, they don't fucking have ice.
Well, the ice water makes a lot of sense, but blew you to smithereens and shit. Like, come on, man. Like, that could have been said.
It depends the tone of the movie. It depends how serious it is. If it's a little goofy or a little elevated or a little weird, I probably wouldn't care. Like Hansel and Gretel, Witch Finders or whatever the fuck that was. That movie was in a weird alternate universe. Right. So when they said stupid shit, it was fine because it wasn't a real fucking time. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
But like if I was watching fucking a Civil War movie and he's like, "Go fuck yourself," I'd be like, "What?"
Well, if it was something obvious, especially something super modern, but like blow you to smithereens seems like something that would have been said a long time. I mean, apparently was like.
I could hear a pirate saying it.
What are you gonna blow up? Did they have fucking dynamite back then? I doubt it.
They could blow shit up.
Oh, they definitely blew shit. They definitely blew shit up for sure.
They had alchemists.
But I mean, overall, I mean, besides the obvious, I guess, apparent goofs in that, and I mean, there's nothing like that's the type of shit that would bug me. I've mentioned this before, like watching Civil War movies. And I was watching the Civil War movie, and like, there's totally shit that was like not around during the Civil War, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I noticed that. Like, I'm not an expert on fashion. I'm not an expert on fashion or guns and stuff, but I noticed that myself. Guns
bother me.
That's
like when I see a
there you go. See, that's something I'm saying.
It bothers me.
That's what I'm saying because you notice guns too, and like I've noticed that shit too. And one thing I really notice in movies, and you guys probably because I've mentioned 1,000 times, is like when you're watching a film and you hear fucking tires screeching on pavement, but they're on fucking dirt or some shit. Like that shit drives me fucking bananas. It's dumb shit. But anyways, I digress. 8 out of 10 for myself on The Reckoning. I just don't really get the hate, but whatever. It is what it is. I liked it. I enjoyed it. I like those narratives. That era is freaky for me. Plagues and Witches.
All right. Coming in for me at number 10 with an 8 out of 10.
Dude, shut the fuck up. Stop doing it.
You know he does it just to get you going.
I know.
Or maybe he's just
the joke ran its course.
He's just retarded, and I think he doesn't even
do
realize
it every time.
You do the same thing with your fucking list every time, JP. You're like, I'm changing my list. I'm making my list.
That's not a joke. It's literally not a joke.
Well, stop saying it. I don't want to hear about it no more. I don't want to hear about it no more.
You said you changed yours too, you fuck.
Yeah, but I didn't say nothing. Just fuck you.
Yes, you did say something. How else would I know?
All right, 8 out of 10.
Frig off.
Frig you.
Right. I have documentaries on my list. This is actually very good. It is.
You have documentaries on your list?
He did it since our first show. So.
Oh my lord. Those are the things I totally, even though I love them, I wouldn't put it on a fucking, okay.
JP had Paradise Lost. Just let the boy get the knock. It was your number 1. That was not a joke.
It was my number 2, and it was a joke. I look back on that. It would not be included.
Hey, that was on my.
If he says "All hail the Deadites," I'm gonna fucking die laughing right now, man.
All hail the Unknown Dimension, the story of the Paranormal Activity.
And I agree with you. I watched this a couple days ago, and I really liked it. I thought it actually spent a lot of time. I actually
didn't even know that existed.
Yeah, they spent time on each sequel, so it wasn't like just only about the first one. It was really cool.
Wow,
it's cool. It's actually like a history of Paranormal Activity with everybody involved. A lot of interviews with Jason Blum, and they go through movie by movie, like Crystal Lake, and the Nightmare on Elm Street one. But they don't. Yeah, but they don't go as like in depth as those movies. But it's still very cool. They go by movie, and they have an entire cast of each movie and the directors and the writers and everything like that, and they talk about each of the paranormal movies, and it's really well made. I think it's one that people didn't even know exists.
There was no promotion for it. Like they dropped it on Paramount Plus with no. I only knew about it because you said something.
You just dropped some shit on me.
Who's a huge fan of the franchise, didn't know about it. I brought it up on the show that I just did with them and said that Jeremy had told Dave Z to check it out, and he's like, I didn't know about this.
Yeah, it's great. Everybody should check it out if you like the paranormal movies, because it just gives a lot of. It's on Paramount Plus. The same. Okay. It just gives insight about how every movie got off the ground and how the first one became so influential, and how the studios go back and forth with the sequels, and how the first movie was pretty much one that was going to never come out, but then it gained traction.
They were going to remake it. That was the original plan. They bought the film and they were going to remake it with like named actors and stuff like that and make it more of a big budget film. And the director really didn't want that, so they did some test screenings and everybody was walking out and they're like, fuck, now they're going to remake it. But the thing was, they were walking out because it was too scary for them. You know, usually these test screenings are like moms and shit, but there's a lot of actual test screening stuff in there. Like this franchise was very influenced by test screenings throughout, which is interesting. And also they go into a little bit of like they got the guy that did UFO or the McPherson tape on there talking about early found footage and like the influences before. They talk about Blair Witch and Cannibal Holocaust and stuff like that.
Last broadcast.
Yeah, it was very well done for a small. It doesn't overstay its welcome, and they also have their finger on the pulse of the franchise. Like they know 4 is the weakest. They know that
6 is the weakest.
What's the Latino one?
Matches.
No, the Latino one.
Marked ones.
They know that one's like sort of a unique one that people like really gravitate towards and stuff. I really enjoyed that so much more than I thought I was going to.
Because I thought it was just going to be like, oh, they're just going to talk about the first movie and that's it. But like, I was surprised that they actually like gave each movie its own time, to shine and all that kind of stuff.
So
I recommend check it out.
What's it actually called?
Unknown
Dimension.
Unknown Dimension.
Story of Paranormal.
Yeah, it's so crazy. Like, obviously, if I'd have known about that, I would have watched it because I'm a documentary horror.
We just watched all the movies.
Yeah, but I love document. It doesn't even matter. Like, I'll watch documentaries on shit that I'm like, oh, now I'm a fan. You know, it's like, I just love documentaries in general. I only watched 2 from this year. I think In Search of Darkness 2 and Hail the Deadites. I think is like the only 2 that I watched all year, that I can think of. That weren't like special features. I meant like ones that were released on their own kind of thing.
Watch Clapboard Jungle. That was this year.
I mean, horror ones. I watch documentaries all the time, but I meant horror related ones. Was just those 2.
That's horror related.
Does that count as 2021 Mail Order Murder?
I'm not sure.
If that came out this year, that's another one for me.
I didn't know about that one. Cool.
Dude, you got to see Mail Order.
It sounds intriguing already. It sounds intriguing already.
The story of Wave Productions. It's like literally in the 90s.
That's great.
They would send like letters to this movie company and they'd say, I want a movie about a mummy with a woman with big tits. And they'd send the money. They'd quote them and then they'd make the fucking movie. That's what all those cheap movies they were releasing.
Vinegar Syndrome.
Really?
No, Saturn's Corp put it out. It was their first
Just one of the partner labels.
Yeah. So like
that sounds interesting.
That movie Psycho Sisters from '94 is a Wave production. That awful movie Female Mercenaries on Zombie Island or Cannibal Island, whatever the fuck it is, that's a Wave production. All of them have Tina Krause in it,
and it's all like ran by this one guy. It's
Gary Whitson.
Yeah,
you'd love that doc. Trust me.
If they did that today, there would be so many NATOs.
Oh yeah. Nacho NATO. I want it.
But it has to have a girl with big tits.
Every movie's gotta have tits.
Dude, I fucking didn't even know, man. I thought Mail Order Murder. I didn't even realize that was a documentary, but like I totally have it. I didn't even I haven't watched it yet. I haven't got into the Saturn's Core shit yet. So waiting to watch those 94 releases.
I was like, that sounds cool.
I also gave Unknown Dimension an 8 out of 10. It made me appreciate the franchise even more. What's that?
You don't get to rate it.
I rated it. I'm letting other people know to check it out that I gave it a high rating too.
All right, JP, quit stealing all the thunder here.
What? You talked for like 20 minutes about Neil Marshall.
Whatever, man. I was because it was flabbergasting, man. And the fact that none of you guys saw that shit, like no one could speak, so it was just me.
Right.
Okay.
There you go. It happened again. Fucking awkward cricket pauses. What the fuck is going on here? What the fuck is going on?
Waiting for us to get their number 9s.
All right, so Jeremy, we never even discussed this, but do we have like a group top 10 or anything? Or
I didn't make it because 1, I forgot, and then 2, we didn't get that many submissions this year. I think everybody's been kind of not around.
Well, I clicked
into
the group page the other day.
They didn't watch enough movies.
That's what I saw, and I was like, "What the fuck? No one watched 10 movies this year?" I was like, "You got to be shitting me, man." Wow.
I am keeping track of all the statistics, and before we go, I'm going to add them up before we get out of here and just do them at the very end real quick, if that's all right.
Okay.
Yeah. I write down everyone's list all the time, too, just for reference after the fact. So
But I'm going to do our overall list too, like
Okay.
our overall rankings, our top 10, all of them. So,
All right,
just with the additions and stuff.
Yeah, back to you, JP.
Okay, my number 9 is a film that I suspect will be on at least one other list here, coming up early on mine. And it is a film that I watched very late in the year, just a couple days ago, and it is a New Zealand film. I saw Dave gave it a lower score, and that is Coming Home in the Dark. Curious to see what Dave's issues was with it, why it wasn't a huge movie for him, because I've seen it pop up on a couple lists now. But for me, my only real issue with the movie was I felt like the backstory was not painted properly to justify what we were seeing. I felt like there was something off about it, and I know that you don't want to give like too much of a story sometimes, but I was like, wait, that's it? That's all that happened to him? Like, I get the sense that there was more abuse going on, but
it's not like what happened to him specifically, it's who he targeted. That's, I thought, was kind of the interesting point of the movie, is that, like, because what we know about the teacher and what becomes factual is that he was more of a bystander in what was happening.
He did it once.
He didn't. Yeah, like he wasn't like the.
Well, he didn't stop it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like he was there. He wasn't like, the full blown participant in in the abuse and stuff. But like, I thought that was an interesting angle to do, because you think that you would go after the people that.
Well, he didn't go after him. I mean, I literally get the sense that this was happenstance.
You think this
There's
was?
a thing at the end where the guy says that none of it matters. I don't want to spoil the whole movie, but none of it matters. It doesn't.
So
matter
it was more coincidental that they ran into him.
It's not even the guy. Didn't you hear what he said? Did you watch the movie?
Yeah.
Well, he's not the guy. The other dude's the guy.
Or he was there.
Yeah. Well, that's what I meant. Yeah.
He was
there. I just feel like his accomplice guy was the one that was getting fucked up.
He wasn't. He wasn't there.
He might have been there. It just might
You never
not
know.
have been
It
him
doesn't matter. That's the point. It does not matter. Is what he's getting at. We're the same. You were the same to us, and we're the same to you.
Oh, you're talking about the native guy.
Well, the white guy said.
The mandrake
at the end. The native guy actually was there.
Oh, of course, because he stresses through the film a couple times.
I hate this place.
Well, the reason why he does what he does at the end of the film is and says what he says is or the reason why he does is because he fucking hated that place, right? Yeah. And that he ended up back there. So
yeah,
I mean that makes sense, because I saw people talking about it after, like, well, what the fuck? Why did the fucking guy do this to that guy? And I'm like, well, because he ended up back there. He didn't because he put him back into the position.
Yeah.
Well, this is the reason why I think that the mandrake dude was there, is because he recognizes the dude's name, right? The nickname.
Yeah, right.
You get what I'm saying, Dave?
Yeah.
Oh, the what?
The main antagonist. The reason that I think he was there, it might not have been him, but he was there, is because the whole point is he recognizes the dude's name.
Possibly. Or he heard the nickname and he wanted to play in on it. When you get something personal about somebody, kind of like Devil's Rejects, they kind of dig into it. He definitely was abused as a young man, the white guy, but the Aboriginal guy was there.
Yeah, for sure.
No, they were definitely both there.
I think they were both there too. I just think that
they were definitely both there, but I'm talking about the initial, because if you look at the narrative of it, I mean, you think if you're going to go out and, exact revenge so far after the fact and stuff, you think you go after the people that were, physically responsible for hurting you and stuff, not just bystanders.
Well, how do you know they have? But how do you know they haven't already killed them though?
They didn't.
How do you know they haven't killed them though?
They didn't track them down. It was a random act.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. So that's why it has to be more coincidental and random that they just came over those hills while they were picnicking, kind of thing, right?
Yeah, well, and they were just going to rob them, and then he said his name.
No, but I know. I'm just saying that's the interesting fact of the story.
Yeah, I like that aspect.
I'm just saying it would be more likely that you would go after the people that physically harm, but this is more coincidental. Right. And that's what I thought was so interesting about the storyline, and then how it develops towards the end. And then a lot of people had problems with what happened at the end with the antagonist. And I'm like, well,
that's bullshit.
I'm like,
that's the only interesting part of the whole fucking movie to me.
I don't think so at all. I think it's fucking crazy, dude. I mean, there's a lot of shit.
interesting in the fact that it's somebody who was a bystander. It didn't do anything about abuse, is being abused by them, and doesn't do anything either. But here, if I talk about why I don't like this movie, it'll spoil it.
Well, it
but there's
doesn't
something
matter.
that happens. Let me get. I don't want to spoil all the movies, but I will talk just briefly. The first 20 minutes, something happens in this movie, and it basically shows all its cards. If that happens, this movie's over in 5 minutes. Any human being is going to get killed right after that, or kill them. End of story. I cannot believe any other thing about it. It's a very serious, very grounded movie, and if there's just no fucking way that middle-aged people would have a will to live afterwards, because you know what? When that happened to me, nobody in my family wanted to live. In fact, the next one was dead. It's just stupid to me.
Well,
there's nothing you can say. It's just like Hunter x Hunter. I do not buy the characters. I cannot believe it. The whole story is bullshit. Within 20 minutes of the movie, I don't give a fuck about anything that's happening. It's a well-shot, well-acted movie, and I don't like it.
You're talking about because
we can't have a show without Dave losing his fucking shit on something.
I'm
but
just
anyways,
telling you, I'm not mad.
There is a point though. But there is a point though.
Too, Dave.
Who gives a fuck? After that, I don't care.
There is a point though.
You're not going to stop.
The wife doesn't want.
I
There's a point in the movie where the wife doesn't want to live either. The wife doesn't want to live. She obviously doesn't because of what she does and stuff.
But they drag it out for an hour and a half. It's a 5-minute movie.
But it's also called
shock. I
shock.
agree with what you're saying. That I felt like the people didn't act appropriately.
No, and the whole movie's basis is on them acting.
Well, he doesn't act upon it because he's trying to save his wife. He's trying to save his wife from the start. He doesn't want her to die for what he could have been part of, kind of thing, right? Yeah. I get why he's not doing anything.
Who gives a fuck if he was, I didn't do anything. Those people did something so awful, nobody gives a fuck about their feelings anymore. You've turned into such a monster, and I'm supposed to have any fucking remote sympathy for that guy? Who gives a fuck? Everybody in the world has watched somebody do something bad and do anything. Stop acting like you're on some fucking high horse, you piece of shit.
But you're not supposed to actually be sympathetic for them. Like, you're supposed to understand where they're coming from.
And guess what?
But they're still the bad guys.
He's carrying a conversation on with them. If that happened to me, I'm in one mode. I'm two different modes. I'm comatose in violence to where I
was
can't
going to
even
kill
think.
him if he didn't say anything.
Yeah, but that's the wife. She's comatose at that point. You got to remember, though, man.
No, fuck that, yo. I ain't letting nobody kill me after they did that.
I'm going to try to kill them. Listen, I'm going to try to kill them at any cost. If that happens to me, I'm a very violent person in that situation. I'm going to attack them until they shoot me or they are dead. That's the end of the story. The movie is 5 fucking minutes. Huh? It's dumb. This guy's never faced real tragedy, right, Carly? It just doesn't make any sense. It's a 5-minute movie stretched out an hour and a half.
I have a problem with a lot of movies.
100% disagree. 100% disagree.
Okay, and I'm sorry. I understand what you guys' point is. I don't buy it. I don't think that's human nature.
But the thing is, though, Dave. The thing is, though, Dave.
Everybody's not the same person.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
You're telling me nobody's people ever been.
When you're put into situations, man,
anything and went on to live.
If it's my kids, I'm sorry, spoiler. If it's my kids, I've failed at life if they're dead, and I'm going to die right after.
I agree, but you don't think there's people out there that aren't that way? That went on
well, I guess they're people I don't want to watch.
The way I perceive it, the way I perceive it is that, something happens to the kids. And at this point, he's pretty much figured out what this could possibly be about. So now it's about saving his wife, right? So he doesn't.
Yeah, but his wife dies, and then the movie goes on for another fucking hour, man.
Well, I mean, that was the
goes on for
another 30 minutes.
I mean, at this point, it was all about saving his wife.
Gets the phone, and he, instead of running away and making a call, or just running away, he sits in the phone like, dude, run the other way. Your wife's that way. Run this way. The movie's full of that kind of shit. I can't stand serious movies that have dumb shit. I will not get forgiven for it.
It sounds like you should have rated it like a 4.
It's human.
No, it was too well shot and well acted to rate that low.
I think it's completely appropriate for humans to act like that, though. I mean, you never want to accept that loss, but at the same time, do you need to lose your wife by doing some stupid ass shit? Maybe you can get out of the situation, without her being harmed in a different way. That's when you think rash. I mean, it's hard to think rash when something fucking terrible happens right in front of your fucking face. But at this moment, yeah, you can make that decision to go for gold or just fucking lose your life in 2 minutes, like you said, and the movie's over in 5 minutes. At this point,
what really happened. It'd be over in 5 minutes.
Not everyone's the same, though. But that's the difference between rash people
and too fucking ornery to just let them win like that and kill me too. Fuck that.
I'm going to charge that.
I'm the exact same way, man. I'm the same way.
That's because you're a fucking psycho and I'm more reserved and calm.
Maybe
I
not.
would completely, at this point in my life, I know what I would do. I would not let anyone hurt my wife. I'd be like, fuck that, man. Take whatever. I'm going to work. I'm going to play this situation. And I don't think
anybody else would.
And I want her to make it out of here. It's fine, but I'm not going to go for it right now. At that moment, I mean, look what just happened. You're not going to rush. You're not going to bum rush him, dude. He's going to fucking. You would have been over in 2 seconds, man.
I explained to 3 guys at work what happened exactly, and they said this. Oh yeah, I'm the next one getting shot. I'm charging.
Yeah, y'all are fucking idiots.
It's so easy to say that, though. It's so easy to say that.
And these characters are not.
What?
They're not humans. Hey, remember in Devil's Rejects when those 2 guys try to attack Otis Driftwood? That's what would happen.
Yeah, I agree with you that I don't think that they acted how most people would act.
Well, she was in shock. She was in shock from the start.
Most people would act.
But she was in shock from the start.
Realistic. She acted more realistic.
Yeah, and then when she came to her senses after,
but then later in the movie, she's like, it's like she forgot about it. You know?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I want to. Yeah.
I don't think so.
I don't. It's not for me. These movies belong in the 70s, and they just can't do them right anymore.
I agree with most of what you're saying. Like, but at the same time, like, what about like The Hills Have Eyes, for example, right? Like, The Hills Have Eyes. Isn't it kind of the same thing?
No, they still had something to live for. You see, if they would have shot one of the kids and said, "Do what I say," I would have done everything they say. They killed both of my kids. you got nothing. It's like this. It's like playing a game of cards.
But you do, though. You have your wife.
I show you my hand, and then I say, "Let's take bets."
But you have your wife,
or you show me your hand. You already show me your hand. You cannot do anything worse to me right now.
Yeah, you could. You could kill my wife. See, I'm different, man. I would still fight for her, man, but in a different way, because I would try to get my ass out of there safely without being fucking killed too, obviously.
Yeah, I'm not letting these people kill me too.
I don't think that they even want to live after that. I certainly wouldn't.
Yeah, I would.
I get it. I get what you're saying, but at the same time, you still have another life.
I don't want them to fucking kill me, okay? I'll do it on my own. Like, I think that I really do get where you're coming from. I just think that certain people, there are differences in people, and some people, like, just on this podcast, you're saying you wouldn't want to live. I'm saying I would. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm living for. So I'm not going to stop and think, well, maybe if I'm that club. No, you're going to be either in shock where you can't talk, or you're going to attack.
No, there's different. I mean, everyone's different, man. Everybody deals with trauma so differently.
There's tons of stories of people watching their family members be murdered in front of them and not.
I think kids. I'm saying kids are different. Kids are different. They're your kids. To me, if you have kids, your responsibility is to raise those kids. That's your number one job.
But see, this is what I'm having a hard time with what you're saying, though. I have kids, and I made the decision right there that I would not make that rash decision to rush. Yeah, so they just shot my kid, but I'm not letting my wife die the same way. That's the decision I make, and I have kids, dude. I know what it's like to have kids. I know what it's like to have kids, and I know what it's like to protect them and be very in situations all the time. You worry about your kids every single fucking day because this world sucks. But at the same time, I don't want to lose my wife over that shit too. When it's not about her.
Like I said, I have no control. I've been somebody who's just waiting to snap my entire life.
Yeah, but I mean, I used to be an angry person too, but then life is too short to be like that, man. You learn, man. Like, when you have shit happen to you.
I have a very high threshold for shit, but when I hit that point, I snap and I cannot come back.
Well, nobody's wrong here. That's the thing. Like, Dave's right in the sense that a lot of people are going to react like that.
I just don't buy the movie. I can't believe
it's right for him, but everyone's going to have a different reaction.
Like, who gives it? I don't. If the dude's trying to fucking talk to me, and then at the end he takes him to the school and he's like, "It's crazy that we met each other. Why are you talking to this fucking dude? Just shut the fuck up." And he didn't even, dude. I would not say a fucking word. I'd be looking for a weapon to bounce him in his fucking head.
Yeah, I don't have also a movie.
Anyone at that point. I'm a maniac.
But but it's also you, though. We're talking about a character in a movie. Like, this guy's obviously a little bit more reserved, and a little more level-headed. He's a teacher. Like, he's trying to save the situation as best as he can here. There's different levels of people.
He also seems to have some sort of like demons. But I get the sense that he has demons.
Well, he's been living with this because he saw the trauma that this caused and stuff, and it hurt him too. It hurt him. that he didn't do anything. It's bugged him every day of his life, and he fucking struggled.
Yeah, but then
with
he
that.
says he deserved it. So I sense that like maybe he isn't being 100% honest about his involvement in the different abuses that went on there.
Yeah, I don't. I think it's a little bit subjective to think it though too.
It's not concrete. Like nothing in this movie is. I feel like super concrete in like everything that's said. Like, and I don't know. I feel like there's some.
I think it's a range of emotions, though, man. I mean, you're going to be at the point where you're going to be, kind of. It's just going to change, It's like, I mean, he's done some bad shit to, your kids and, your wife and shit like that. And, you get to a point where like your emotions went from, okay, I'm going to kind of listen to what the fuck you're doing right now to like, fuck you. I want to fucking, do something, go some fucking Dave rage on your ass and shit like that. I mean, emotions rage, man. They change all the time. Like I think I can relate.
Shit.
I can relate.
I can't buy it. I'm telling you, I can't buy this movie in a million years.
I can relate.
Hunter,
I can relate because I've
like
been through so much bullshit in my life, and like I wanted to kill people, and next minute I'm just like, you know what? It's not fucking worth it, man. And I'm talking I'm talking like
who gives a shit? Tomorrow will be fine. Me and my wife will go on vacation.
I don't know, dude. I'm gonna move on, man. Like it sucked that my kid died. I'm gonna be really upset for a really long time.
Yeah,
but I'm gonna fucking move on.
Yeah, not me. I mean, when my dad died, my mom completely shut down.
Right. A lot of people do.
Yeah.
And like she didn't shut down. She was still alive, but she didn't care. She didn't want to live.
Mm-hmm.
Right. There's a lot of people that are like that, man.
Kids. I just don't buy the grief, man. I just don't.
I agree. I don't buy the grief.
I don't buy what you're selling me, man. I don't buy it. It doesn't work.
Well, it's funny, man. It's funny because like when my grandma died, my grandpa fucking had like he was married for 42 years or something like that. I swear a month later he had a girlfriend.
That's like my grandpa did that.
I'm serious, dude. People deal with grief in different ways, man. Like it's like he didn't even care that she died. It was fucked up. Everyone's like, "What the fuck is with this guy?" See, I couldn't do that. I couldn't. If my wife died today, I've been married for fucking almost 15 years next month. If my wife died, I would be a fucking wreck. I would not be moving on anytime soon. But it's different because like I don't have anybody. I only have my wife and kid. That's all I have in my life. Right. So it's different. It depends on your situations though too, man. It's like, but like when I was 21 years old and my grandma died, my grandpa's like, I got a girlfriend next month. And he's like going on vacation. I'm like, the fuck, you were married for like 42 years. And it's like, she didn't even, people deal with shit in such different ways. It's so fucked up, man. It's so crazy.
Kids are different than a dad or a spouse. Kids are so different. Yeah. These people were supposed to protect them, and they're already middle-aged. It's not like they're going to start over. These people are not going to ever be able to function as human beings again after that kind of situation, especially if he has that sort of blame. It's just like,
yeah, but
even carry on conversations.
Whatever. My kid's adopted anyways. I don't even have a connection to him, so.
I don't know. I'm sorry, Jeremy. I know it was your pick, and I didn't even want to get into it, but you guys asked. It was your pick. Sorry, I know Jeremy's going to have it.
I was joking about the adoption joke, by the way, people.
No, listen, dude, but I think that those were all good points because
for the valid points. I thought about it when I was watching it, but then
it just lost me, and I was into it. Yeah. I thought it was great so far, and then I liked the characters, and then after that they lost me. I just didn't see the point to it.
You got to admit though, one of the kids. Regardless of how your end thoughts are on the film and stuff, you have to admit the scare of the year is in this movie, man. Holy fuck!
No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
Oh my god! I haven't jumped in so long, and I might have been watching this shit too loud or something. But oh my god, dude! Like it fucking made me jump, dude. I was like, holy fuck! That never happens to me, man. It put a smile on my face.
The scare of the year is in We Should Do Something, hands down.
We Should Do Something. I don't think I watched it.
We need
one. Did anybody watch that?
No.
Well, yeah,
I know the cover of that.
I mean, you got to admit this shit's out of left fucking field, right? It's just like,
bro, I'm telling you, this shit's out of left field, and We Should Do Something too, man. It scared the fuck out of me.
Really? Okay. Well, I didn't watch
that movie it's pretty decent, but I had issues with the father in that. It's a bunch of people get stuck in a bathroom during like a tornado or something, and they can't get out of the bathroom. It's like a family, but it was pretty interesting.
JP,
there's a really good cameo. Yeah, I gave I'm sure it'll come up again. Coming Home in the Dark. I did have issues with it.
No, JP, say what you like about it, because it was brought up, and I just
no, it's fine. I like it's funny because I started off with what I didn't like, but I just thought it was a really intense movie, and I thought I really hated the criminals, but I also didn't trust the father either. So I was like, who do I really root for? Like, who is the good guy? Who's the bad guy in this? I feel like everybody was kind of bad, except for the innocents who get, the
mom I think was innocent,
right? And
she didn't know either.
And the sidekick seems mentally handicapped of some
sort. The sidekick is the most interesting character in the movie,
right? Yeah, he is to me too.
Probably the best performance too.
Right,
because it does come across that he's a little bit handicapped, but I don't think he is at all. I think he's just fucked up from what he went through.
Yeah, well, maybe it is. Maybe it's like.
But I feel like
sort of more
the fact that like
trauma thing,
that he was being taken to a place that was just triggering everything, and it was like it was almost like mentally comatose in him a little bit, and then reactions.
And also
happen.
what he did at the end. I mean, I think that it's kind of like The Proposition, right? Where you're with somebody who's just so awful that you're just like, well, this person they're just worse.
Right.
Yeah.
They don't deserve to live.
Right.
Because he hated watching the kids die, even if he partook in it.
Yeah, it was a very depressing movie.
Well, that's the interesting thing about the movie, because they show that really early on with that character too, when he's doing something with the bodies and stuff, and he's in his underwear, and I was like, what the fuck are you doing? But he's cleansing himself, right? He does it a few times throughout the movie. He cleanses himself, and he does this thing where he flicks up the water and stuff, and that's a mental thing, man. Mental cleansing, man.
I really am a fan of these sort of movies that I feel like anything can happen. Like if you start off the movie with like in a Martyrs-esque way with just blowing people away, I'm like, all right, you got me peaked.
It doesn't waste any time.
Yeah, that too. Yeah. It starts fucking right away.
I mean, it doesn't in the beginning, but then it's just repetitive.
I mean, I didn't really get that, but I don't know. I
like the ride. I like the ride for lack of a better term.
As much as some people probably, but it's my number 9.
I mean, the landscape. The landscape is beautiful. Like it's fucking. The cinematography is the best part of the movie.
Oh,
too, I think. I mean,
New Zealand, dude. Yeah, beautiful, man.
You kind of agreed with me a bit, Carly, didn't you? You didn't love this one.
Yeah, and it's the same reasons. I was like, I told JP and Jeremy, I was like, this is really depressing, and like, but I'm just thinking the whole time, I feel like I'm more depressed than the parents are. Like, I don't know. It was just, I kept thinking about it, and I'm like, okay, the movie peaked at that point, but it's kind of a downfall to me because I'm like, all I'm thinking about is your dead kids up in the hill. Are you thinking about them? I don't think you are.
The one part in the movie that actually kind of bugged me was what happened to the wife, and it was just the cinematography. When she ends up where she is,
she was still alive.
Yeah, man, that bugged me because I thought maybe that she was, somehow like it would have been ridiculous if did pop up or whatever. But it was just the way it was filmed because it is giving you the notion that she's okay. She's in the water, but she's gonna make it. But
they don't even ever come back to it. It's just,
that's what I'm saying. So, but then by the end of the movie, you're like, oh, I guess she didn't make it.
You never know. That's the same thing. You never know if he was the kid really. And he does have a good line where he says something like, "You were the same to us, and we're the same to you." It's like yeah. But everybody's like, oh, that guy's so evil because he didn't do anything. And it's just like, no, there's human nature. We all have watched.
He never does show the evidence of his arm, right? Of being scrubbed.
Because he never was. He was not that kid. He was not that kid.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I think he was there, though. He knew too much details about the place.
He could have learned about it from his friend, though, too.
He could have, and you're right, but I don't know. I get the sense that they were both there. That's why they were friends. I don't know.
We did a whole feature review on that shit.
But the thing is, like, he did know certain things, though. So yeah, I mean, it is definitely
the way he was like questioning him. It was like he knew.
Well, you had to have information.
Like he knew for a fact.
He definitely knew shit.
Some of this stuff. Yeah.
Right.
But anyway, that's.
But he obviously did. But he obviously, I mean, he could have been told that shit from his friend about the swastika and stuff like that too. But at the same time, I mean, if he didn't, I mean, he obviously had this information that the teacher knew too. Right, so there's something there.
There is. It's just also like everybody's
shit.
acting like the teacher's the most evil human being on earth because he did.
Well, that's what I told you.
Who gives a fuck?
I mean, justified. Like I don't feel like they painted a picture properly of the abuse there.
He just didn't do anything. He just didn't do anything, which
I think it was hard too because he wasn't the abuser. because he actually. I mean, I think it's factual that he wasn't. He was just technically a bystander. So I think it's harder to paint the picture when you're seeing it from that point of view. You know, as a bystander. Yeah.
It's just, I don't know.
Anyway.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll come back. So Jeremy, or JP, what was that rating?
8 out of 10. 8.
Okay.
All right.
Cool. Carly.
All right. On a lighter note, my number 9 is Psycho Gorman.
PG.
Yeah, PG. Now I barely even remember this.
Man.
This was, what'd you say?
Preposterous Boar Man.
Yeah, Dave Z hates this.
Well, Dave Z's a fucking pretentious asshole then, man. Fuck. You hear that, Dave? Called you pretentious, motherfucker. You like that?
Dave Z, if Dave Z didn't say it, it ain't funny. Dave Z says same jokes, hilarious. Psycho Gorman, not funny.
Oh, fucking Christ.
But I had a lot of fun with this movie. I don't remember it like at all, except for the "I shall give you warrior's death" or whatever, and that whole scene. Brain. Yeah, and then the cop, and like it's so loose in my memory. It was such an early on film, but I laughed out loud multiple times, and I just had a really fun time with it. The 2 kids in it are annoying, but it's in a funny way. And
especially the little girl, man, she was super annoying.
Oh, she killed her.
She's so funny because she's so fucking song. Mean. She's just so fucking mean, dude.
I'm the heckin' best.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah.
I just love how she's the younger sister. She's not even the older sister, dude. She's the younger sister picking on her older brother.
Yeah.
That's so funny about it. Yeah, I know, it's hilarious.
But it's a fun move. And
yeah, me and Carly both loved it. When we watched it, we just had so much fun with it.
Oh, it's hilarious. Dude, Steve Stanislavski, man. Oh, fuck, man, I love him, man. Fucking Jeremy. He looks exactly like Jeremy. Like, literally looks identical to Jeremy. It's hilarious. It's so funny. But, honestly, Astron 6, man, they do no wrong with me, man. It's really funny.
They're all good.
They're just fun movies, dude. Like, fuck.
Very Power Rangers influenced, which is fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I shall give it an 8 out of 10.
Good stuff. Good stuff. All right. Dave.
I think it's me. All right. I'm talking like this rest of the one. Okay. So this one I had like it's the bottom of your list, the bottom 3. You're like, this could be like one of 6 movies this year. So, but I kept thinking about it.
Coming Home in the Dark. We know what it is.
That'd be a fucking shocker.
Did I just act like I never said any of that shit?
Right. That would have been classic material, man.
What do you? I'm all mentally ill. But anyways, this one was something that I thought back and I was like, oh, I could leave it off my list and throw maybe one of these other ones. And then I was just like, no, this movie's too much made for me. It's too much me. Like I just kept thinking about it. It's got great visuals. It's got a lot of shout outs to Italian cinema. Takes place in a fucking movie theater. It's a gory ass slasher. It's The Last Matinee from Argentina, I think.
You know, I kept calling this movie The Last Manatee the entire time.
Are you fucking dumb?
I seriously did.
After you watched it, you called it The Last Manatee.
No, I never seen it. I'm just saying when people would mention it in chats and stuff, I just read. You know, you read without actually looking at the words.
You think
I just
it was
kept
a sequel to The Last Unicorn
all the time?
I thought it was
about a fish or something.
Fucking about a killer sea cow as a killer sea cow.
No, man, I am so pissed. I'm so pissed.
This is totally up your alley, Moods. That's why you should have got to try to see it. I know you couldn't. Dude, this is totally up Moods' alley. This would have made Moods top 10. I'm sure of it.
Oh my god, that's so annoying. Now I might as well just buy the Blu-ray then.
Fuck. The killer collects
Jeremy
eyeballs.
ripped me off. I had to send him this, and he didn't even win.
He has a fucking jar of eyeballs. He collects everyone's eyeballs in a jar. It's fucking. It's like a bunch of Italian posters in the background. The movie playing in the theater is some dog shit Frankenstein movie. Day of the Beast Frankenstein. It's a real movie that nobody watched, but I'm sure you know what it is. Yeah, it's
right.
It's so bad that you think it's fake, but I was like,
I thought it was fake.
Yeah, it's a bad movie, I think. But no, the gore effects are great. They do spend some time with the characters, and people were complaining like nothing happens for 30 minutes. I'm like, dude,
nothing happens for an hour.
No. Dude, these motherfuckers watch fucking 80s slashers where there's 45 minutes of fucking absolute nothing and bad dialogue. And they're like, yeah, but when they die, it's great. It's like, this is the same fucking thing. But also, it's a beautiful looking movie because it's more like stage fright than fucking 1990 fucking, I mean, like $10 fucking camp background slasher or whatever the fuck movie. Which I love those too. But those movies are like $10 and they're like pitch black and they're like talking and fucking around. Like, take for example, Death Screams, which I like. But there's like an hour of talking. And but this one, it's stylized. They set up all the characters, so when they die, I felt bad. It's gory. It's fun. It's fucking. I'm not saying that this is the most amazing thing ever. It's a 7.5, just like The Stylist.
Damn, still at 7.5.
7.5, man, crazy. Yeah, I'm very annoyed because this is one I wanted to check out. It's not like I missed it, and I obviously said it off the top of the show, but. Yeah, man. I knew that it was set in a theater, and I was like, and it was a slasher. And I'm like, man, I gotta fucking see this, man, because I love anything that's set in theaters or malls.
And the killer's like a little troll man, dude. He looks so cheap.
Oh man, this is bugging the hell out of me now.
And see him right in the first shot of the movie, so he's not like a mystery or anything.
Yeah, no, it's not a mystery.
Who he is.
Yeah, it's like fucking stage fright. Like you're like, oh, mental patient. And he's fucking, it's just a crazy guy. So also what I love about it is they use music cues that you would know. Like I'm pretty sure like I'd have to watch it, but it was one of those ones like where it was a movie I've seen a million times. Like I think like they use a music cue from like I want to say it might be House on the Edge of the Park. It's one of the movies that I've heard a million times, and I was like, oh, is that music cue right there at the very end before the credits? You'll recognize it. You know what? On rewatch, this could go up to an 8 very easily. I only got to watch all my movies one time, except one. So yeah, it's a 7.5. Moods, I'm telling you. I think you'll at least get
one. Your number one,
possibly.
Do you have the Blu-ray?
Yeah.
Cool.
So does Jeremy.
I gotta grab.
Rip me off.
I don't ever buy. I'll be honest. I'm one of those. I'm one of those kind of assholes that doesn't buy modern Blu-rays from like Arrow and stuff. I stick to like the retro shit. So like when modern stuff comes out, I'm like
Dark Star.
Yeah, I'll pass.
You could have ordered it from Vinegar Syndrome.
Yeah, Vinegar Syndrome.
Oh, and just modern stuff, man. I'm just in general. I'm just like, whatever.
I'm very sparingly with it. You know what I mean? Like I ordered The Last Matinee here and there. I don't buy all of the new stuff.
But all the old.
You want to hear something fucked up? 2021. I bought 2 movies released in 2021 all year. 2 actual 2021 movies. I'm obviously I bought hundreds and hundreds of movies that weren't, but 2 movies, which is Psycho Goreman and fucking Malignant. Those are the only 2 movies I bought from 2021.
I think the only one I bought was Leprechaun's Game.
And I only bought Malignant because I wanted to fucking rewatch it, because I watched it in the cinema with Godzilla, and I really, really, really wanted to rewatch it again because it's one of those things in your life where you go into a movie and you don't know a thing about. All I knew that it was James Wan. I didn't know the narrative. I didn't know anything. I hadn't seen. So it kind of fucking took me by surprise. And I liked Malignant. I really liked it. But I wanted to rewatch it to see if my opinion was going to change for the better or worse or whatever. And yeah, that's why I bought the movie again. So I only bought 2 movies in 2021. That is insane.
Jeremy ripped me off and made me buy him one for 2021.
What's that?
You said that 30 times.
Yeah, because nobody's acknowledging it.
Just like the Pittsburgh Penguins winning 9 straight.
That's what Jeremy do, man. That's what Jeremy do.
That's what he do. That's what he do.
That's what he do.
Hey, by the way, the Pittsburgh Penguins won 9 straight.
Bullshit.
That's like me and this guy at work were talking, and I was
you're
like,
gonna feel like a dickhead when Sunday comes around. They're fucking. I still win, so it doesn't.
I know,
matter.
but you tricked me.
I didn't trick. They fucking won with once. They fucking won on a 2-point version.
Dude,
they were
what was
gonna
the
lose
movie?
the fucking game.
What was the movie?
The Last Manatee.
Oh my god, The Last Manatee.
Yeah, it's a sequel to it's a sequel to the Florida Project. It's called The Last Manatee.
And I'm not counting New York Ninja, which was released in 2021, which is a 1984 movie. I'm not counting that as a 2021 release. It is a 2021 release, but it's not a new.
No,
it's a retro.
That's a true 2021 release because it wasn't finished until 2021.
It's true, but the whole movie was filmed in 1984, so I'm not counting that. But if you want to, then
completed.
3, whatever. And I will say, what a beautiful release, man. Ooh, Vinegar Syndrome. That company, man. Boners. Straight boners. All right.
Dave. Oh, it's
dare to give. Oh, it's my turn. Oh my god, where am I here? So what are we on number? Are we
9?
Are we only on number 9?
Well, we
because we fucking did a
Well,
feature.
midnight's coming. Midnight's gonna come real fast. Okay.
Yeah, we'll be going home in the dark.
All right. So, well, because we got all the fucking awards after, and then no, I'm just joking. We don't have awards.
Oh, I was about to say, wait a minute.
No, we don't do the awards anymore because they're just time consuming. They're boring. Nobody listens.
Yes.
Nobody even cares. All right. So, anyways, my number 9 is actually a very, very recent watch. Had this queued up for a little bit, and once I heard the homies talking about that they were watching, I was like, I need to watch this one. And of course I wanted to check it out because it's Alexandre Aja.
Oh, nice.
New film, Oxygen. I thought this was kind of a different one for him. It was, I mean...
Not really. Krull was kind of like...
Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess you're right. It was more of a contained film, but I mean, we know him from like High Tension and fucking Hills Have Eyes remake and Piranha 3D.
Piranha. He really kind of went different ways after his first two.
But I really like Piranha 3. Honestly, dude, that movie's ridiculous, but it's fun. It's entertaining. But I personally really liked Horns. I thought Horns was cool.
Yeah, Horns.
Crawl, whatever. I mean, it's okay.
I like Horns.
Crawl.
Horns is great.
I thought Horns was
Horns
really
is very
good.
fun.
Yeah, it is with
I laughed a lot.
Yeah, with Harry Potter.
Yeah.
So Oxygen is a movie that I thought was really had an interesting premise because I, like JP, really like these confined horror films and stuff. And, this is a great example of a movie that's made in the COVID era. I mean, there's one person. There's literally one fucking person in this movie. It's crazy. So basically the storyline is our main character, I think Liz, her name's Liz.
Elizabeth. I can't believe I remembered that.
Played by Melanie
Liz.
Laurinette. She's the chick from Inglourious Bastards. And I couldn't, I'm watching the movie going, who the fuck is this chick? I know who the fuck she is. I'm like, quick little IMDb. I'm like, oh my God, it's the chick from Inglourious Bastards. Awesome. Yeah, she was the French
That's
chick.
a Tarantino movie, by the way.
Yes, the Tarantino movie, not the original Inglourious Bastards.
Best Tarantino movie, by the way.
It's
best.
not.
Did you say the best?
It is.
No, that's your favorite.
All his movies are great.
No, I wouldn't.
They're all
I
great.
would. That's your favorite. Who cares what the best is? So, anyways, interesting premise, man. She basically wakes up in this cryogenetic chamber, and the thing is, she only has about 72 minutes left of oxygen.
Oxygen.
Before she obviously suffocates to death. And now she's got to figure out what the fuck is going on because she can't remember how she got there or even who she is. But the cool thing is that there's like an automated computer system in there that she can talk to.
It's like super high tech.
Yeah, it's like super high tech.
Let Mooch review the movie, dude.
Computer technology and stuff. So,
relax, dude.
So basically, it's a really interesting premise where she needs to figure out how she needs to survive this, but she needs to figure out who she is and all these little things and communicate. And she can literally get this computer system to communicate with with everything, kind of thing. And I'll just leave it at that. It's a really interesting premise. And I was kind of blown away by the reveal in this, to be honest.
Yeah, it was like you kept I was so invested in what's gonna where it's going, the mystery of it, because it's layered like onion. You just get more pieces, more layers of the story, and I was so invested in it. It was interesting,
right? Because immediately you think it's something like one of those movies where what's that Ryan Reynolds film where he's buried? What's that movie called where he's buried? That was classic. That was fucking classic. But anyways,
I just watched that a couple months ago again.
I've actually never seen the movie, but but yeah, it's I love these kind of mysteries where you wake up and you're like, what the fuck is going on? She doesn't remember shit, and she's got to figure all this stuff. And it's really cool how it develops and what it turns out to be. It's one of these movies you don't really want to say a lot about because you can't really say anything. It's literally her in a cryogenetic chamber, and it's filmed with her on her back the whole time. Like there's no like it's like 3 feet of room, you know. It's like it's shot brilliantly, it's acted really well. Like I got to give it up to her, man. She fucking plays this role so well. You see the emotion in her, and it's so well done.
And I'll say also that where it ends up going was truly not disappointing.
No, it wasn't.
The whole time I had this feeling in the pit of my stomach that it was going to be disappointing once things are revealed, but it wasn't. I was like, oh, this is really cool.
And I don't even want to say what the disappointments could have been, because then it'll kind of give maybe certain things away.
Just think of the Matrix. That's all you got to think of.
It's just such a
that could have been the disappointment.
It's just such a cool idea, man. I really like these type of movies. I don't even want to say too much about it at all. Like, I think I'm even done. I really don't want to spoil this because I feel like people haven't seen this one, maybe not, and it's really
Dave hasn't.
It's literally on.
I ain't watched it.
It's on.
Home in the fucking dark instead.
It's on Netflix. So
I do almost.
It's on Netflix.
Yeah, it's on Netflix.
I tried to get Carly to watch it, but she hates space moves and she hates science moves.
And she hates
Shut up, dude!
She hates oxygen.
Joke.
She only likes carbon dioxide.
I was like, watch Oxygen. She's like, I hate space moves.
It's a joke. I would have watched it. I ran out of time.
I thought maybe she wouldn't like claustrophobic movies, man, because if you get that feel, like
I don't
it's very
really
claustrophobic.
like those either.
Buried,
I don't
man.
really
Buried
like.
is even worse, dude.
Yeah.
Buried is even worse than this
it's
movie.
Just
the movie's horrible.
It's I wouldn't say it's like overly intense. It's just it's a really good mystery, and I like how it unfolds. I like how, you know, the people that she contacts and like how it just kind of comes full circle. It's a very interesting premise. It's very interesting. I think it's very good for like more of a low budget type film, and really I don't want to say anything else.
Yeah.
So
would you rate that?
I gave it 8 out of 10 also.
Nice.
So yeah, 8 out of 10. And that was from France. That's a French film. So got some UK, France on my list. All right. Yeah, Jeremy.
All right. Next up, we have I guess you could say COVID influenced kind of movie released by Neon from a Mr. Ben Wheatley titled In the Earth. Now, I know when this movie came out, JP and I had conversations about it, and, you know, he liked some ideas of this movie, but the feeling I got from him is that he didn't really dig it that much. But I think this movie's cool as shit. I love the main antagonist in this movie. He definitely has a Mick Taylor kind of a feel to him. You know, it's basically in this post-apocalyptic world where there's this virus that is ravaging the earth, and we follow these two scientists who are going outside to do some experiments about growing crops, and they come across this guy pretty much living in the middle of the woods, and shit hits the fan as the film goes on. And this movie's super avant-garde-esque towards the end of the movie. A lot of, you know, if you have epilepsy, you definitely don't want to watch this movie. But it's a really interesting experimental movie by Ben Wheatley. You know, his last few movies I haven't been too hot on. I know he made some, you know, that stupid Rebecca movie, which is whatever. But he made Free Fire, which was just okay. I thought Free Fire was all right. It's kind of a gangster-inspired kind of movie. But, of course, you know, he's known for Kill List and Sightseers. But I've never seen a film in England, but I heard that one is actually quite good, too. And he's directing Meg 2 whenever that ends up coming out. But I thought this movie was really cool. I thought it had really good acting and some really gnarly effects. This is one thing where there's this close-up of this guy's foot, and it's fucking nasty. And I thought this movie was really, really cool. Something that you probably wouldn't have seen in the theaters if it wasn't for the pandemic and there was nothing else to fucking release at the time. And Neon releases some cool stuff. I like whatever they put out. They put out Pig this year, and they put out Spencer, and they put out some cool stuff, Neon. What was that other one? Green Order, which I feel like nobody saw. But this was pretty good. I gave it an 8 out of 10. In the Earth. If you like experimental eco kind of horror films, then you're probably going to dig this one. It's not for everybody, though.
Yeah, I also dug it quite a bit.
Yeah, I gotta say, man, this is my least favorite fucking Ben Wheatley movie, man, so far.
Yeah,
I've loved everything that. Actually, I haven't seen High Rise. I'll be honest, I haven't seen High Rise. Holy shit,
I don't
dogs are
care
going crazy.
for Field in England very much.
I liked A Field in England. I didn't love it, but I thought it was pretty cool. But Sightseers, man, that movie is fucking
Sightseers is
funny
gold, man.
Fucking
love
funny
Sightseers.
as hell, and everyone knows Kill This. But I was. This is actually one of the movies of the year that I was really disappointed with, because I was like, man, Ben Wheatley
So was I.
has a fucking
liked
movie
it.
out this year. I'm like, shit, man. And I approached this with, not caution, but I was really looking forward to this. And I don't know, man. I don't think I really cared for
I
the
just
story,
don't like where
man.
it went.
Yeah,
same.
I did not love it.
The second
that was
half did a lot for me, more than the first half. The first half, I was like, oh, we're doing this shit again. Like 20 minutes of water. And then, like, the second half, I was like, oh, no, we're going to mix fucking folk and trippiness and science. And it got real interesting visually. And the gore.
Well, the visuals were really good in it. I just
Cringy as
didn't.
fuck, man. I was like,
I just didn't really care for what it was doing, though. To be honest, like, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way with you, Modes. Like, I liked the movie. I just thought I expected it more.
I liked it too. I just wasn't blown away.
I bet our
by it.
ratings are all the same, and we're fucking like acting like we're so far apart.
I gave it a 7, I think.
Yeah,
I think I have it at a 7. I might have it at a 7 too, actually, to be honest.
stop it.
Just check my IMDb. I have it written down somewhere here, but I mean, again, for me, it just wasn't top 10, but it was interesting enough, and I always like trippy visuals. Like, me, I love visual type films.
Like this scene where all the fucking, like I said, I saw it a while ago, when all the fucking strobe lights are going off. I mean, that shit is fucking.
Yeah,
trippy
I
ass
thought
visuals
about the
right there.
epilepsy thing when I was in the
Dude,
theater. I was
me
like,
too, man.
Yo.
I thought the same thing. I was like, there was no warning before this movie, was there?
I was
They've been
trying to
putting the
think about
warnings
it.
in the theaters, like out by the concessions.
Oh,
and
did they?
stuff.
Okay, because
I've
usually when you
noticed.
watch these things, like, they'll give you warnings because epilepsy is a serious fucking thing, right? So
I was trying to worry about it and think about it, and then I realized I was on the fucking floor biting my tongue.
1 minute I was eating Cheetos, next thing I know, I was on the fucking floor.
Next minute, I'm on the floor with the Cheetos.
Yeah, my fucking dick and my face were orange as
I
hell.
think I'll have some of that too.
That's funny.
That's fucking hilarious.
It's just like, oh man, I ate all my popcorn. I'm just gonna have a seizure now and eat the person's next to me that fell to the floor. Yeah, more
You're literally on the ground, fucking shaking, and it's like accidentally biting the fucking guy's ankle next to you. He's like, "Sir, I'm trying to watch the movie. Can you stop eating me?"
At that point, both you guys could sue the cinema, man, for not having a warning up.
I tried to eat the guy.
Oh man, that's great. That's great. All right, so that was Jeremy, right?
I don't think it got a Blu-ray. I think it just got a fucking DVD.
Isn't that insane that we live in the golden
Stop
age
it.
of collecting? We got fucking just straight DVDs now.
Yeah,
In a visual movie
like
like that,
spontaneous, they
Yeah,
get
no
a fucking
shit.
Blu-ray.
For a movie that's obviously shot in, fucking high def, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
What did you rate that?
8.
An 8.
Okay.
So Jeremy actually started with 8s. Crazy. So Dave is the asshole who starts with 7.5. Man, fuck, we're the ones complaining about the year being so
Frig off.
horrible, and he's like fucking 7.5.
Frig off.
Frig you.
Don't tell me.
This only has a DVD. It's fucking fucked up.
That is fucked up. All right, so back to the top. JP.
Yeah, okay. So coming in at number 8 for me, film I watched quite a while ago at this point, I think. I watched it in the theater. One of the theatrical releases that I actually
I already
enjoyed
know
this
what
year.
it is. I already know what it is.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
Guess. You're going to say
Don't
Halloween.
say fucking Halloween Kills.
It's
I'm gonna
Candyman.
fucking throw up.
No, it's not Candyman.
No.
Don't say Halloween Kills. I'm gonna puke.
Shut up. It's from a representative of my top 50 favorite directors who has been really impressing me over the last couple years, and that is M. Night Shyamalan's Old.
Ooh, M. Night Shyamalan Ding Dong.
Damn. Crazy. I never even thought. I will say before you get started that everybody knows I'm not a big M. Night Shyamalan Ding Dong fan. But I enjoyed Old, and I'll tell you why, briefly, because I love...
That pisses me off.
Thanks.
I
Vince.
love movies about aging for some reason. It's like the weirdest thing, but I think it's so intriguing.
Then why don't you like Warlock
Plot
more?
holes. There's plot holes. Like, how the hell do they know how to swim, even though they were little when they got on the island and they wouldn't know how to
Did
swim?
you not know how to swim
But
when you were
magically,
little?
but now magically they could hold their
Wait,
breath.
hold on. You didn't know how to swim when you were little?
not that well.
He probably doesn't know how to swim right now.
I knew how to swim when I was like fucking 4.
Yeah, but they didn't know how to fucking navigate all these fucking corals, all this other bullshit. I don't know.
How old are the kids?
They were like
8 or something.
8. Oh, you can fucking swim when you're 8.
Yeah, dude. What the fuck? What a retard.
I grew up on a peninsula,
I just think that they didn't. I just think that they lose life experiences that they ought. We talked about this, JP.
Well, they're literally rapidly growing by the minute, kind of thing, and I think the brains are too, and maybe their abilities are, and their
brains are definitely growing.
Yeah, and their abilities.
I don't think
and
so. They don't have
things.
those life experiences. So how the hell?
But they know. They might have known how to.
Says
swim,
the guy that's lived his whole life
but
in his fucking.
But I remember we talked about. I haven't seen it, but I remember another point that I brought up when I was watching it that we talked about that. They wouldn't know how to do that. Like them having a kid. How would they know how to have sex? They were fucking little. They wouldn't know anything about
how does anyone
They were
know
like
how to
8
have
years
sex?
old.
Dude, having sex
it's like
is
a natural
thing.
How do dogs know how to have sex?
It's a natural thing. Honestly, procreation is just a natural thing, man. It doesn't. You don't have to learn how to have sex.
Just because
you just know how to have sex
does not mean that other people.
You know what? You could go as far as to say that having sex is involuntary. Right? You have no control over it. You know how to do it.
Boots actually likes rape. You heard him. He said sex is involuntary.
I'm saying having sex is like your heart beating. It's involuntary. You just know how to, your body just knows how to do it. Your brain just reacts because we need to procreate. The point of life is to create more.
How did cavemen know how to have sex?
Exactly.
Can Mood's new nickname be Rape Man?
Jesus, I'm trying to fucking have a civil conversation about how the human brain already knows how to have sex, and I'm fucking Rape Man Part 6. Are you serious?
You're Psycho Rape Man.
I'm Psycho Rape Man. Fuck.
But they even point that out in the movie where they're like, you know, they're saying that like they don't know what's the feelings they're getting. You know what I mean?
Well, it's just like when you're 6-7 years old and you wake up with a boner. You don't know why you have a boner, but your body is telling you why you have a boner. You just don't understand it.
Yeah, I don't even remember when I did.
So they wouldn't.
It's hormones. It's hormones.
Telling you no, but your body's telling you yes.
Wait, what was that, Carly?
But nothing. I just said masturbation. Like I figured that out when I was like 5. I don't remember how.
And you know why you figured it out? Because you touched yourself and it felt good. You don't know why it does, but your brain knows these things. It's a part of life. It really is. It's involuntary.
If it feels
it's just
good.
that Jeremy, since Jeremy has not had sex, he just doesn't believe that there's like 8-year-olds that have had sex.
He still hasn't even figured out masturbation yet, probably. He's like, what is masturbation?
Jeremy, did you get your pubes this year?
Yeah, my Sports Illustrated football found too.
You didn't tell him about my pubes, did you?
Guess what? I got Sports Illustrated football phone. No way.
No way, dude. Dude, I fucking love Wayne's
Dude,
World.
I literally had one of those, man. Those football phones, they're fucking awesome.
For her pleasure.
So, shut up. So anyway, thanks for reviewing it, guys, but this is my pick.
Can we get your ratings on that, guys?
JP, can you stop talking about the movie? That's enough. Like, just give it a rating.
So for me, I will say that like I didn't love how the ending happened with the coral and stuff like that. That was a little bit of a negative I had, but overall, I just found this movie extremely freaking depressing too, because it basically encapsulates your entire life into like a couple days, which is really sad when you think about it. It kind of puts in perspective how short life is in general. But like even like the parents and it just, I know the mystery of it was cool too, and then how they explain what the reason for everything was interesting. And then
I thought the reveal was underwhelming.
I thought it was interesting.
I didn't think it was fantastic, but I accepted it.
It was not an M. Night Shyamalan Ding Dong level twist.
Yeah,
but you don't have I hate that everybody expects that from him, because it's like, just let the guy make a regular movie. You know what I mean? Without some crazy twist.
Gotta have a twist. It's M. Night Shyamalan Ding Dong. Every one of his movies has a twist.
It doesn't have to be fucking Sixth Sense bullshit, but The Visit's better anyways.
The Visit is really good.
It's his only R-rated. That's his only R-rated movie he's ever made.
And it's probably his. Maybe that's why I like it, man, because it's actually legitimately good.
It's PG-13. What's the one that The Happening? That's his only R-rated.
Yeah, and
movie.
that didn't have a twist.
Ooh, I'd never seen that one.
The twist was kind of a. I like The Happening.
There's no twist.
Yeah, I never saw that one.
It's the plot of the movie.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, a reveal isn't like a twist. Everyone thinks that in these movies.
But there's the character named mid-size sedan in this movie. I swear to God, every time they said that, I fucking laughed in the theater.
What is he, a big guy?
It's just a parody of like the SoundCloud rap era with all the
it's a big black.
Oh, it's the fucking rapper. Yeah,
I didn't watch Old.
Yeah, it's a parody of like the dumbass names of all like the SoundCloud rappers of today that fucking Kid Boo and shit. But I don't know. I just thought this movie was, really interesting. I like the concept of it. Felt very Twilight Zone-y, which I'm always a fan of. I gave it an 8 out of 10.
Cool, man. All right.
It's all right. I liked it for what it was. I wasn't the biggest fan of it. I gave it a 6.
Carly.
Great. Well, now my number 8. I almost feel embarrassed by it.
Old.
No.
It's Halloween.
It's Halloween Kills.
Oh God, I gotta go
2021. Go ahead. You know what? Just go throw up, and then I'll finish my review.
You speak first.
Okay, so Halloween Kills. Now let's. I saw this with JPig, of course, and then I really liked it. And then I went and saw it with my mom and my aunt and my cousin too, like a week later, because my mom wanted to see it. And I still liked it, but I saw all the ridiculous flaws to it. But I still liked it because I was quite entertained by it. Unlike Halloween 2018, where that movie just pissed me off the whole time and everything in it annoyed me. I am a sucker for the fan service. I do not care. I am a Halloween fan girl, and this is what I wanted out of the Halloween, I guess you could call it reboot, sequels, whatever you want to call these. And I don't know, I just loved all the flashbacks to the 70s. I thought Michael Myers, the performance of him was really good. Reminded me very much of the Michael you would get in the original film, just his movements and everything. And like I said, I kind of like the fan service. Some of it is very cringe and a little forced, but even that I find funny. So this movie entertained me, and I liked it, and I would rewatch this one a lot more than I would 2018. Who is laughing? I will kill them.
No, I agree with you. You're right.
I inhaled.
Okay.
I laughed because you're right. The fan service is so over the top it becomes funny, and I don't hate this movie either. It's terrible, but I like it. I really realized the second time around, I was like, wow, this movie kind of isn't that good of a movie, but it's entertaining to me. Just like
that scene in the fucking insane asylum with the guy running into the hospital. It's fucking the most retarded thing I've ever seen in my life.
I still think
Tommy Wallace goes, "Hey, it's Michael." It's like, get the fuck out of here. You know Michael's not a fat fucking dude.
Evil dies tonight, Jeremy. That's all that matters.
God, that
you know what?
Michael
pisses
Hall.
me off. That scene is fucking awful.
You know what fucking makes me laugh about this movie?
Doesn't bother me.
The fact that this movie is fucking awful, that makes me laugh. But you know what else makes me really laugh about this movie is that one of the biggest issues that people always had with the original sequel to Halloween was the fact that Jamie Lee Curtis spent the whole time in the hospital. Fast forward 40 fucking years, guess what she does again? She spends the whole fucking time in the fucking hospital. It's hilarious to me. It's so fucking funny to me that that's how it ended up being.
Feels like it, doesn't it?
You know what?
Curtis shouldn't even be in these movies anymore, so I was fine with it.
You know what, Carly?
And I just know this next. What?
I think the things that you liked, I didn't like. The original, the scenes at the beginning of the film, you know, those kind of fake flashback scenes or whatever you want to call them. I thought that shit was all cringe, man. I was like, what the fuck?
The acting was pretty rough
so
in that.
good.
I didn't like those things.
The acting was really rough in this movie.
It was just, I just didn't feel the need. You honestly didn't have to have that shit. You could have just went into the sequel like they kind of did, you know. But
it was so cool that they were able to make it look just like the fucking movie, and Loomis looked just like.
No, dude, I don't think you're right, dude. I don't think it looks right. I don't think it looks right at all.
That's all practical moods.
Yeah,
I don't think it looks bad.
That guy really looks
I think
like
the
Loomis.
editing is terrible in that scene. The fast.
What do you mean by that?
No, dude, I know. At first, I thought it was CG on him, and I was like, "Holy fuck, man!" They got this guy to look like him, but then they got the guy. They had a guy play the voice, who just sounded just like fucking Loomis. Too. I was like, "That's crazy." That was interesting.
Didn't it seem?
My mom thought they brought him back to life and had him play that character.
No, that whole scene actually baffled me a little bit, but I just didn't really care for the fact that they even did that for it. But it, that's minor shit, man. Like, my biggest fucking problem with this movie, besides the whole stupid mob thing, in which I will say, a lot of people were confused. I'm like, why the fuck is this fat guy fucking running around, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, man, he also escaped with Michael in the first film. They just played it out in the second film. I think people kind of forgot about that part.
They're the same day.
Yeah, and
it's Halloween.
Yeah.
It is, but people didn't realize why this guy was being a focus and stuff. And I'm like, well, because he would also escape with Michael. I'm like, fuck, people miss that shit. But the mob shit was a little over the top for me and a little bit too much.
It was a little over the top.
And
but at the same time, like, I don't think that some people making a mistake that someone wearing a Smith Grove Sanitarium jacket or shirt is Michael Myers who escaped from Smith Grove Sanitarium is that big of a mistake.
Well, I have a thing in this movie that
it's just
Dave
so over the
had
top.
Coming home in the dark that pissed me off, where it's like that I do not believe whatsoever, and I'm gonna get destroyed on it by you guys, but I think it's totally true. It's the fucking nurse and the doctor. I do not give two fucks if you live in a small town and you're a nurse and a doctor and you know shit is hitting the fan. You are not going to go out and fucking hunt Michael Myers. You're going to go to the hospital and help people and save people. That is a bunch of fucking
bullshit. Weren't those nurse and
bullshit.
Doctor Halloween outfits?
No, that really.
That's what I thought they were too.
No, they're really.
No, the joke was the guy was the nurse and the girl was a doctor, but they were actually a doctor and nurse. So it was just
fucking. It's like all this training, like
that's ridiculous.
But isn't that what a mob is? Like, couldn't you make that argument for Frankenstein? Like, all these regular people aren't going to hunt down this monster.
Yeah, they would.
Yes.
But also, I'm just saying this, like, this tone of this movie is entirely goofy. So the stupid shit to me, it makes me cringe, but it also makes me laugh. And this is going to be a cult movie that is so bad it's good later.
I feel like that's the wrong tone to take with it, because they play off the first part of it as being serious, and this one is goofy as fuck. And I feel like it's a mismatch. I feel like it's a total imbalance in the. You got to remember, again, it's the same night.
I with that.
And that's kind of my problem with it. And Michael Anthony Hall, dude, like, I just want Weird Science again, dude. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, his character as Tommy Doyle is ridiculous. Like, he
looks like a meatball.
I wish it was funnier, that I could be like, I love this character because it was funny. But his character was like, it was so over the top. It was like bad. It was like bad. And I'm like, they brought some other characters in. And I'm like, oh my God, dude. But everything about this movie was just the mob shit. But I don't understand why you put social commentary into a slasher film like this. Like, you're trying to put some commentary into there, and I'm like, it's a fucking slasher film. There's a time and a place for commentary, which is, there's certain type of films, man, like a fucking Jordan Peele film. It's fine. It's fine. I love that shit. But we're watching a slasher film for stalk and kill. We don't need social commentaries, man. Like,
but the commentaries in the fourth one, they have the mob mentality. And these movies, I know they're a direct sequel to the first one, but they cherry pick a lot of the parts from even Rob Zombie's Halloween movies.
Yeah,
and they cherry pick what they like from them all, and they mix it in there. So they have the mob mentality.
Right.
The one thing that Jeremy, when he watched it with me, he liked this more than me. I give it a 6.5. I enjoy it. I think it's dumb, but I enjoy it. And it's like the fucking 13th Halloween movie. I don't know what people expect. But the one thing about it is, he said, I am not a Halloween fanboy or anything. I don't really give a shit. But this being a direct sequel to that, the third one in that series, they, instead of, they're trying to carry that mystique of Michael Myers in one movie. So they're having this supernatural element gain, and he's basically becoming Michael Myers over one film instead of all these other movies built up.
Oh,
so
yeah. And then
he's gaining his supernatural ability and becoming this serial killer throughout the movie and making his mythology within this movie because they want that in the town.
My big problem with a lot of people,
because technically this is taking it's one night. It's definitely one night.
That happens in every.
I don't give a shit. It pisses me off even more.
But my big thing with and it's partially the fault of the filmmakers, but it's partially the fault of the fans too. I think my biggest gripe with a lot of the reviews that I was hearing is people are imagining Michael Myers as if he was in 13 movies and that he's this super well-known mythical creature.
That's not how
when in fact he's just a guy that killed 3 people on Halloween 30 years ago. That's why I'm saying they're not going after you, like Jeremy says, going after Michael Myers. They're going after some old dude. You know what I mean? It's not Michael Myers to them.
And they're a bunch of idiots, so they don't know what they're going after. They're just like, that's him.
Right.
Also, it's gory, man. You got to give it props for the kills. The kills are great.
Yeah.
Good kills.
Like I said, I know why people don't like it, but I don't hold these in high. I don't have a connection to the franchise, so if I get something that entertains me, that's all I ask for. I will agree the dialogue sometimes is horrible. So the characters,
it's like cringe though. At times it's super cringe.
Same way.
Like the sheriff bracket thing that Dave mentioned a few episodes ago. Like I do agree. It's the whole evil dies tonight thing. Get really
I heard one review. They're like, "Can he walk anymore?" Because like, I'm not trying to be a dick. Because like, he's like on the ground. He's like evil.
But that's the thing. It feels like it's almost parodying itself. Even though you gotta disconnect yourself from the rest of the franchise. But it's like the evil dies tonight thing is like.
It's so funny though.
You know, if you put yourself into this, where the first film happened, and we had this is the third part in this trilogy, but it's become like a satire of itself with that saying, like "Evil dies tonight." It's like it's ridiculous, dude. It's so fucking funny, man. Like, but bad though.
10 years, you'll watch this and you'll laugh till you're in tears, and you'll enjoy it. I'm telling you, watch.
I think
watch.
But it is true though, man, because you almost need time to resonate with this shit. You almost need time to resonate with these type of things because
this will be a classic in the comedy sense.
I will admit though,
maybe.
I think the most cringe, well, not the cringe shit, but like the mob shit was like, it was driving me a little bit crazy because it was so much of the movie and so it took so much time, and then the demise of the fat dude was actually gory as fuck, and it made me laugh in the theater. I was like, well, I guess that was kind of worth it, right? It was kind of funny.
The beginning is really good with the firefighters.
I was like, fuck, man. But
and I don't want to hear anyone complain about Rob Zombie's Halloween if they like this, because
dude,
speaking of that,
movies.
Oh my god, speaking of that,
Rob Zombie's two movies are like masterpieces compared to 18 and 21.
I love how this got brought up. Okay, so I got a comment today on what episode is this? Episode what is this? Episode 100. Okay, I have to say this because it actually makes sense. So episode 100, here's a comment that we got on the show today. Dude is a moron on Rob Zombie Halloween. Michael, I suppose, to be evil for no reason. Rob makes him a typical serial killer. It kills the story and character. You should quit podcast horror and do podcasts on the ...
Go back to Brazil, bro. They're clearly not from America.
Dude, I completely forgot about this. Thank God someone brought up the Rob Zombie Halloween, because it totally just triggered my memory on this. This happened about 6 hours ago.
The rules don't matter. They can change it.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's
and
not
it's like, why do you want to see the same fucking thing again?
That's the
I understand what he's saying, but that would only work if it was a direct sequel to the original or a prequel to the original. But since it's its own story, it doesn't matter. And I understand if you don't like it.
See, but people misunderstand remakes because
I said it 100 times. The original film is nature and Rob Zombie's is nurture, which is fucking cool. It's like two versions of what can happen.
The problem is with remakes is that we have this argument right here is people don't want a shot-for-shot remake because that's completely fucking pointless, right? Hence Psycho 98. Everyone hates that movie because it's the same as the first one, but just done shittier. But then when you take a classic like Halloween and you expand a story, you create a backstory for Michael, right? I mean, do you want the Halloween remake to be exactly shot for shot like John Carpenter's film? But the second you put any type of new story, backstory in there, people fucking hate it. So what is it? What do you want?
Plus, there had been fucking 10 movies.
But what do people want then?
9 movies.
You don't want the shot-for-shot remake, but you don't want the new story.
Why not do... isn't it time after that long to okay, let's try something that we haven't done? Like, look into the backstory a little
People
bit.
have a prejudice against Rob Zombie.
I personally think
really
that Rob
do.
Zombie is so misunderstood because at least he's a visionary. I mean, you look at fucking Alice
Cooper.
He's not
generic,
Alice Cooper.
Right?
Alice Cooper even said, and a lot of people consider Alice Cooper to be a fucking musical genius. Like, this guy does a lot of crazy stuff that's really cool. And and Alice Cooper considers Rob Zombie to be a musical genius too, and a genius in general. Because he does a lot of creative shit, and even though you might not like his music and stuff, but he does things that are fucking in
Rob
his
Zombie
realm.
Isn't a tour. He's one of the only auteurs of.
He's got a mind
of this century. Because when you watch a movie, you know it's a Rob Zombie movie because he has his style.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if the
But Rob Zombie is a big horror film. He he said before he got into music because he felt like that was the easiest way to, you know, to get money so he could make movies. He felt like getting into movies right away.
Great, but
yeah, 31 sucks.
Not every director most directors make a turd.
Exactly. I mean, everyone's favorite director in this room right now has a turd. They do.
Yeah, mine has a couple.
You know, that's what I'm saying, man. It is what it is. It's not a big deal. You know, it is what it is. And say we will, man. I don't know what the fuck happened. You know, actually, I do know what the fuck happened with Rob Zombie. The internet happened. The influence of one person saying Rob Zombie fucking...
Yeah, they cut his budget.
Budget killed him.
Yeah, when he had a lot of money, he was making fucking fantastic flicks.
Even when he doesn't have the budgets and stuff, man, I think that, I mean, honestly, dude, I don't even hate 31. I don't think it's a terrible movie. It's not great. It's not great at all.
Yeah, it's like a 6 out of 10.
Right.
I feel like 3 from Hell would have been a lot better with a bigger budget, though.
He doesn't make bad movie. He doesn't really... Yeah, 3 from Hell was a little bit problematic, though, too. But with that said, the dude still knows how to make movies. I don't care at the end of the day. I don't care if you don't like that he put a fucking storyline to Michael Myers or not. He did it because he wanted to do something different. He could have done a shot-for-shot remake. Who couldn't? Does that make you a fucking filmmaker?
And this guy was trying to do something different with Halloween too. I mean, although he did fall into some of the same trappings that they were laughing at before. We don't want to make him supernatural. We don't want to go in the hospital. But they did all that shit too. But
that's why you just don't say that shit before.
I couldn't fucking believe it myself that Jamie Lee Curtis was in the hospital the entire movie pretty much, because it made me laugh, because I was like, you got to be shitting me. That was what everyone always fucking hated about the first one. And then it just happened again. I'm like, that's so crazy that happened, but I don't know.
I wonder in the next one if they're going to have Michael Myers rape his niece.
At least you can't have the argument from the first one, right? Because everyone, one of the biggest complaints with the first...
the definition in psycho rape, man.
Halloween 2.
That's Moods. What's about it? Psycho rape.
Halloween 2. People always criticize the movie for being, why is that hospital so empty? There's like no one around. Well, you can't say that for this version.
Everybody's in there.
Yeah.
Carly,
Carly,
did you have anything else to say about it? I'm sorry. We're sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry too.
On behalf of everyone.
It always gets me going.
That was like you're coming home in the dark. Sorry.
I would give it an 8 out of 10. I'm just saying, I like it. It's fun.
I have the same rating.
She legitimately doubled my rating on it.
I'm a fan. I like it too.
Yes.
You know what? You know, with all that said, man, you know, like I like my franchises and I've yet to pick it up, but I still need to, you know, I'll probably end up watching it again. But collectors, man, we spend money on shit. Apparently.
You need a couple more copies of Friday 13th Part 8 in your collection.
I've had 2 VHS copies. I think I've had 3 DVDs and what 3 Blu-rays now? Or 4. 5 DVDs.
Before I give my number 7, I gotta buy another Blu-ray of Spookies. This one doesn't have a slipcover. You know, I need them both now. I'm fucking... I love you guys.
Dude, I literally have a couple copies or a couple slipcovers. Just they haven't even been unfolded yet.
Yeah, just send them. I'm like, I don't give a shit.
I know. I'm like, what the fuck am I doing?
So basically, it's my number 7. Is that what we're doing here?
Yeah.
Is that what's going on?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So,
no, number 8. It's your number 8.
I don't know. It's the third one.
God.
10, 9, 8.
So okay. All right, this one I watched it earlier in the year, so I don't remember everything, but I remember it left a good impression on me, and I really liked one of the performances in here so much that it kind of just won me over. And I realized that I really like kind of atypical vampire stories, whether it's Martin or the Transfiguration or even like Bloody Mary, Mary, Bloody Mary, anything that could be kind of a vampire movie, but it's really not your typical vampire movie. They're just kind of weird and offbeat, and this one is My Heart Can't Beat Unless You Tell It To.
Oh, man.
So yeah,
I could not remember the title of this movie to save my life ever.
I had to write it down.
I kept.
It's so fucking hard to remember.
It's so tough, man.
So I was like, what's that heart and the beat and telling me to?
My heart, blood pressure, pulse rate. But seriously, yeah, the one thing that won me over on this one is the scene. Oh, the lead guy. What's that kid's name? Campbell from Super Dark Times.
Owen Campbell.
I know. What's his name? I know you've been looking
Carly
up
has
naked.
a crush on that.
Oh yeah, she's been looking up naked pictures of him.
Owen Campbell. I did not like him with long hair though, and that's
What?
Yeah, I like. I like the short. I don't like long-haired guys. I like short hair.
So when he was in the bathtub, you weren't like freaking out?
Wait, so you're not digging my new do?
I've tried. I've told you that.
Do? Is that your window, Jamie?
If he just won't go get a haircut, do.
Just shave it. Anyways, this one, there's a scene in the movie where he's like this kind of sickly person, and he's his family taking care of him, and they have to make.
Flicking your bean is what you're saying?
What was that in English?
Well, he fucking deep throats his mic every time.
Dude, I was just gonna say, you fucking
Jeremy.
totally.
Go back to Brazil.
He just ate that thing. Jesus.
What were you saying, Jeremy?
I'm talking about Sharknado over here or what? Fuck.
Now he's away from the mic.
Was I flicking my penis? Is that what you said?
Because now he's reaching for his 4Ks and he's talking away from his microphone.
He's starting his
Want to open some cases while you're at it?
Can you snap those things for us?
Which one? I could do Here's Candyman on Blu-ray.
Yeah, let's check out Candyman on 4K. Let's snap that case.
Nobody wants
to
watch that again.
And then we'll compare it to something else.
And then want to move some furniture.
Okay, but anyways, they have to make the ultimate sacrifice for their younger brother. It's just kind of interesting. But the point that really won me over is that this character never sees the outside world, so he doesn't know how to interact with anyone else. And they have this stupid fucking piano game where they play complex songs on the piano, and they have to guess what they are. And there's a point where he lures.
No. They don't guess what they are. They guess what era they're from.
Composer, yeah. So basically, he calls in this stranger to kind of have like a human interaction with somebody normal around his age, supposedly, and he starts playing the piano and looking at him, smiling like a fucking creep, like Renfield or some shit.
Yeah,
the guy's like, okay,
it's so awkward.
I love it. So, anyways, this one again is a 7.5. I really enjoyed it, but a one that I watched one time, I enjoyed it quite a bit, and really, it's kind of I know everybody's saying. All three performances are good, but Campbell and the female, the older sister, I think are a little bit better than the older male to me, but that's just the way it is. Anyways, I really enjoyed this one, so my heart can't beat unless you tell it.
Yeah, I figured that you'd really like, and I like these offbeat fucking ones too, because Martin's like one of my favorites, man. I love Martin.
Martin's a masterpiece.
I think what happened for me with this movie is that I'd watched Dead and Beautiful just before.
What's that one? Is that the Korean vampire movie?
Yeah. But again, it's like, it's another one of those movies that's like, it's a vampire movie, but are they vampires? It's like, it's very kind of suspect, it keeps you kind of, it is what it is, but I don't know, man. I just watched this one and then I watched this and I was like, okay, we're going to do this again. I liked My Heart Can't Beat Unless You Tell It To a lot more. It's a very downbeat movie. I actually felt really sorry for that kid that comes into the house and the shit goes kind of down, man. And but yeah, it was an interesting movie.
He like gives him blood and shit, because he just doesn't know.
Yeah. Interesting premise, man. I like that shit, man, where they don't really tell you what the fuck is going on, but it's cool. All right, so number 8. For myself is a film from Italy. Yes, 2021 Italian film. No, this is not November. So fuck off. This is a film that was on Netflix. And I actually rewatched this last night because it stuck with me all year. I watched it about 6, 7, 8 months ago, whenever it came on to Netflix. It was a long time ago. And I really wanted to rewatch it again because I liked it. And I like this type of movies. And it's called A Classic Horror Story. I can tell by the crickets that everyone in here hated it. That's fine.
No, I think it's a pretty good movie.
I liked it.
It's good.
I think this movie was so much better on rewatch. I really enjoyed it the first time I watched it. And, the thing is, the first thing I heard from this movie, people were like, oh, I love this satire. And I'm like, this movie's not a fucking satire. It's like a meta
Yeah, I didn't see a satire. I kept switching what it is. It's like 4 different movies.
I wouldn't say it's full-blown satire, though, right?
I don't think I would either. I'd say it's self-aware of.
It's very meta. It's very self-aware, but it's almost like a meta homage. You know what I'm saying?
But foreign movies aren't as grating as American movies. American movies are like, hey, remember Scream? We're doing something like, this is funny. Foreign movies haven't caught that stupid bug yet for some reason, and I love that.
I love how they even comment in the film about how Italian filmmaking is really hard to do and things like that, so they had to come up with this idea. I think the whole premise of this film is actually really cool because, I mean, we've seen things like this in the past. I don't really want to give anything away if you haven't seen the movie, to be honest. I really don't want to ruin it, but I do like that the movie is based on the real urban legend of what they're doing in the film. They incorporate this idea into many ideas that we've seen before, and it kind of creates its own thing, hence a classic horror story. So basically what it is, the premise is we've got these 5 main characters that are traveling. They're carpooling. They're carpooling to, the same destination kind of thing. Something happens. They crash. They wake up in a field, and they basically can't get out of the field. We've seen these things before, and then some crazy shit starts happening. I've seen this one, kind of. People, they talk about it as being like Midsommar mixed with, a bunch of other fucking movies.
I don't see Midsommar at all, really.
Well, maybe the dinner scene.
Yeah, me neither.
Maybe the dinner scene.
Yeah, but Texas Chainsaw Man, it's more Texas Chainsaw than Midsommar.
Yeah, I mean, I could see where people are making the correlation with the one scene kind of thing, but...
well, they're like, it's nature, so it's Midsommar.
Right.
It's like Wicker Man. Wicker Man has a cult in it, so it's just like the Midsommar movie.
Right.
In fact, Midsommar's a remake of Wicker Man, I think.
See, I think with people, what throws people off in this movie a little bit is that it starts off with our character, and he's like an Instagrammer, kind of YouTuber, and he's doing all this shit and stuff like that, and then you get the impression that it's going to be one of those type of things where it kind of, it goes somewhere else and stuff, but they do have this core narrative in there, and I really like the idea of it too, man, because I didn't know, but the urban legend that this thing's based on is, the Osso, Masterasso, and Conrasso, whatever the fuck it is. Apparently, these are the guys that eventually ended up creating the 3 major, mafia families. And I'm like, that's fucking really cool. Because I didn't know that. The first 2 times I watched this, I did just reading the trivia after the second time I watched it. I'm like, oh, that's fucking super fucking cool. Because they talk about the mafioso and they make jokes about it and stuff like that. I didn't realize it was actually connected to these 3 people. The backstory is that these 3 guys were ostracized from Spain for killing their sister's rapist or something like that. And then they went to, Italy and did what they did and stuff like that. But so that's kind of like the core narrative in here, but there's more to the story. There's more shit that's going on. And I think it's played out really good, man. I love the line in the film where the main character's he's like, yo, man, we crashed and then we fucking wake up in front of Sam Raimi's house and we can't get out of here. And I love that shit, man. There's lots of references. They reference everything from The Evil Dead to even Titanic in this fucking movie, man. But it's not overdone. I don't think it's overdone to the point where people can call it straight up satire. I think it's a homage. I think it's very, very meta. It's very self-aware. But I think it's done properly. And I love the ending. I think the ending is fucking fantastic in this, especially where it goes into even to the credits and stuff like that. So, anybody else seen this one?
Oh yeah, I think
I didn't see it.
I like how it keeps switching, and it leaves you guessing. Like I would have never guessed with the first 20 minutes by the end of this movie, because it completely changes the styles.
Doesn't it feel in the first 20 minutes it's going to be like Triangle?
Yeah, well, I've never actually seen Triangle. That's the Christopher Smith movie. I've seen a couple of his movies, and I like.
Well, they don't reference Triangle specifically, but they reference the fact that he literally says we're in a classic horror movie. They're setting it up like that. That's how self-aware it is. But I mean, it's setting it up like they're in the fact
get out of the woods, right?
Right. And they're also setting it up like they're in a time continuum where they wake up every fucking day and they're in the same shit. So they're giving you all these ideas and all these angles of what it could be, but then it goes somewhere else, right?
The funny thing is, this somehow manages to incorporate like every subgenre within the kind of in the woods genre.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, without
Yeah.
spoiling too much, like, it becomes almost
Yeah, I'm
cult,
trying not to
slasher,
either. Yeah.
mindfuck, and then there's even more twist on top of that. I
There's
like
one
it. I
movie
only got to watch it the
specifically
one
I
time.
don't want to mention because I know if I mention that, people are like, "Oh, I know what the fuck you're talking about now." Fucking blah blah blah.
Yeah,
But
yeah. And it makes sense. It checks out. Once they reveal something, you're like, well, that makes sense now. Why everything happened like that.
in my opinion, everything actually kind of flowed. Like I said, that's why I wanted to rewatch this one, because I watched it months ago and everything kind of resonated with me. And I'm like, I want to go back and watch this to make sure everything kind of checks every box that's, floating in my mind. So I watched it again and I was like, and I remembered this one from like 8 months ago, which is a really good thing. Because generally you don't remember shit like this 8 months later or 7 months later or whatever. But I remembered as I was watching, I remembered dialogue. I remembered everything. And I was like, fuck, man, this one has to be in my list because, I just, wow. I really liked it. And, I think they didn't overdo certain things like the comedy aspects and, this and that and stuff. And again, I don't want to give it away if you haven't seen it, but it's a fucking fun one, man. I think it's pretty damn
Gore's
cool.
Pretty solid, too. Gore's pretty solid.
Right. It's the ending, man, is good. It's fucking good, man. There's some nasty shit that's going on in this one too. And there's a chick that's wearing some white fucking Daisy Duke shorts that looks pretty good in it, and it is what it is. But
like I said, everybody should have to wear Daisy Dukes all the time.
Right. That should be just the only style. It really should be.
Actually, Psycho
20
Rate
degrees
Man.
outside. I'm the new Psycho Rate Man. Put on your Daisy Dukes.
Mm-hmm.
See, Psycho Rate Man's like the Wendigo. It passes between first and
It's like the Wendigo, right?
If you
That's
kill
good.
moods, you become the Psycho Rape Man.
Oh my god.
You gotta rape moods to become the psycho rape.
Oh, fuck, that's terrible.
Dude. What are you
I don't like this
suggesting?
joke anymore.
He's suggesting I'm not even rapeable. I'm so disgusting. I'm not even rapeable. He's like, fuck that guy. I'm not gonna rape that guy. That's gross.
Sex with your friends is not pleasant. That's not a pleasant thought.
I don't think I've ever had sex with a friend before.
No, it's just gross to even think about.
Right. Okay, so classic horror story, 8 out of 10 again. I mean, Italy making it into the top 10 in 2021. I can dig it. Can you guys dig it? I guess me and Dave can.
Yes, I dig
I was
it.
thinking the same thing.
Jeremy-
you dig it?
I don't know what is with all the Goonies. But anyways,
That's the
Oh, that's from the Warriors.
no, it sounded like you were. It sounded like you were
Hey, you
Sloth from the
guys.
Goonies. That's what it sounded like.
Guys.
That's what it sounded like. Jeremy, you saw this one?
Yeah,
Did
a
you?
while ago.
Did you
I
like
liked it.
Yeah. Carly,
Yeah, it was
did
good.
you watch it?
Yeah. Again, like Jeremy, a while ago, but I thought it was interesting for sure. It
You
wasn't what
guys
I
left moods
expected.
hanging.
Yeah, I was just
Oh,
curious
yeah,
because
we
JP's
did.
the only one who didn't watch it. Okay.
Well, I had to go pee.
I didn't even know it existed, dude.
That's a fucking
Yeah, it's on
Netflix. It was on Netflix like 8 months ago, man. And it's still there.
I probably wasn't watching a lot of 2021s 8 months ago, honestly.
I'm surprised that a classic horror story wasn't, at least on someone's list. So you would have been like, oh, I probably should check that out. But the title of the movie seems very generic,
It's not a good title.
but it plays.
I thought it was like
but it
fucking
plays
American
into
Horror Story.
No,
or
it plays into the narrative because he literally says it and why the movie is a classic horror story. I like that, man. I like that, and if you're gonna self-reference that shit, like it's pretty cool, man, to me. But classic horror story, 8 out of 10. Fucking Italy, make it in there. We got UK, France, Italy. So far in the top 10. Jeremy, you're up.
Well, you can now add South Africa to the list. Yeah. The better of the two Echo movies that have come out this year. Last
Echo, or you mean
nine,
Eco?
Eco, whatever.
What? I was like, what the fuck
Well,
is he
Echo, I'd be like,
talking about? Are we
Echo,
making
Is
movies
Ghostbusters
called
in your
Echo,
top
Echo.
10? Ghostbusters making his top 10.
Echo is literally an echo. Like, hey,
Eco.
hey.
Eco, whatever. You know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Ectoplasm.
It begins. Let the sweats begin.
Oh my god, that's so awesome. All right, what's your number 8?
Gaia from South Africa. Like I said, this is a beautiful movie. Probably one of the best looking movies of the year, in my opinion.
This is the other one I was trying to think of. The Last Matinee, and I think it's Gia. I don't know, but this is the other one I wanted to watch, but I couldn't find something with subtitles. So
yeah, I couldn't find the Angelina Jolie movie you're looking for. Is that Gia or is that Jiggly or whatever?
Isn't it how do you pronounce it then, Dave?
I don't fucking know. This is Gaia.
Yeah.
Gaia? Gia? I don't know. But
Moods called it Gia or something.
Oh, I thought it was Gaia.
I think you're right.
Gaia?
Yeah.
How's it spelled?
Gaia.
Gaia.
Yeah, I'd say Gaia.
Yeah, maybe Gaia. Yeah.
Maybe.
Anyways, it's on my list of shit that I didn't watch, so yeah.
Yeah, this one was good. I actually saw another one that I saw in theaters back in June, I think. It was a while ago.
It looked good.
But this one, yeah, we basically follow kind of a similar story to In the Earth. We follow these two forest peeps who are hired by South Africa, and they go around in the forest and they, do scientific things with trees and things like that. And one day when they're flying their drone around and it goes down, and they decide to break up to try and find where the drone is. Our main character ends up fucking her foot up with this spear trap thingy, and she fucks her foot up. And she wanders around the forest a little more, and she comes across this hut in the middle of the forest that we see our other two characters now, who are these like hermit kind of characters. They lived in the middle of the woods, and we learn more about them and why they're living in the middle and why they haven't been in civilization and all that. And as the film goes on, weird things start to happen to our main character, and it ultimately ends in a pretty mind fuck kind of situation. But like I said, this is a really beautiful movie. A lot of awesome scenery shots. Cinematography is really, really well done, and the creatures are pretty cool too. There's a bunch of forest kind of creatures spread throughout the movie. But I thought I dug this one. Not too many people saw it. I feel like, I know JP and Dave saw it based on their Letterboxd. I feel like not too many people were talking about this one, but I think it's pretty good. The visuals are really good.
Yeah,
body horror too.
It bums me out I didn't see this one. I just had this feeling it was going to be on someone's list, maybe multiple lists, and it is what it is, man. I can't see them all, I guess. Good to hear that it's that it's that good, though.
It's good body horror.
Yeah, good. And you gave it 8?
Yeah, 8.
All right. Back to the top. JP likes being on top.
Bro, hold up, guys.
You love being on top.
I made a crucial mistake.
Oh, you fuck.
No.
Oh, not even. I made the fucking dumbest mistake ever.
Did you seriously tell your shit out of order?
No, I fucking started at number 11.
Oh, you're fucked.
I had 11 films.
So your number 11 is The Night House, and your number 10 is Coming Home in the Dark, and your number 9 is Old?
Yes.
Hold on. You have to say this all over again.
Oh my god, my power just went out.
Okay, so the reason that I'm giving number 2 right now is because I'm an idiot, and I started my list at number 11 because I wrote 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, 9, 10, and I'm a moron. So you guys can make fun of me forever. I would definitely do it if it was Jeremy who did this. So yeah, I'm going to give so The Night House falls off my list. It would have been number 11. Coming Home in the Dark would have been 10. Old would have been 9, and my 8 would be Nia DaCosta's Candyman, which I know that I think nobody really liked as much as me. I think that there is a little bit of problems with it, much with like every film on my list this year. Like most of the films actually have a few issues, but that just because the year wasn't like super strong. Like this film probably wouldn't make my list on a lot of other years, but I really like certain aspects of this film. I think that what they did with the mythology of Candyman and making it a true sequel, like a Candyman 4 and not a Candyman remake, and what they do with the original characters from Candyman, I thought was really neat. I also like how they take the mythology and basically say that Candyman has became like there's not one Candyman, right? It's
like a beehive.
A concept. What's
He's
that?
A beehive. He's a hive. Candyman's a hive. He's a nest.
Yeah, that's what they imply. It's a hive.
Multiple Candymans come. Yeah. That's the best part of the movie. That's genius.
That's literally the best part of the movie.
Yeah, I thought that was really cool.
Yeah, I thought that was cool.
It has problems. It does have problems, but that part
it does have some problems.
That concept is good enough for me to almost include it on this list. I almost did.
Oh wow, okay,
I like it.
Interesting. Yeah, I thought that was like one of the coolest ways to like do a sequel with, especially when you're talking about the setting of like this urban history and story and stuff like that. I just thought it worked really well in terms of that. Also, I think that the little thing that they did with the marionette puppets was so cool. Like I love that stuff with the little shadow puppets.
Yeah, it was cool.
That was super neat.
They did Tony Todd wrong. God damn it.
I thought they did Tony Todd right.
I think they did the kills wrong in this film, man. I wasn't impressed with the kills at all. I was expecting them to amp up the shit, man. I mean, really, there's one decent kill. I think most of the shit's kind of off screen and stuff. But I think my biggest issue, man, is
really not known for kills, though.
But I mean, it feels like it was kind of fucking downplayed from the first one a little bit. I thought the first one was a little bit more gory than this one, but it's not really.
Kill on the first Candyman's real brutal when he flies through the window and hits the dude in the back of the neck with the hook. I remember that. That's embedded in my head, and I haven't watched Candyman that many times.
I just feel like the third act in this movie was a little bit rushed. I shouldn't say a little bit. I felt like it was super rushed.
Oh, it was super rushed.
That was the major problem in the movie.
Dude, everything just kind of like it went like bam, 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 and over. And I'm like, what? Like me and Godzilla were like, what the fuck just happened, man?
Like,
I thought really 10 minutes were cut from this movie? Did it feel like 10 minutes were cut from the ending? Like that cop was like, he had a name. He was like a main character acting like it, but he was acting like he was already established, but he wasn't.
Right. Yeah. 100%.
Weird.
And that brings me to my main complaint. Like the way they do that scene, I thought was actually really bad. It's like they're trying to prove a point. We know what the point is because it's a social issue right now. But I just felt like if you're gonna do that point in the movie, it has to feel realistic, right? It felt like it felt phony, like the whole conversation with the cop, and it just didn't feel natural to me.
Yeah, right.
So that kind of really tanked my rate. I took like a half point off for that, but overall, I really loved the aesthetic. I loved visiting the locations, like the history of Cabrini Green and the previous characters, and just I really liked how they did the actual story. I did have a few issues, but overall I thought it was pretty good. And that is an 8 out of 10 as well at my number 8. Good. Move on. Can I move on to 7?
Yes, hurry up.
All right. Coming in at number 7 is a film that I really didn't even hear of until I think it was Jeremy told me about it, because I was like, what the hell's even good out there? And it is a film, I believe it was for Hulu, and that is the Nightmare Dream Logic film Come True. Did everybody see this?
No, it's IFC Midnight, you retard.
Yeah, I saw it.
That's right.
I saw it.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah. So this is the only film that I watched a little bit more than once. I watched it like 1.5 times. Today I threw it on again just to sort of refresh my memory. I was I'm not sure if I want to include this.
So the second time you watched, you missed the best part of the movie. That's weird.
The ending.
Yeah,
I love the ending. Well, I kind of like half watch it. It went through the whole movie. I wouldn't say it was a full watch because I just
right. I get it.
In and out. But like Dave says, when you're trying to refresh your memory, sometimes you just throw it on and like catch pieces of it, and it kind of pieces it together. But yeah, this one, I just love the look and the aesthetic of this film, the music, like this whole dream world that's set up is just really cool. Like there's these shadow people and this sort of I like this idea that like people have a primal memory of something that's like almost like a hive, like Candyman, like where people might have this like common like ancestral memory of something, and people sort of share it, and they're sort of investigating it. I also like the blending of technology in this film, where like some stuff looks really old, but some stuff looks really modern. And I won't speak too much on that, but it's interesting.
It's hard one to talk about without spoiling.
Right.
Exactly.
The main actor is fucking phenomenal.
Yeah, I've seen her before. What was she in?
Nothing.
Yeah, she's too.
I thought I
she's
saw
super
her
unique.
too.
But yeah, it like the music, the blue, like everything looks dreamy. You know what I mean? It's just, I just really got into the whole.
The aesthetic is awesome.
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and give that an 8 out of 10 as well.
Cool. All right, Carly.
All right, I shall give my 7, 6, and 5. Just kidding. Okay.
I like it. Good one.
Thanks.
You
Okay.
mean your 6, that's really your 5, and your 5, that's really your 4. And
Yes, my 6 and 6. Okay.
Yeah.
No, but we're on what, number 7? My number 7 is a repeat, and that is Old by M. Night Shyamalan. JP and I really enjoyed this. We saw it in the theater together, and like he said, it seems like a lot of people weren't that high on it, but it really kind of spoke to me. I thought it was depressing, and the ending itself is sad too. Like, I don't think it's necessarily a happy ending.
Yeah, we were talking about that. Yeah, it's like it's kind of a happy ending, but not fucking really.
Yeah, so just anything with aging and just dying and life ending and losing loved ones makes me sad, and this one really kind of hit me. So I enjoyed it quite a bit. I like how you have all the different characters in it too, so it's not just like one family. You have like a bunch of different issues, and everyone has their illnesses and disabilities and stuff, and it's getting worse as time goes on. So I thought the movie was cool. It had some crazy moments and sad moments, and at the beginning it was kind of funny too. So it had a little bit of everything going on. I gave it an 8.5 out of 10.
8.5. Switching it up.
High number for M. Night Shyamalan Ding Dong.
All right, so it looks like it's my turn. So it's my turn, right?
Yep.
Yes.
I'm going to give my proper number in the proper order, so we don't have another fuckery. And this one, actually, you know what? I'm going to bump it up. My original rating was a 7.5, but I'm going to give it an 8 because I'm looking at this list and I'm like, this is better than this. This is the second movie on my list directed by a woman. I watched this early in the year, and I felt bad. Like, when we did that top 50 directors, and I was like, I'm going through them. I'm like going through all the female directors.
We were legitimately trying to find a woman.
Nobody directed more than one great horror movie, and it just goes to show you how fucked up the climate was for film direction back in the day. But now we're starting to get it. And I kind of set it up that it was going to be a different movie by saying that. But this movie is Saint Maud. I watched this early in the year, man, and it's the only movie where I was watching and I was like, both these characters I don't like, but I feel really sorry for both of them at the same time. I truly feel deeply sorry for them, but I don't like them. I understand them, and I know where they're coming from to a certain extent. But the end of this movie is why it made the list, I think, because it's a image burned in my head that I couldn't forget. The mixture of the UK and the what is it, like the Chinatown area? What was it? Where was it located? I remember having a super fucking Coney Island, UK. On the boardwalk there and all that shit. It's just very pleasing aesthetic, well acted. It's a good film. I'm going to give it 8 out of 10. That's Saint Maud.
That's one that I wish I probably would have rewatched because I just couldn't remember enough about it. You know what I mean?
That was one I was supposed to get a theatrical release, didn't get a theatrical release, was supposed to get a theatrical release, never did.
The first movie we watched.
Came out on...
Yeah.
I wanted to rewatch this one.
VOD, and finally just came out on disc.
Yeah, that movie got fucked.
Yeah, it was a good movie too, man. And that ending, I agree. Just wow. I remember being.
I still have to watch it.
I'm like I watched it once, and my initial thoughts was, I wasn't into it, dude, and I wasn't as high on the ending as a lot of people are. I completely get the movie, completely. I don't want to give anything away, but I don't know, man. It didn't resonate with me that well. But Dave, you went from 7.5 to 8, so your shit's out of order.
I had it as 7.5, but I was like, it's a good movie, so I bumped it up. And like I said, it's just well acted, and it's also one of these movies that's a slow burn. This is what you need to do with a slow burn.
Right.
It needs to be an hour and 20, an hour and a half. Don't make your slow burn 2.5 fucking hours long, because then you're gonna have 45 minutes.
Well, no, you can't do that.
Looking in the
you
mirror.
can't do that.
Like, Come True was slow, but it was a normal length movie.
I had no problem with the slow burn. I just was a little bit indifferent on the narrative itself.
Yeah, I know you didn't complain about you didn't say it was boring or anything.
No, I was
boring. I mean, it was fast paced
all.
for a slow burn, if that makes any sense, because it's only like an hour and 20 minutes, which was refreshing.
Like, I was into the movie, but like I was, the end result for me was just a little bit less than other people. It's a good movie. It's a good movie.
It's kind of predictable, right? Like, it's so grounded that you really can't see it going any other way for me.
I know JP hates when I say that on shows, and he's like, oh, that was predictable. I'm like, fuck, everything's predictable. Fuck, we've had this argument a million times. But honestly, it was predictable.
Doesn't make or break a movie. Doesn't make or break a movie. This movie's not about twisting it. I mean, there is two possible outcomes, but I think if the way you think, there's one way or the other, right?
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, pretty cool ending, though. Moods, I think?
Yeah, back to me. All right, so coming in number 7 is a film that I was very intrigued by the premise, man. I really was intrigued by this because okay, so it's kind of a mixed bag for me because I love underwater movies. Absolutely love underwater movies. But I don't like modern ghost stories at all. I hate modern ghost stories almost with a passion. Like, I mean, I can't even think of more than 3 or 4 that I even like, But I thought you put the shit together, you put an underwater premise and you put, ghost story together. And I'm like, oh, okay, man, that sounds a little bit interesting. And it is the new Alexandre Brustolo and I'm not even going to fucking butcher that shit anymore. The Deep House.
Cool premise. Bad execute. Cool premise with good execution.
I don't think it was a bad execution
good
at
story.
all. I think
not a good story.
I think this. I like the story, man. I love the story of these. You see people. I mean, the fact that they go to find. I mean, this underwater kind of community city kind of thing and stuff.
Yeah.
I love that premise, man. I mean, that is really cool. It's like Atlantis, it's like the unknown shit, right? But you combine claustrophobia with a haunting. It's kind of cool, man. It's kind of cool. But what kind of makes this shit cool is the ending, because that's what I like about it. I mean, it's not really where it goes, where a lot of people want it to really go. As I'm saying.
Sure.
But
I just feel like I didn't really care for it too much. I don't know. Maybe I'll have to watch it again.
Honestly, dude, I think the pacing is really good in this movie. I think there's so much going on in this. It's just nonstop like intrigue. That's what I liked about this, man. It's underwater. There's a lot of shit happening. You don't really know what the fuck is going on for like the longest time. You're like, okay, what the hell is this? What is really going on? And then shit starts to kind of like make its way through, and then it just, man, but okay. For somebody that has scuba dived in their life, and I love scuba diving, and I need to get certified. I really do. Me and Dylan were talking about this just the other day, and he's like, he's a certified scuba diver, and I'm like, I need to get certified because I love fucking doing it. This is like the ultimate fear in everyone's life that loves water, is to be trapped in something, right? That scare is crazy. Claustrophobia at its best, mixed in with haunted shit, man, and just other shit that's going on. Really cool, man. I honestly got a lot out of this film. I wasn't expecting it to be as good as I thought it was going to be. But it worked. It really did work for me, man. It really did work. And
technically it's really, really cool the way that they shot it. They shot it in a water tank, I would assume. It's really done technical. It's a marvel the way that they shot it. I just thought the story was kind of to me.
Well, I mean, honestly, dude, what do you expect for like? But I think it's more about the appeal of what you're watching, though, and sure. The scares of it too. I mean, you're underwater, you're dealing with it. You don't really know where it's going. That's what I liked about it, because, and at that point, it's like, it doesn't matter how strong or weak the story really is. It's a matter of the whole approach and, you know, the experience of what you just went through. Hence the deep house. Being in the water, man, that's scary shit, man.
Sure.
It really is scary. But I thought it was shot really, really well. Everything was crystal clear, like everything was done so well. And I just feel like, man, if you're like in, you know, if you like water shit and stuff, like this is something you got to check out, man. It was one of the ones that really stuck to me with the year. And like, that's something I've always wanted to do, is go in the water and just explore some shit. Like, could you imagine going down in the water and just exploring like this fucking house, you know, like this under siege city? Fucking cool, man. I love the premise, man. I think it's super cool, man.
Yeah.
Anyone else see it?
I didn't watch that one. I mean, I fucked up. I thought it would be all right, but I was getting mixed reviews. But I honestly don't love those directors. I love Inside. I didn't watch Levide, but I don't like Among the Living very much, and I don't like Leatherface very much. So I was just like, I was starting to think that maybe they just got lucky. I'll
tell you one thing. Levide is fucking awesome.
Oh, I have the Bluray. I have an import, so I'll watch it. I've had it for fucking
Inside
since it came out, which is insane.
Awesome. Levide is
Inside.
I love Inside. I'm not going to badmouth Inside ever.
Is not.
I like Among the Living.
It's not going to fucking, you know, it's not going to parallel Inside, but it's really good. It's really good. Among the Living has a lot of problems.
Yeah,
it actually has some holes in it that are really fucking like actually kind of bad. I know Tom's like, a big fan of it.
The rich kid's buried next to the poor kid, like at the end. I'm like, what?
Yeah, there's some real bad narrative problems in that one that kind of like actually hurt the film. I personally like Leatherface. I don't know, so I was intrigued with this one, and it worked for me. It worked for me, so.
I'll check this one out. Like, the premise is cool, but you know me and you are similar. I'm not big on modern day ghost stories, but I do like the foreign ghost stories, and these guys probably have a good flavor. So,
but I mean, really, the selling point for me was the fact that it was underwater.
Yeah, that was kind of a selling point for me too. I just
got a cool gimmick,
and I'm like, well, if you're gonna do a ghost story, like a modern ghost story, do it differently, and they did it differently. That was the cool thing. So. 8 out of 10. I dig it, man. I thought it was cool, man. Whatever.
Nice, bro. Nice. Glad to see that on someone's list, because I was curious about that one. It makes me want to check it out more.
I really.
Jeremy and Mood's the only ones that watched it, huh?
I watched it too. I thought I didn't really like the ghost story aspect, but the underwater thing freaked me out, and the final shot of the movie really bothered me for like days. So I will say that.
And that's like if you've ever scuba dived and shit, man, that's like literally everything in that movie is everyone's fears, man.
Yeah, that's why I won't. That's something and like splunking.
And I love it, dude. Like I would like, even after watching this movie, I would go down into that house. You know, like it's just to like, it's fucking that exhilarating, dude. Like it's crazy. It's scary as shit, dude. It's a scary premise. It really is.
I'm not a big fan of like doing any shit like that. Like I ain't trying to go deep underwater.
I love dude. Scuba diving is the most empowering feeling in the world, because you shouldn't be able to, as a human, breathe underwater. And when you are, you realize you're doing it, and you're like, that is fucking so cool, man.
Do you feel that way when you ride on a plane?
No, I've never felt like that, actually. And the thing is,
you're in a
maybe back when I'm not even joking. I've flown probably over 700-800 times in my life. Like I've flown I've flown tons of times. It's crazy.
I've only flown once, and I was 4.
I've flown so much. I might as well have been a flight attendant. But dude,
you sure you weren't a stewardess?
A stewardess.
I knew someone's gonna say that, right? No, I love flying. I actually love flying, but I understand the fear in flying so much. Like I get it, man, because I've seen shit on.
Get it at all?
No, I've seen shit on planes, man. It freaks people get.
You got no control, JP. If something goes wrong, you're fucked.
I know, but
dude, people are so anxious.
I'm a fact person, and statistically, you just have a very low chance of dying in a plane.
The guy flying.
You don't.
There's stories of pilots who like just crash planes because they're suicidal and they just kill everyone.
Yeah, but don't.
There was one a few years ago.
You have more of a chance of dying in a car wreck than a plane crash.
Yeah, but you got to do that too. You got to do both.
Yeah,
Right.
the
That's what
pilot
I'm
that
saying.
flew that one into the mountains there, that's literally only happened maybe twice in the history of fucking aviation. And you got to
Okay,
remember,
but still.
in North America,
But I understand why
there's
people
something
get
like
nervous.
15,000. Well, I wouldn't say recently because every flight has been canceled, but there's like 15, 20,000 flights a day. No planes ever crash.
Right.
So-
it is. Yeah. Right. It's like a roller coaster.
There's
right?
hundreds
I know
of
that
plane
something
or
could go
car
wrong
accidents
and I could
every single
die
day.
'cause
Hundreds
it's
and
happened.
hundreds of car accidents and people die every single day. Aviation accidents almost never happen.
Well,
Right.
let me tell you some real, true incidents that happened on a plane.
Oh boy.
Drop zone,
9/11.
passenger 57, cliffhanger,
Snakes on a
Night
plane.
of the Living Dead. These all happened.
right.
Cliffhanger.
Cliffhanger, man. That's
Alone.
good shit, man.
Cliffhanger.
That's good shit. Cliffhanger is actually a really good movie.
Yeah, it's very
It's
solid.
my favorite,
film.
like Stallone movie, even though it's not his best.
Yeah. I always like it. it's
John
fucking
Lithgow is a
Cliffhanger.
badass bad dude, man.
One of my favorite baddies of all time.
He is a baddie, man. He's a
Kill
baddie.
one, you're a murderer. Kill 1,000, you're a conqueror.
Right.
That's right. Jeremy.
Yep.
The hour flight discussion over. All right, number 7. We have another film, which is, you know, a smaller based kind of movie, I think, of course, because of the pandemic. That is a film titled The Bloodhound. Now, this was released by Arrow, and this movie's fucking great. It's super atmospheric. Like I said, super low budget. It only has a few characters, and it has some of the best acting of the year, in my opinion. I couldn't take my eyes away from the screen watching these guys. So basically, we just follow this guy Francis. It gets called one day by his friend to come and visit him, and his friend is basically, you know, he locks himself in his house. He hasn't been out in a long time. It's a little bit crazy, and he has a sister, and his sister, you know, is locked away into her room. He says that he's sick and that he can't see her, and the film basically revolves around there. It's kind of like a cabin fever kind of a story a little bit. But like I said, this movie is super, super basic. It's just a bunch of characters talking. But it's the way that the script is written. It's very Poe-ish, would you say, Dave?
Yeah, I mean, I think the director did mention he based some of it off Poe. I did watch this. I could have swore this came out last year. I did not even think about it. I don't even know. I did watch it. I reviewed it.
Did I go fuck up? Did I fuck up?
No, I think you're good. I don't. It says March 23rd, 2021. I just completely forgot it was the 2021 movie. I think it had a very limited release last year. But
I never even heard of it.
It's a pretty cool movie. It's
Fucking
weird.
Jeremy.
It's basically a two or three hander in that big house,
I
right?
said fucking Jeremy.
Fucking Jeremy, man.
much.
So 3 of the first 4 movies on Jeremy's list I haven't seen, and I watched 117
that's
films.
Yeah.
That's fucked
Yeah.
up.
I seen
never
Gia.
Although Gia,
Gia,
that was the
yeah.
one I actually did want to watch. These 2 are the Paranormal, and this one I didn't even know about. So
Hope I didn't fuck up. I think it's a 2021 movie.
I don't know. Fuck it. I don't know.
I don't know how I missed
Nobody else
Bloodhound.
fucking saw it, so
I just-
It came out from Arrow in 2021.
yeah. The Blu-ray disc did, so I think it is a 2021 movie.
I don't remember a single person talking about it last
we're
year.
not
so
we're not
we'll
going to
go
crucify
21.
you, man, like the Jews did to Jesus, but
Yeah.
because of
But check it out. It's short. It's only 72 minutes with the credits, so it's like 70 minutes before the credits.
wow,
Some really, really great performances. And it's a very quirky, simple movie, which is what I like. A lot of dialogue. And
well, I like
Dave, did you
movies
like
with a
this
lot
one?
of dialogue as
No.
long as it's good. That's why I like
liked
Kevin
it
Smith
too.
movies.
I reviewed this 9 months ago, so yeah, I came out this year. I forgot about it, so I guess I'm at 64. Maybe I had it on my list. I can't remember. It's so weird when he's like,
Dave, now your
grabs
numbers are all
himself
fucked up. Your percentages are all fucked up now.
Yeah, I didn't do any percentages on that, but he's like fucking crawling on the ground, wrapped up and shit.
Yeah, no, I
very
didn't.
weird.
Weird-ass
Like
movie.
the beginning of the movie is very strange. It opens up with a very weird imagery. And
What
it
was
just
the
plays
Poe
out.
story they based this on? I can't remember. There was actually one
The
that they
House of
said
the
was.
Falling of the Usher, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right. But he wasn't. The director wasn't even a huge Poe fan. They asked him about it, and he was just like, "I don't even really like him. I think I read the story." It was kind of weird.
But check it out. You could pick it up. You could pick it up from Arrow. from one of their sales. Pick it up.
Man, Arrow's been releasing a lot of modern films, man. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Not
like I'm just not into buying that shit.
I don't buy those modern Arrows.
Unless
some of them are pick it up.
I bought a couple from Arrow, maybe like 2 or 3, but those movies made my top 10 list and shit. So,
yeah.
But Ghost Waits was really fun from Arrow. Kind of in the vein of like a comedic Beetlejuice to somewhat extent.
I saw that you'd watched that, and I was like, yeah, that was another modern one that I was like, oh, okay. Yeah.
It's more of a comedy art house, less of a horror film.
Yeah, I never got to see it, man. Yeah.
It is a ghost story, though.
Right. I kind of figured so. All right, JP.
By the title? I don't know why you think
JP,
that.
what number are you on? Number 1 by now, or number 2?
I'm number 6 now. So
Maybe number 5.
Shut up. I'm surprised that there hasn't been that many. I think only 2 repeats so far.
Yeah, number 10.
But I'm about to repeat again for only the 3rd time. And I believe it was with Davy Park. And that is My Heart Can't Beat Unless You Tell It To. This was a movie that I didn't really know anything about, and I've seen it.
I'm shocked.
What's that?
I'm shocked that this is on your list.
Really?
It does not seem like something you would have that high on a list or even on a list.
Yeah. Crazy. It was so what I did this year was something different that I haven't done before. I looked at Rotten Tomatoes certified fresh movies, and they had a list of 40 that came out this year, and I pretty much watched almost all of them. I think I missed like The Queen of Black Magic and maybe another one. But this was the number 1 on there. It had like a 98% fresh rating, so I was like, oh, cool, interesting. And then I realized it was on Shudder, but I don't think it's an original or exclusive or anything. But I checked it out, and I just love the concept. Like, very small movie, simple story, but and we've seen, like you guys mentioned, Martyrs or Martin and Transfiguration and stuff. We've seen stuff like this before, but I just thought that the acting was really strong in this one. You felt like really bad for this sort of like the brother, not the one that's like the vampire, but the other brother, trapped in this sort of hell where he has to kill people that he doesn't want to.
I wouldn't say vampire. I would say he's the one that drinks blood.
Okay.
Really, like, are we gonna?
When
you're watching,
the sun hurts him.
Yeah.
But even if that didn't happen, you're watching the movie and like your interpretation is like, oh, I think this is a vampire situation.
Well, of course, it's the blood thing, but I don't know.
Oh, who's to say?
He's standing in the door. It's, come on. It's not literally killing him, but I don't know. Maybe the sun hurts him because he hasn't been fucking able to leave the house.
Don't you remember the end of the movie?
Yeah, the end of the movie, like literally.
Yeah,
it's like a Bliss situation.
Right.
Yeah. I think you forgot that, but anyway.
I might have.
Yeah.
I don't know. I watched a lot of fucking.
You watched a lot of movies this year. It's not your fault.
But I love Bliss. I love Bliss.
Yeah,
Bliss is great. Bliss is better than any movie that came out.
Oh, it was in my top 10.
I don't know about that,
from that year, big time. I think it was like number 3.
So,
number 2, 3.
Yeah, number 2 or 3. Yeah, it was high.
It's like, what do you do for your fam? You know what I mean? Like this burden of, and you can relate it to any type of caring for an ill family member. Like you look at Pet Sematary with like Zelda and stuff like that, like frustration of having to do something you don't want to do because of the family and stuff. And it's torturous, right? Like,
you know what I would do for my fam? Nothing after they were shot, and I'd probably just fucking kill a bitch the rest of the fucking movie.
Right, exactly. But no, it's like I like these very small stories, right? Like, because it's not overly big, it's not overly. There's not a ton of scenes in it. There's a lot of just
like that.
Them, hanging out or talking, a lot of dialogue and stuff like that. I like stuff like that. It's very like sort of slow movie, but I just thought it was like really interesting, held my attention the whole time. Acting was really good, and just a messed up sort of family dynamic thing. I gave it an 8 out of 10.
Did they ever say what happened to the parents in that one? I can't remember.
I think it's not discussed.
Yeah, it was never an issue. Okay.
To watch it anymore.
Like, but you wonder, like, is this dude, was he like this from birth? or did this happen like later in life?
No,
I get the sense that he did like that for a long time.
I remember it was like questioning a lot of things. I just had so many questions, which I wanted to know. It's different if there's like one question you want to know, it's like fine. But when there's like 4 or 5, it's like, holy shit, dude. Give me some here. Come on, bro. All right, Carly.
Alrighty. Number 6 is another repeat with J Pig, and that is Candyman. Yes, I enjoyed Candyman. I liked how it wasn't just like a remake, it was a sequel / reboot thingy. I thought it was very well shot. I thought it was rather creepy. The scene where Candyman comes out of that wall at that kid and he's got like actual candy. That dude is super creepy that's playing Candyman. I like how he's kind of lingering in a lot of shots throughout the film. The whole marionette thing where it tells the story of the first movie basically was pretty darn cool. And yeah, all the issues people have, I have similar issues, but they're not major in my opinion to make it a bad movie or anything. And I thought Tony Todd, did his part, and he's probably getting rich off of that part and happy. So I liked it a lot. I gave it an 8.5 out of 10.
Plus, we actually saw that at the convention we were at in Gettysburg, which they just, by the way, Carly, they just announced the dates for the next one. But that convention is really cool because it's next to a really nice movie theater. So they do screenings there of like the indie stuff. Like we saw a horrible Friday the 13th fan film there. But we also saw our friend Madison's film Spirit Animal, which was really fun to see with an audience, which is a shot on video movie. What did I say, Madison?
Yeah.
Madeline, right? Madeline Deering.
Yeah, Madeline.
Yeah, I haven't seen the movie yet, but I was
JP,
interested.
you're being a whole bunch of retards tonight.
Yeah. But it was a really fun experience, and during one of the slower days, we went and seen Candyman during it, and that was just a really great time to see that as well.
It was like late at night too. So
Carly, that was
cinematography.
8 out of 10.
8.5, right?
Yes.
8.5.
Yes, 8.5. I give high ratings. Yes.
Cinematography I liked in this movie. The lead actor, man. The lead actor in this movie is fucking awesome. He's great.
Dude,
I loved him.
I am complete.
Oh, that was a woman directed film.
That's
right?
my completely okay. That's awesome that you said that, man. Because I completely disagree. I thought he sucked.
I thought he was the best part of the movie.
Yeah,
I actually did. I even said to Godzilla in the theater, I was like, man, I'm like, this guy sucks, man. Like, I really didn't like this guy at all.
I think
most of the supporting cast actually kind of sucks.
Yeah, a lot of the supporting cast does suck.
Supporting cast is rough.
I was not digging the lead in this film as Candy. I was like, oh my god, it was driving me nuts.
I thought the lead was the best actor in the movie, hands down.
Oh,
I thought the rest were kind of sloppy,
amazing.
and especially the art dealer,
cop.
the white art dealer. Was bad. The cop was weird, but the art dealer, the one guy, he was terrible. I don't know what the fuck he was.
Right.
He wasn't even in the same movie. But this movie's a lot like Velvet Buzzsaw.
Right.
That I really liked a couple years back.
That.
It's on
Is that
Netflix.
the Jake Gyllenhaal movie?
Yeah, it's really fun. It's like the comedy version of Candyman, except it doesn't have a lot of the racial stuff in there and the gentrification. It's more about, profiting off of disgusting art. There are people blood art,
I definitely like that movie a lot more. I mean,
I love Velvet Buzzsaw. I really like this one too, but
yeah.
I know that people were saying that, like, I don't want to bring it up, but like every character in this movie, like I know they were saying that singling out certain people were bad, but everybody in this movie was not a good person.
No.
Like not one. Like not one person was a nice person. Even the main guy was like, hey, they said my name on TV. Like, so everybody was kind of a piece of shit. Like, it's not just one group of people that were or not. Everybody in here was not exactly on the up and up. But one thing I did like about the movie is old people telling scary ass stories to other people. Like that. I love that. He's like, yeah, and then I was like, oh shit, I'm in.
I like stuff like that.
I want campfire stories, man. I like it. I'll eat that shit up.
I love legends and myths.
Yeah,
and stuff
me too.
It's just cool, especially when you got an old dude telling it.
I kept reading
this
that.
movie almost made my list. Almost.
I kept reading that people were like so offended that like, did you notice that every single person in this movie that died that was white? And I'm like, it kind of made sense of that the people who died was white because it was Candyman. I mean, it was racially motivated. I mean, considering what the backstory is, I mean, Why would he be killing his own fucking people?
Because it's people who don't know the story. They're probably like, "Oh, a new horror movie." They don't know.
Yeah, they're like, "Oh, this fucking social commentary. These movies are so damn racist because now they're just fucking killing off white people." And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? The storyline, if you look at the storyline, it makes complete fucking sense, man. It's not just they're just killing white people for the sake of killing white people. You know, black killing white people has nothing to do with that, man. Well, look at the story.
Like normally, whenever someone says like every man in this movie is evil or every white dude in this movie is evil, like I usually pick up on that stuff where I feel like the movie's doing that. It never even crossed my mind while watching this one. So
it's very heavy social commentary, though. It really is. It really is.
I feel like. I mean,
it's very, very heavy. I mean, right from the killings of like, you know, it's all white, gentrification, all that type of like, it's very specific to the point. And it makes a lot of sense, man. I mean, Peele produced the film, right? And you know, I mean, look at his films that he does, man. They're very specific to what he's doing, and you know, it made sense. I mean, if you're not if you're not familiar with what Peele's doing and stuff, and I mean, I have no problem with these type of things, man, at all, because given what the storyline is, I just have a problem with when you're doing a slasher film like Halloween, you throw in this bullshit commentary, and I'm just like, fuck off. Like,
evil dies tonight modes.
Right, you just don't need to have it in that type of shit, dude. It's a different type of movie with Candyman.
I know, but Candyman isn't really like a slasher either.
No, it's not. But there is still a story conceiving from slavery and things like that, right? There's a racial point to it, so it makes sense of why these white people are only dying in these films, right? It's like was it only white? I don't remember, but like I don't.
Anybody that was at the art exhibit who
every single person
or anybody
dies,
connected, yeah,
every single person dies in this film is white.
Well, yeah. Jeremy brought up a point when we watched it. He was like, this guy was the number one. He would be the number one suspect in all these murders, yet no cop interference until the very end. You can tell, like, stuff was cut out where that cop interviewed him at one point and had him pegged for the murders.
Feel like you're probably
that's probably a good point.
That cop acted like he knew him.
Right.
And that ending is just
great point. Who said that, Jeremy?
Jeremy, when he was watching it, like, and I agreed. There's something.
Oh, you're
missing.
Jeremy.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
I was gonna say our Jeremy. Holy fuck! No way you said that. There's no fucking way
Jeremy's something cut out of the movie.
I think you're right. I think.
Oh no, that's a really good fucking point, man. I never even thought. If
there was a director's cut of this movie could be excellent. This could be like a 9 out of 10. But there's something fucking missing. There's something wrong with this movie.
Okay,
and that's it. I just have too many complaints to include it. If it
was pretty long, was it not?
No, it was too short. This movie should be an hour and 40.
We walked out of the cinema, and I said to Dylan, and I was like, man, dude, there's something wrong with this movie. And I couldn't put my fucking finger on it, man. I was like, you know how your brain is just like going crazy after you watch, like, I'm trying to figure it out and shit. Maybe that's exactly what it is.
It's like a story, a murder story. You're like, why would he do that? Something did not connect. There was a missing piece.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
It could have definitely
so
been,
subconsciously, like, I knew something was, that's why I never connected. I didn't dig it.
It could have been hour 40, hour 50. I agree.
And I normally am telling people to cut it, but this one,
I know, right? We used
10 minutes, man.
Literally,
because I was enjoying
that so much, and then we sound
all
like
the time.
We're like, it wasn't
all the time
because the movie was at a pace, and then like the last 10 fucking minutes just were like, all right, that's it, we're done. It was like Oz season 6. People
I felt like the third act was like 7 minutes and 31 seconds.
What, the final act? Yeah, it was like 30 minutes, 40 minutes, 10 seconds.
It was like bam, 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 done. I'm like, what? Like,
yeah, me and Carly even.
I'll never forget walking out of
that's it.
The cinema. I was like, something was wrong with that ending.
It's also really brilliant how Candyman goes from the mirrors to the real life. How he gets out, and there's like, we needed a Vestal, man. He needed a fucking hive, and you have to tell that story like Freddy Krueger. Get the fear in the people to bring him back out again to say his name. It's a really cool movie, man. It's almost my favorite movie of the year, but like I said, man, it just fell short enough to like where I have questions, like real genuine questions about it that just confuse me.
Yeah, it's a classic example of like a film that I thought was pretty good but could have been great.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's not a bad movie at all. It just didn't fully resonate with me the way it should have.
Me neither.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
Sorry I talked so much about Candyman.
Dave. I did have. I didn't even bring up the bathroom scene, which I felt like, me and Dave talked about it. And, I get why, like, where people are coming from with the bathroom scene, but it does feel completely disjointed.
It needed gone or more. There needed more of it or none of it.
Right. It felt jarring. It felt jarring in the film. All of a sudden, we're in the scene, and then they're trying to throw some, like, kind of, like, narrative. I don't know what the fuck they're trying to do with this scene. And then it just cuts out of it, and then we move on.
It was never fully developed. I don't.
It
like,
wasn't.
Maybe they had to rush it to like camera. Like
it's like visual exposition, man, or something like that. Like they're throwing this in there to see, like, oh, Candyman's in the real world. We're doing this and that and stuff. But it comes out of left field and it leaves in right field. You know what I'm saying? It's like it just. It was a weird one, man. And that was one thing that we left the theater when we actually talked about. We're like, what the fuck was with the bathroom scene? It's like we get the narrative, we get everything, but. This just it felt out of joint.
Art exhibit, and it's like carrying out through her to other people, but it just didn't work.
It didn't work. That's the thing. You're completely right. It didn't work. So, all right, Dave.
I guess what number? This is number 5.
6.
This is number 6. Like I said,
Candyman.
I basically just should put Candyman unless and skip this one because I talked about it enough. This one's actually from Thailand. And this movie kind of blew me away. The first half starts out, and I was like, okay, so we're essentially going to do another classic kind of Asian horror story that I've seen, Ghost Story. And I was like, oh, we're doing this, and it's very mind-fuck kind of movie. And then halfway through, it completely switches, and I said, oh, no, we're doing something else and that. And it just blew my fucking mind. I loved it. It got super violent. No, it's called The Maid.
Oh, The Maid, yeah. That was
this
the one.
This is fucking violent at the end. I loved it.
Another one I didn't get to see. I wanted to watch. Fuck.
Yeah, I didn't see that one either.
It's Ghost Story, Revenge Story, fucking nasty. It's just really cool shit.
I couldn't find it. I couldn't find it.
It's gorgeous, too. Cinematography's gorgeous. Good stuff, man. 8 out of 10. I really dug it. No one else saw it?
Where did you watch it, Dave? Because I couldn't find it.
It was just a release. It had a Blu-ray release, and I checked it out from Epic Pictures.
Oh, you bought
Epic
the Blu-ray?
Pictures put it out. Yeah, well, I got sent to me to review, and I requested it because I wanted to check this one out, and they sent it over. I was lucky enough to get it.
I'm not buying modern releases just to check out. But yeah, you're right. If you got it,
I get all Asian.
Nice.
I would have gotten any Asian modern movie. I buy them anyways.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, they're not really misses for me. But at the same time, to grab something like that for like $40 for me, I'm like, I don't know, man.
Oh, for you, import, because it's usually cheap. It's like
that's what I'm saying. It's too expensive, right?
And Detention was another cool Asian kind of ghost story from this year that you had to buy the disc to see, I believe. Detention, that was a good.
Yeah, that was on someone's list.
Watson had
it. Watson had it. Okay.
Yeah, it's a good film. No, but The Maid, I really recommend you guys check it out. And if you're watching it, and you'll think of a movie like that we've actually covered on the show,
right?
You'll be like, oh, this is just this, but it's still good. But then like it switches, and you're like, oh shit, no, it's gonna do something.
I love when movies do that, where you think it's one thing, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, okay,
it is that, but it's more. It's more. It's even more. So you know what I mean? It's like for me when I watch True Romance, and the scene gets with James Gandolfini, I was like, oh, so we're gonna end with this great scene. I was like, no, you're gonna end with a Mexican standoff. Is that racist? I never understood if it was or not.
Mexican standoff? No.
Yeah, I don't understand like the term just pointing guns at each other, a 3-way battle. But anyways, yeah.
Well, it originated in Mexico, so it's a Mexican standoff. So
yeah, that's what I figured. It's just guys, people pointing guns.
Was it Civil War or something?
It was always in westerns, and they always called it that. So.
No, it's nothing to do with Civil War. Not the American Civil War. It's fucking straight Western shit, man.
Yeah. So I recommend you guys check The Maid out. I really dug it.
Yeah, what a shame, dude. I really wanted to check that out.
There's a bunch of movies I haven't seen on your guys' list, too. This is the worst I think we all ever did, to be honest.
Yeah.
What? I did good. Fuck you. Speak for yourself.
How many movies did you see?
I mean, you didn't do that good. You had the biggest fuck up of the year so far.
I've only not seen one on your list, and I've 3 out of 4 are Jeremy's.
Yeah, that's bad. What about you, JP?
I had only... I missed 2 on his and then 2 on Moon. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, we all did shit.
Yeah. I think Jeremy.
Or this year's just fucking weird.
Without thought though, man, because The Maid and Gia, I didn't know about the Paranormal Activity though.
Well, do you not have Prime or Hulu? What was Gia on?
Well, Boots doesn't get the same shit we get.
No, I've got Amazon Prime, Hulu. But we get pretty much maybe 20% of the shit that you guys have on there. It's all regional, man. And like a lot of shit that you guys can rent on, you know, whatever fucking thing it is.
Your renting is fucking atrocious.
We can't rent shit because it's all regional at the points, and it is.
You could rent like everything.
Even Netflix, man. If you look at your Netflix horror section, like you'd probably have 100 more films on there than we do. It's fucked. It's fucked. And even Shudder is fucking different.
Yeah, I've seen like the UK.
Shudder has been doing a good job of trying to get everything for each territory.
Right.
They've been doing a lot better with that.
Right.
All right.
All right. Back to me. All right. So coming in number 6 is actually a repeat. We talked about this one. I guess we kind of did. Does it even count anymore? Doesn't even count anymore. It totally doesn't. So this is the first time this is appearing on the top 10 list.
10.
And that
it's
is
in my honorable mentions.
And that is David Bruckner's new film, The Night House.
Nice.
Holy fuck, JP! That shit is funny as hell. So it is literally the first time appearing on the top 10. Second time we've.
You don't get to
about
say
it.
nothing, JP.
Oh yeah.
Oh
was
man.
the rule, right?
I mean, we've really kind of said. I don't really want to give too much away from the film, but it's. I like these type of psychological, like what the fuck is going on type things, and I really like where this one goes. And I really like the ending. And JP's right, man. Like what he said before, like there's something that happens in the end that's creepy, and I think a lot of people did miss and shit, which is a great thing. But what, man, it's the mystery of it, man. You know, it seems like it's kind of straightforward at first, and you know it's probably not going to go that way. And Rebecca Hall does a great job in this film.
Yeah,
she's fucking fantastic. Probably one of the best performances of the year, man. She's really damn good in this. I like the way this thing develops, man. It's got great pacing. It's got really good atmosphere. It's got it's got twists and turns in this thing where you're just like, damn, dude, really? But you really need to pay attention because of why this shit is even happening in the first place. Right?
It's a complicated movie. Not gonna lie, I had to read about it when I saw.
Okay. So, but
it's a strange film.
There's a moment in the beginning of the film where she talks about where she was in a car accident. And, you know, she saw the light, or she didn't see the light, right? And that's actually a really key moment in the film.
Yeah.
It's a key point. And then, of course, her husband ends up committing suicide, and then you think that, you know, she's all fucked up from her husband committing suicide because he really didn't have any issues, but we know later on down that he has some issues and stuff. But it's the development of all this shit, of her prior things and then what was going on with him. It's really cool, man. It's a really cool idea. I can't even think of another movie that's kind of like this in narrative wise. Like, I don't know. It develops really cool. Honestly, it's one of those films that I literally sat and watched it on the edge of my seat. I didn't even sit back.
It made me jump once. It got me jump. I was on the couch, and that scene where she's on the couch and she goes to sleep, and her friend's like, "I'll stay here until," and then she wakes up suddenly.
Right.
I literally jumped like a moment. It scared me. I was like, oh, fuck.
Yeah, dude. Very intriguing film. I think if I had been able to rewatch this, it probably would have went up. I know for a fact it probably would have went up. But I love the development, man. It's great. Absolutely great. I'm in at an 8 out of 10 on it right now. I know if I rewatch, like I said, it's going to go up for sure. I love this one. From the UK.
It also looks great. Man, it looks great. The sets are great. The house looks great. The camera works great. This is a very professional movie, and it's a version of another movie that came out like a year before.
Much good camera work.
Watch this again. I only got to watch it once.
I love when they go to the what do they call it? The Nothing House, or the what do they call it?
The bookstore.
Not the bookstore. Like his kind of not kill zone, but the other cabin kind of. I love that shit. Man.
Yeah.
I love
the night house.
I guess you want to call it night house or whatever.
When he goes to the night, because it's the night house, you can only see it at night.
Right. I love the whole development with that, though. Super cool stuff, man. Don't want to ruin anything. You got to see it.
Yeah, gotta see it.
Yeah.
Like if somebody said objectively make a top 10 horror list, this is definitely on the list.
Right.
Oh yeah.
I just personally just loved the movie. I thought it was super cool. This is right up my alley. I love this type of shit where it keeps
approachable for everybody.
It keeps you thinking the whole time, right? And it's one of those films though too. If you do miss something in the early part of the narrative, you might be like, well, "Why the fuck was this happening?" Like,
they explained it at the end. They kind of explain it.
They kind of. I guess they do. I guess they kind of do. But it does help if you pay attention to the just dialogue, right? Yeah. It's actually in dialogue. It's in dialogue in the beginning of the film.
Yeah, but you got to at least pay a little bit of attention.
Right, but some people just don't pay attention to that just very kind of, simple dialogue that's happening. But sometimes it's everything. All right, so Jeremy.
All right, number 6. First time on the list. Maybe we'll see it again. That is that's kind of a controversial statement. I was going to say the master of horror, but I don't think he's won yet. Mr. Wan's Malignant.
He's a master, I'd say.
Yes.
I'm not going to get into this argument right now.
All right.
But Malignant is such a cool movie. That's the thing with James Wan. He goes, he makes his Aquaman, he makes his Fast and the Furious, whatever that bullshit that he wants to make. Then he gets his money from that, and he goes and he makes whatever the hell he wants. And ultimately, he usually, most of the time, makes something really fucking cool. And this is what we get with this movie. Sure, it's a higher budget Frankenheimer movie, but who gives a shit?
Frankenheimer.
Whatever.
Henenlotter.
Did you say Henenlotter? Fucking weird. I was literally just listening to Ari the Rugged Man interview with Talib Kweli, and he was talking about Henenlotter, and he was talking about bad biology and stuff.
Frankenheimer, which is the John Frankenheimer director.
It's so fucking funny, man. I love it.
I'm tired, guys.
Sure, it's a bigger budget a bigger budget basket case, but who gives a shit? I mean, I can understand why people didn't connect with this movie. It's not made for the mainstream audiences. It's made for horror fans, and I think that 95% of horror fans probably really like this movie because it's made for them and made by somebody who understands the genre. And this is a really, really cool movie. The third act of this movie, of course, is fucking absolutely batshit fucking crazy. Probably one of the most craziest third acts in a mainstream movie I've seen in quite a long time. It's absolutely fucking crazy. Just reminds you of watching an 80s flick back in the day. I had a really, really great time with this movie. I recommend it, of course, because it's on my list.
Really?
But what did you guys think of?
I disagreed that it's not made for mainstream fans, because if you look at the type of film it is, I mean, it really does mesh up a lot of, obviously the narrative is, Basket Case, like Sisters. There's so many movies that we've...
Sisters, Dark Half, Basket Case.
Right, there's a million
Italian
movies.
influence, all sorts of shit. There's a scientist influence. It has everything.
There's a million films that are for the genre horror film fan, but then you look at the action and shit like that, it's like The Matrix mixed with fucking John Wick and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like there's definitely appeal for everybody in there.
I think a lot of people were expecting something, because if you look at James Wan's filmography, the last 4 films he made were ghost type movies. I think people were expecting something like that.
Right. Yeah, I got no problems with the movie at all. I mean, well, I do. But I mean, honestly, dude, the biggest thing I have problems with is the fact that it is almost a little bit too comic booky for me. Okay, this is one of the movies I rewatched last night, and rewatching it again, and I was so stoked to rewatch it because I really liked it the first time, and rewatching, I'm like, man, dude, it is so comic book to the point where it's like, okay, I get what's going on and shit like that, but it just seems so outrageous what is happening with this killer and how their abilities are to be able to. I'm just like, it's blowing me away. But it's also the look of it, though. Sometimes
it's very over the top.
It's very
not
the scene.
In reality.
Yeah, all those movies that we just listed are over the top, pretty much.
No, but I mean, this one just it feels so comic booky to me. Like when they come out the window. coming down the fire escape and shit. That whole scene is just like, it's like straight like Marvel shit. You're like, what the fuck?
Well, he
like,
did do a comic book movie, so he has some sort of excuse.
But it comes off like that, and you're like, what the fuck am I watching, right? Like, and you know,
it's unapologetically bonkers, and that's why I love it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't dislike it at all. It's just, I could probably do without a little bit of the hardcore comic booky stuff, but I do like the action scenes. Like, I mean, the jail scene's insane.
I mean, it's a goofy ass movie, but it's embracing the goofiness, and I love it for that.
Right.
What was that, an 8, Jeremy?
8.5.
Oh,
8.5.
Good shit.
All right, my turn.
I might have gotten Dave completely fucking wrong here.
Okay, so my number 5 is from the master of horror, the return to horror after a half decade, Malignant by James Wan. So that's my number 5. It is, like Dave said, unapologetically bonkers, and I think that is the appeal of it, that it's just like, this is insane. Like, I knew nothing about this film going into it, so I did expect it sort of to be like what James Wan's been doing with the Insidious and Conjuring stuff. And he hasn't made, I mean, he did Insidious 2, The Conjuring 2, and then took a 5-year break and did Fast and the Furious and Aquaman. So I really was expecting more in the line, and even Dead Silence, right? Like, the actual oddball film in his filmography is Saw, because it's different than those ones.
Yeah.
But,
Well, Death Sentence.
I haven't
Death
seen that,
Sentence.
so.
Death Sentence is maybe his best, one of his best.
It's most violent.
I love it. Yeah, I've actually not seen that one. But, you know, so I was expecting something more along the lines of that. And, like, I don't know, Malignant just sounded like some kind of bad, evil entity type thing. But I just was like, whenever it started getting into like the Henenlotter territory, I was like, holy shit, this is insane. And obviously just the concept of the actual, like, I don't want to spoil it, but you know, what's going on is like, holy shit. Like, it's just, I did not expect this type of movie out of it. And then, like you guys mentioned, all the influences from a lot of people are calling it a giallo, which is, like, I don't agree with that at all, but I could see like giallo influences, sure.
The black.
Well, I mean,
stuff.
The killer, chasing the killer, all that kind of police procedural shit that happens in the giallos where they're chasing them. And some of the lighting techniques, some of the camera work and stuff but it also has mad scientist shit. It has gothic elements. It has fucking body horror elements. It's a mismatch. It's everything. I mean,
yeah, it's fucking like potluck. But yeah, I mean, I was very happy to see James Wan return, and I think Jeremy made a good point that I was going to make before he stole my thunder. But yeah, it's like James Wan will go direct a Fast and the Furious film, and then he'll do like something that he wants to do, and then Aquaman, and he'll do something he wants to do. So we got another Aquaman movie coming up, and this film really feels like it really feels like James Wan. This is not a studio type movie. This is just like, oh, James Wan's the shit.
This does not seem like something Warner Brothers would put out.
Right. It's like James Wan's the shit. He kind of can do whatever the fuck he wants at this point because he made fucking Aquaman and Fast and Furious or whatever.
No, he made Saw.
Really? It doesn't feel like a studio film?
He made The Conjuring.
Wow. I feel like it totally does.
In the sense of like the content, a big film. What's in it.
It's not a big film.
One of my favorite things about Malignant, though, is the fact that it's filmed in Seattle. And the weird thing is that, you know, I've been to Seattle because Seattle is very, very close to where I live. Been there a million times. I've never, ever done the underground tour before. And we always talk about it every time we go there, and we never do it because we're always there for baseball or partying or doing some other shit, right? But I've always wanted to do it, man. I got to go check it out, man. I got to go check it out. It's kind of cool.
But yeah, I give it an 8 out of 10.
You guys never thought you wanted to go? None of you guys have
probably
ever been close.
I didn't know that was a real thing.
But they talk about it in the movie, right? Yeah. So back in the day, like it was late 1800s or whatever, maybe early 1900s, they had a huge fucking fire in Seattle, and it basically demolished everything. And so, but they had flooding issues and stuff. So what they did, instead of rebuilding the city at that level, they built the city up a story. And so when you go to Seattle now, the city seems really high. It's because it actually is high, because there's a whole nother fucking level underneath the whole city, which is the old Seattle. And that's where, and you can go do the tours and stuff like that. There's still like shit down there and stuff. Like, so what you see in Malignant, you know, that those tours down there, that was filmed in the real, it's filmed in the real underground of Seattle.
That must have been costly.
I did not know that.
Oh, you guys didn't know that? Shit, man, crazy. So we always talk about it every time we go there. We should do the underground tours, man. And we never do it, man, because so if you go to Seattle, it's very hilly. It's very high and hilly because it's, just they got to be above sea level and shit like that. And it's cool. It's very, very cool.
That's weird.
Yeah, Seattle.
I'd want to do that though too.
Oh, yeah.
That sounds
I'd
cool.
actually.
It's a beautiful, beautiful fucking.
Scuba
It's,
diving.
being like Vancouver and Seattle are only about 2 hours apart, right? So Canada,
Jeez.
America, kind of thing. So when I lived in Vancouver, we were there all the time, and and plus the Jays are when they're in Seattle, it's like a Canadian home game, so it's fun. It's fun.
Go see the Kraken.
Go see the Kraken. Well,
Last
my
place
fucking
Kraken.
my kid's wearing a fucking Kraken hat right now.
Nice.
Are you
Maybe
proud of
tell
him
me
now?
Suck.
Yeah, are you proud of him now? He's a big
definitely did not
Steelers
do it
fan.
right.
He's a big Steelers. He's so bummed out. He's like, fucking Roethlisberger's
Hey,
retiring. I'm
all
like,
we
well,
need
it's
to
about
do is
fucking
have
time.
Jacksonville beat the Colts, and we're in, baby. And we got to beat Baltimore.
Are you kidding me? You're counting on
You ain't doing
Jacksonville?
shit. You're not doing
Jacksonville?
nothing. You're sitting on your ass, fucking at work. You're not
What are
doing
you
nothing.
talking about?
You're like,
The
this
team
wee
cannot
shit.
survive without
This
the fans,
wee
so
shit. I love sports
they-
fans. Like, we gotta win, man. We gotta win. No, you
It
gotta
is
eat a
wee.
hot dog and shut your fucking mouth and watch the game.
It is we, motherfucker.
It's not wee.
Yeah,
It
see,
is weird.
see
Guess what?
Dave,
And then the team
Bulls won
loses
9 in a
and it's
row.
like, they
That
won.
makes
Dave would never
That's
understand
fucking-
Canadians, man, because, like, it's fucking, like, hockey up in Canada is, like, literally religion. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It, like, runs shit, dude. Like, everything revolves around hockey. It's fucked up. It's a
Well,
weird
especially
mentality up
with-
here.
The NFL fans actually affect the game.
Yeah. Like
With
hockey
the noise
up
and
here in
stuff.
Canada, fuck, it's just everything, man. It's everything. That's why all these games are being canceled right now because of COVID. Every game in Canada, we have no fans, so they're postponing all the games because they want to, play them down the roads with fans and stuff.
Have I told you guys
Ugh.
that the Pens are on fire lately?
I gotta be out of here
Did you
at
see that
midnight.
Gets
I'm
will
leaving.
breakaway?
I'm leaving at midnight. I'm gonna talk about fucking hockey.
All right.
We'll talk about hockey.
Gets will breakaway.
I don't want to talk about hockey. All of a sudden, his accent comes out. Is like, I want to talk about hockey.
I want to
guy.
talk about hockey.
I never
Do
noticed
you
his
wanna
accent in
talk about
5
coming home
years
with the
until he
dog?
said hockey. He's like, hockey.
I'm doing it to be an asshole.
All right,
Okay,
JP,
who's
that was Malignant. What was your rating?
It's me.
Yeah,
8.
that-
Cool blue
right.
gate. Okay.
Still at 8s.
All right. So we are at number 5, and my number 5 has not been mentioned yet, and that is Lamb. Lamb.
Overrated.
Lamb.
Wow.
Fuck you.
Wow.
Anyway.
I am so shocked by this. Nice.
Break off, Jeremy.
It was just such a
I
weird
didn't like
movie.
it. I thought it was fucking.
It's Carly's
retarded
turn,
to be
though.
honest.
You ain't got a fucking sentence that, man.
Yeah, it's okay. But no, I didn't know if I would like this or not. I didn't really know anything about it going in, and I don't know. I was with it the whole time. I just thought it was a very unique, weird film, and I thought the lamb was really cute. I would take him home with me, but it was also a really creepy concept. I like how the brother comes. And he's just so weirded out by this. He's like, you guys can't do this. This is.
Wouldn't you be weirded out by it?
Yeah. Well, yes, Jeremy, I would. But I'm just saying the lamb was also kind of cute. But it's a more of a weird movie to me than horror. I feel until like the ending. But
Okay.
I don't care.
So let me ask you something.
Yes.
Okay. So the ending of the movie, do you have any idea how to explain that away? Because, okay, so basically we have this couple that is obviously having issues having kids. They fucking have a farm, and all of a sudden they have this like misplaced fucking kid, baby, lamb
Thing.
at their disposal, and they raise it like their own, like nothing is wrong. There's an incident where something dies, and then the end happens. How do you, like, I'm just like, I can't make sense of how
it doesn't really make sense.
It doesn't make any sense. Like, I thought about this forever because I watched the movie and I was like, I don't understand what the fuck is with the ending. Like, sometimes I'm just like okay with bizarreness.
Yeah, but do you understand what the fuck is going on with the beginning?
Well, no, not
comes.
well. No, I,
You know what I'm
at
saying?
first,
It's like-
at first, I thought the movie was kind of in their head. Like, okay, so they're having issues, whatever. They have this baby, and I felt like it was kind of like in this fantasy world. But like, and I realized that it's totally not when the brother comes, and I'm like, okay, so now it's set in reality, but weird reality. I couldn't figure it out, and I'm kind of rolling with it. And then the ending happens, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, where does this?
I think it's just literal.
What, that a giant ram came and fucking killed
How is that
everybody and took the
literal?
lamb?
How is the baby literal?
Right.
It's
But
just the
that's what I'm
daddy,
saying,
the dad.
because if the ending's literal, then the baby can't be literal. Like, there's nothing that's literal about the whole thing. It's like, it's such a weird, like, it's one of those movies I feel like I watched and I went, wow, they made some weird shit just to make some weird shit.
Yeah.
Like, I couldn't
wasn't
make
for me
any
either,
fucking
dude.
sense of it. Like, I
didn't
really
like it much
tried.
either.
It's not a poorly made movie. It's beautiful.
The
It's a
dad was
beautiful
pissed
shot
off,
movie.
man.
It's a beautiful
Yeah,
shot movie. It's acted excellently. It's got a great somber atmosphere to it. Like, you can feel the whole movie is just somber.
Honestly, the effects were fucking outstanding.
Yeah,
because
there's a
that
lot of
fucking
good
lamb
points
looked
to it.
like a baby.
But you can't end a movie with how it ends because it literally makes no fucking sense.
But my thing is, if
it's
down
set in
to ride
reality.
with the fact that there's a baby lamb that's acting like a human, why can't you ride with the end?
Well, because the problem is that you're thinking, if you're setting this movie at that point in some type of alternate reality shit, but then it seems like when the brother shows up, it's kind of grounded. It grounds itself after that point. It's like, it's kind of set in this world because we have an outside character that's bringing groundness to the narrative.
Yeah, but my argument would it was grounded from the beginning because there's nothing in there that shows that it's, that anything was different before the brother came.
Exactly. Well, you're right, because nothing is different in the beginning, but then I feel like once the lamb baby happens, I feel like it kind of goes fantasy, but then it kind of grounds itself back out with the brother, and then it goes crazy fantasy at the end because what the fuck, man? Where does that even come? Like, is there some types of weird social commentary in this shit that I have no idea what the fuck is going on here?
I think there is some social
Don't
commentary
take-
in
But
there.
if there
Don't take
is, then
what
it
is
even
yours.
bugs me even more because, like, fuck, man, just, you don't... Dude.
I haven't seen
I'm-
this movie, but it sounds like a fairy tale.
It
Yes,
does.
I mean,
it
in
is.
a way, yeah.
By the end of the movie, it feels like that because you're like, how do I make sense of any of this now? Right?
I think
Is
you
it
got to
based off
rock
some
with
Greek
it.
myth?
Probably.
I have no
I think you got to rock. I think it has something to do with like thieving of other entities, like other
Taking from-
animals,
yeah.
like taking what isn't yours and shit like that.
Well, it
and
has something to do with the fact that they couldn't have kids, right? Like they were having
It was like
Yeah.
some
she had a-
depression when not being able to have.
well, they had lost a
relationship
baby.
problems or
They had
something.
lost a baby.
Yeah.
I think that's what it was. Because they couldn't have kids. They had lost a baby. I think that's what the narrative is. And then all of a sudden, it's just random. It's literally random. They're in their barn, and there's all of a sudden this like baby sitting there.
No, well, then they give it birth. Don't you see the lamb?
Yeah, the lamb births it.
Yeah,
the lamb
it's
births
just
it.
like comes out of nowhere, and you're like, what the fuck? Like it's one of the weirdest movies I've seen in a long time.
It is super weird, but I think you have to rock with it from the beginning. You got to be like, okay, we're doing this, and then you're probably going to be.
Oh,
looking
I
for
was
an explanation.
into it though. I was into it pretty much until probably and when it ended, I was like, I don't know what to make of this, man.
Well, I think you were just expecting there to be like a twist, like, oh, this is all in their head thing. But then it's just like, no, we're just doubling down on the fact that there's a lamb baby and this exists.
Yeah, but I mean, it went pretty crazy at the end though, man. Like there were some parts flying around and shit. It was like, what the fuck?
I really liked it a lot too.
Honestly,
thought
dude,
it
I
was cool.
fucking I got really upset with the dog again. Shit bugs me, man. It fucking bugs
yeah.
me. It fucking bugs
My
everyone
mom said
forgot
that
about the
today.
dog.
She was watching Pig, and she's like, "I hate it when when animals die in movies.
Me too, man. It drives me fucking nuts.
All right.
Watch John Wick then.
What'd you give that, Carly?
What did I give that? What I gave it an 8.5 out of 10 as well.
But it also sets it up for 3 movies, Jeremy.
That is true.
Right. So and 4. Actually 4.
5 movies now.
Yeah.
5.
It's gonna be 5? Okay. Well, that's even better. Because those movies are fucking amazing.
They are amazing.
Alright, so Dave.
This is my number 5, and I keep hearing everybody, this is the most overrated movie of the year. This is so overrated. This is so overrated. Listen, overrated. Shut the fuck up, because guess what? All I've heard about how overrated it is. I've literally heard like one other person say they fucking like it. How do you guys know what it is?
Sucks.
It's censor, bro.
You're fucking. You know what? Here, I'd rather have overrated good movies on my list than underrated shit movies on your list, Jeremy. Fucking Bloodhound. Fucking director didn't even like Edgar Allan Poe. He's like, hey, I'll just make a movie about Edgar Allan Poe. I don't know nothing about the guy. Anyways, I really like censor, and somebody said this doesn't do anything different with mental illness. It makes a big statement about, hey, guess what? The people that are censoring the fucking shit are actually the ones who are mentally ill, and possibly telling people that you can watch
the
this,
narrative's awesome.
I'm unfit to do this. Like, I'm in a mid-sentence, man. I'm in a mid-sentence. I mean, anyways, I love this movie. Thought the acting was great. Thought it was like bringing out the dead in the beginning when they're pairing up fucking people to like edit the films. I mean, it's a period piece. It's also amazing how they set up the end shot in the beginning when she's looking at the video store. I like movies about obsession. I do. I truly do. I like movies about mental illness. Probably can relate to a lot of these characters because I'm probably mentally ill, as you can tell from my coming home from the dark.
You're
rant.
obviously obsessed though too with your fucking cleanliness of your class. Yeah, so this movie totally appeals.
Yeah, I fit perfect, and the aesthetic's beautiful. I mean, it's a movie where they plan an actress that normally like a character that I don't like, because of what she does, but I don't ever dislike her, and it's something that happened horrible in your past that you can't let go. You just can't let it go, and no matter what, and they set it up, and throughout the end of the movie, you kind of realize, oh shit, we know what happened to her sister. I do. But I love this movie. I thought it was 8 out of 10. I think it's pretty great. Now, I know you guys have problems with it. That's fine.
I actually I love the idea. I love the narrative of this, man. I did have issues the way it kind of played out and stuff. I wasn't really overly impressed with it, but I did rate it pretty high. It just didn't make my list, but I wanted to rewatch it, but I didn't get it from VS, and I was like, I just don't want to watch it any other way, knowing that they have this great release out there.
I got you.
So it totally bugged me that I didn't get to rewatch it because, I mean, anybody that listens to this podcast or watches my channels, I'm a huge fucking fan of the video. Jeremy,
we
shut
like
the fuck up.
Of film. We like the history of film, Jeremy.
Jeremy, seriously, not everybody listens to every show, so they might not know. That's why you got to repeat these things. But I love that era. Video nasty shit is like my shit. I love that.
We're obsessed with it.
It's the most fucked up thing ever. The censorship is like, I am so against that shit, but it's so fascinating how censorship created what we're doing right now. We're getting the best releases for these movies that never would have got this shit ever.
And they would have been obscure.
Well, even the commentary about
it's amazing.
Person's killing whatever. So you guys fucking passed this movie. What the fuck?
Right.
Like, it's not because
there's so much more to it. Yeah.
It's fucking biased as shit. It's not based on what actually the rules that they set for passing things. It's based on
what they want.
Right. Yeah.
On the personal shit.
Super fucking pissed off.
And that was based on the Child's Play incident.
I'm actually quite surprised. I'm actually quite surprised that this type of narrative never happened before. Considering how huge the video nasties, I would call it a scandal. Because it's a fucking scandal. It's bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. So it's everything that we don't want in life is the censorship bullshit. And did I say bullshit? I just said bullshit.
And also, it's similar to Evil Dead. That's the only other movie I could compare. And that's the comedy version of it.
Yeah, I love that movie, man.
Yeah. I do too. I love Evil Dead.
It's Evil Dead, but comedic version with censorship. It's amazing. It's so good.
I pretty much agree with Moods. Like, I was down for the ride right away. I was like, oh, this is so cool. But it kind of lost me in the third act. I wasn't. I felt like it was more interesting than what they ended up doing in the end. It's like, I feel like I've seen this before. But I also gave it a 7. So, I mean...
We're not that even far over, a point off.
I know.
That's right. But I could see, like, they do kind of lose you in the third act a little bit, but I think the payoff at the very ending with that shot is well worth it. And you understand. Like, I don't want to spoil this, but I feel like everybody probably watched Censor. Like it's I don't know. I just like the idea that you're searching for a missing person, but you're probably responsible for it.
Right.
Right.
Because you see she's fucked up.
Yeah.
All right.
She can't deal with the guilt, man. I think.
What was the rating on that?
8 out of 10.
8. Still's on 8. Me too.
All right. So coming in at what are we on, number 5?
Yep.
Number 5, and I know this is just gonna spark. Dave is. I can already see him. I can already hear him vibrating. He's been so mad and angry all show.
It's a good movie.
He's been so angry all show. I love it. I love when Dave is like this, because if you guys ever watch his channel, he's so Mr. Parker on his show on his channel. But when he's on here, he's fucking Dave. He's old man grumpy fucking Dave, and he swears a lot, and he just gets angry and shit. And I love it. I love it.
We bring the worst out of
But
Dave.
he already mentioned something about this one that was a major problem. And I will say that I didn't have that same problem. And I mentioned this off the top of the show, which is very odd for me because I always have this fucking problem. And this is what the fuck is where the fuck is this from? This is a film from Germany. It's a German descent film.
Wait, what?
And it is Blood Red Sky.
I thought we were talking about the Coming Home in the Dark.
Love this movie, dude.
It was 2 hours.
This movie, I didn't want to check out for the longest time because it was like 2 hours. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me, dude? I am so tired of these 105, 110, 120 minute fucking movies this year. This is crazy. I only got so much time in a fucking day to watch movies. So I'm like, fuck this. I'll check this out because I was running out of movies and I needed to watch some more movies. And the premise is pretty fucking cool, man. Like I like, honestly, dude, I worked in the film industry. I worked in the airline industry for like 8 years, and I understand how crazy shit can get on flights. And you know, it's a scary premise when you have people going batshit on planes and stuff like that. It's crazy. Let alone fucking, you know, terrorism and vampires on fucking planes. So this one's kind of interesting because it's got this weird concept of this girl this mom that's flying to America, and she's going there to get treated for her, well, disability right now. You know, she's got vampirism. She's a vampire. And of course she's on this flight where it's being overtaken by, we'll just call them terrorists. And, you know, she ultimately she ends up having to do something about this. We'll just leave it at that. This is a crazy movie, man. You know, for a 2-hour movie that is set on an airplane, you would think, holy fuck, dude, this is going to be a fucking tedious watch. I think that they did this completely right. I was never bored for a second. I never look back on this one, man. So they do it properly, man. They do throw in inserts of backstory with her and how she got changed and stuff like that. And I do appreciate that. It's not needed because you know from the beginning what she is. You don't really need this. It's nice to have that. Maybe that's some problems that people have with the movie. Maybe it extends it a little bit too much. It does run 2 hours and 1 minute, apparently. But this one is freaky. I know Jeremy probably can't relate to this because he's never been on an airplane before. But if you've ever been on a plane and shit starts going down, it's freaky. Because being on an airplane can be fucking scary for people. This is like Flight 193 with vampires. It really is. That's kind of what I was thinking, man. Because if you ever watch the documentaries and never know the story of what happened on that flight, and they did save a lot of fucking lives, and it's a crazy story. That's kind of how I relate this story. Did anybody else see this movie?
Nope.
Yeah,
It was
I didn't
2
really
hours.
care for it.
What's that?
It was 2 hours, so I didn't watch it.
Right.
I didn't really care for it.
So what?
It had some good moments, though. I mean,
what didn't you care? What didn't you care about it?
I honestly don't even remember that much about it, honestly.
Because it was 2 hours and you were like, okay, I'm not. So just like, see, I don't understand that, man. Because
I'll back you up moods on this. I don't hate it. It's like a 6.
I gave it a 6. I mean, I didn't hate it either.
You know who was great in it?
Oh, I think
Terrorist group. All the terrorists are really good in it, but the one that shines is the one kind of feminine one. Yeah, the flamboyant one. He's great.
Well,
he's
the guy that ends up getting turned and shit like that. Yeah,
he's good in it.
Honestly,
I felt there was too many storylines to it. You know what I mean?
That's what I liked. But that's what I liked about it. So if you're gonna have a 2 hour movie, man, you better have some shit going on in there, man.
I would have preferred an hour and a half version of this.
Of course,
It would have been on my list.
I would have preferred it to be a little bit shorter for sure. But to be honest, man, this movie never bored me for a second, man. It was high tension. It was fucking fast paced. There was a lot. It's
like 3 movies in one for me.
There was a lot of gore in this, man. Like surprisingly, there was a lot of shit that was happening all the fucking time.
It's pretty big. Though.
That's why
it's a pretty big film.
It was for a film that's set in an airplane. You got to remember, this is like a confined horror film technically. And it was 2 hours long. I'm thinking to myself, this is what it took me forever to watch this because I was like, I can't watch this. It's confined film set in an airplane for 2 hours. I'm like, this is going to be garbage. And I went in with that mentality and came out with this. That's how much I fucking blew my mind. I was like, what the fuck? I never checked my watch for 1 second, dude. And I'm saying because maybe I have worked in this. I've been on a million flights and like I've seen shit go down on flights and it gets scary, dude. When people start fucking doing shit, you don't like the second that fucking shot went through that window and they had to depress and had to bring that plane down. Like I know, like I've never been in that situation, but I know that can happen. That's scary as fuck, dude. It's scary as shit. Everything on this shit is scary as fuck, man. It's cool that they set it on like a massive airplane, you know, one of those big 7. I think it's like a 777. Yeah, so it's a big double.
The hordes at the end, which is pretty insane. It reminded me of Nightmare City when they start coming off the fucking
right. So they set this on. It was like 67 or something like that. So it's a double decker. So they're even packing cars in there and shit like that. It's huge. It's fucking huge. But the fact of what the narrative is, these aren't even like what they're doing. I don't want to give it away, man. But what they're trying to accomplish and how they set up the Middle Eastern dudes and shit like that. Like, there's a lot of shit that's happening in this film. The narrative is nuts. It's actually nuts.
That part where he's like, I don't speak Arabic, and he just shoots him right in the fucking face.
But the fact that like they I don't want to give anything away, man. I really don't want to say anything, but
I think that made either Watson's or Jay of the Dead's list.
It made a lot of people's list. It made a lot of.
I think if you're paying attention to all the shit that's going on, it's actually quite crazy because how in depth the hijacking was, and it develops throughout the film. It's so crazy what they're trying to accomplish and what they do with these other people, and the fact that like people are turning into vampires and like there's kids. There's so much shit going on in this. It's fucking, the 2 hours felt like, it really did feel like 90 minutes to me. Like I didn't have a problem with this, and like I said, I'm the first person in the world to just discount any film that's 2 hours. It took me forever to watch this. It really did. I went in with a shit attitude and came out going, fuck me. Like, really? That never happens. That really doesn't happen with me. So, and I liked it, man. Like, there wasn't a bunch of garbage CG gore and all that bullshit. Like, it was all practical, and I thought they did a really damn good job with this, man. I can see, man, like Jeremy didn't watch it because it was 2 hours. I can see that point.
Yeah, I think also because it's like Netflix, it's called Blood Red Sky. I think like you might think like, this is probably gonna be crap. But
absolutely. I was on the fence with it. 2 hours, Blood Red Sky. Are you fucking with me? But when I actually looked into it, I was like, oh, this is set on a plane and there's I'm like, oh, this could be interesting. It's like snakes on a plane, but maybe way better. Mm-hmm. You know, I'm thinking, okay, I like plane shit, man, because I've been there.
That makes sense. It means more to you. Like all these movies, they appeal to us because we live different lives.
Oh,
you know
dude,
what I mean?
Dude, when I was younger, I was terrified of flying. Terrified. Because as a kid, you were like, planes go down. They never go down. They never go down. It's crazy. I love flying. I absolutely love flying. But like this type of shit though is terrifying, man. To me, terrifying. And I was thrilled. It was a thrill ride for me. It's great, man. I don't know, man. I get it. It's different personalities when it comes to film and stuff, but I thought there was nothing wrong. I thought the acting was fucking like really good. There was a lot of good parts in this, or a lot of good characters, and it just goes. Again, a couple dogs get killed in this. I'm just like, dude, seriously? Fucking dogs being like, she fucking grabs a dog, like this little like fucking Yorkie, and fucking just gnarls on it. I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah, but the plane was getting fucked up no matter what. So,
well, no,
there's a lot of spread.
But that's her fighting her vampire. Like she had to fucking eat some shit.
I mean,
right?
in general, at the very end, nothing matters really.
Yeah. Right. Right. But again, it plays into the commentary of like you see somebody that looks like a terrorist. And that's how they set it up.
Oh yeah,
and they're like, okay, no, fuck you. You're the dude that did it. Like it's just, I love that. So that was kind of cool how they set it up in the narrative. It just came to that. It was done purposely. So it's kind of cool. But I don't know. I thought it was really cool, man. I know it's something that Jeremy would never. Carly, you never watched it? No.
I did not. I thought the cover and the title seemed generic. I didn't know it was 2 hours though, so that probably would have really made me be like, no. But yeah, I didn't get to that one.
Yep, it's pretty much everything that you would scream generic, man. Blood Red Sky, Netflix, fucking like there's a lot of variables here that are pretty much saying don't watch this movie.
Yeah.
I would say watch it because I don't know, man.
The reason I watched it is because I was seeing it on lists. So I was like, okay, people are putting this on lists. It must be all right.
I mean, give it 25 minutes. If you don't like it, turn it off. That's what I did with Army of Dead. I got like 30 minutes in. I was like, this garbage.
I can't do it. If I start something, I have to finish everything. I punish myself.
Yeah, I'm at like a 95% finish rate.
It's because I've had that moment in my life where I have watched like 30 minutes of a movie and I'm like, God, this is the worst shit ever. And then all of a sudden I end up loving the movie by the end. It's like the weirdest shit, and I'm like, that can happen again, and I don't want to miss that opportunity.
I forced myself to come back to Fear Street, and I enjoyed it, but I couldn't do Army of the Dead.
I liked Army of the Dead.
I don't think Army of the Dead was that bad. I actually really enjoyed it, man, to be honest.
Yeah, I thought it was cool.
Yeah.
I could tell it's not for me.
Well, that's the beauty of film. Is like, these movies are very specific and stuff. So, but I'm generally not like the hugest vampire film fan. Modern vampire shit. But this set on a plane, though, come on.
What'd you end up rating?
It ticks some boxes for me, man. 8.5 out of 10.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm moving. Right. I moved up out of the 8s. Yeah, everything.
Nice. I'm still there. I'm still there, but hopefully soon.
Right.
JPP. No, it's
Jeremy.
Jeremy.
I guess
Jeremy. He just doesn't. He can't figure it out.
I can't. I got this spreadsheet. Looks like shit.
Coming in at number 5, the most beautiful film of the year, hands down. That probably gives it away. The second best film from this director, and that is Last Night in Soho. Like I said, most gorgeous movie of the year. The fucking lighting in this movie is insane, out of this world fucking good. This movie just looks fucking amazing, and I wait to watch this in 4K because it's probably going to look awesome. But even the story, I think the story is really, really interesting. I love the setting. I love the flashback sequences. I think are really, really cool, really neat. I think that's where the production design and the lighting really shines in this movie. And I think it all ravels up in a acceptable twist, if you want to call it that, and an acceptable ending. I think the ending is really, really cool. And to be honest, I didn't see where it was going. I'll be honest with you. I was a bit surprised the way that it ended. And to be honest, it's Wright's fucking best movie next to Hot Fuzz. I mean, this is a really, really enjoyable film. Nah, Hot Fuzz is still his best movie. It's the second best film.
I liked it,
but I just think it's really good. I think it's cool. The whole, of course, it has social commentary on the Me Too rape, all that rapey stuff. But I don't
also
like a rape, man. What do you think about that?
too much in your face, though. It wasn't so much in your face that I don't think he was like trying to make a huge huge statement about it.
I don't think
he's trying to make a statement about how it's not the good old times. People think of nostalgia and they think how great it was back in the day, but really it's just a rape fucking filled city like anywhere else.
It shows that like glamour and lights doesn't automatically mean that there's not a seedy fucking garbage to humanity underneath.
Right.
I just thought this was a really cool movie, really well acted, and all that jazz. Moose, you didn't like it very much?
No, I liked it. I didn't love it. I liked it though.
Yeah,
I thought it was good.
Yeah,
definitely visually, man, it was really cool, man. I won't lie though, man. I had a sneaky suspicion of where it was going, but I wasn't 100% sure. Not like it would have ruined it or nothing, but it was good though, man. I really liked, I like throwback films. I like the costumes. I like the music and stuff like that. Like I like that type of stuff. And
you know that scene, like the scene at the beginning where she's like walking down the stairs and you can see the other actress in the mirrors and stuff like that.
That's brilliant.
Yep.
That was done practically. Like she's actually there on set. Like it was filmed very interestingly to where she's off camera, but still in view. Like they did a good job with that shit.
I mean, the music choices are fantastic in this movie.
Yeah.
The dance choreography is great. The acting from the two lead females, I love. Diana Rigg is also great. Matt Smith is.
What is that girl's name?
Villain.
What's the girl's name in the lead? What's her name?
I can't remember the other girl. One's Anna Taylor-Joy.
Thomason?
Yeah, she's
great. Isn't that weird?
Because
Anya Taylor-Joy played Thomason in The Witch.
Right. Oh,
Matt Smith
right.
is made to play a villain. He looks straight like a Dick Tracy character. It was kind of weird when they show him and you think he's like a romantic lead, and I'm like, wait, no. And then he's like the villain. I'm like, that's about right.
Yeah. my thing, like, Anya Taylor-Joy is like one of my favorite actresses right now, and this lead girl, this Thomason, rivaled her. So I was like, wow, she did really good.
They had good chemistry together.
Yes.
I think that's why it worked so well. So they had good chemistry.
Did you rate that, Jeremy?
I gave it an 8.5.
All right, back to me, my turn. Another first time pick on here for my number 4. I don't know how many people have seen this one. It kind of had I think Jeremy did. It had a weird release, but it is Silent Night. Did you guys check out Silent Night?
Yeah, I saw this in the theaters.
You've got to be fucking kidding me.
What?
Dude,
it's the most depressing movie in
it might be one of the most depressing movies I've ever seen in my life. Like literally in my life, dude. I was so I was anxious after this thing. I was like, what the fuck did I just watch, dude? It shifts.
Carly said the same thing.
It goes from being this family comedy shit, which you know something's going on, but
having
to like
15-year-old
literally to
sitcom,
the most
so
depressing shit you've ever seen in your fucking life. Like the narrative is brutal, and it makes complete sense of what was happening in the world right now. But like that really doesn't fucking help. Nobody wants to watch Silent Night right now. Like maybe in 10 years it might be a hit or something, but come on, man.
It was so weird how it's like super comedic, and then it turns out to be that.
The fourth of the movie is comedic, and then the last 75% of the movie is just it kicks you right in the balls.
It's the worst holiday movie I watched all year because I was like, this is the most depressing shit. Oh my god.
I was at work and
like the ending shot of all them laying in the bed is like, what the fuck?
Oh, it's so and then of course something happened. Oh god, it's bad.
I had this on my computer and I was at work and Carly, I was like, oh, you could use my laptop to watch movies or whatever. I have some on there, I check on her and she's like, this movie's depressing, and I was like, oh really? I thought it was like going to be a comedy or something. Like, and then I checked it out.
Is.
Right? Yeah.
Isn't it kind of fucking ironic that like a movie named Silent Night, Deadly Night is way more enjoyable than one just called Silent Night?
Right. Well, I think that like it feels like Home Alone or something in the beginning, right? Where the whole family's running around, like, you know, you got like this whole big family, and when you find out why they're all gathering, not just because it's Christmas, but because of a reason, it's really like earth shattering. And then also, I love the debate in there of like, do you have a choice or don't you have a choice?
It's the vaccination versus non-vaccination you know, basically is what they're doing.
Kind of thing. And also like this, like, I think that the what the kid represents, the kid that's anti-vax essentially,
pretty much,
is hope. Like he has hope that this might not be what everybody thinks, whereas everybody else has given up hope completely. And I think that the message is you never give up hope. And also, I really like how they like sort of, it's like they've accepted it, but at the same time, it's like they're almost forgetting about it and just trying to enjoy life, but then are constantly reminded of it. And even like that one's reaction, like, oh, it's not supposed to happen until tomorrow. You know what I mean? Like, it's like they are living in a bubble of like just fear, but sort of like
it's almost denial. Like it's almost denial in a sense.
It's denial, but it's acceptance too.
Yeah.
It's like a weird mix of that. It's like on one moment they are trying to forget about it, so there's a little bit of a denial, but then it's also like an acceptance. It's a very, very interesting movie. I kind of loved it. It really spoke to me, and I was like, wow, this is heavy shit. And I thought it was definitely the most depressing Christmas movie.
Well, by the end of it, when I was watching it, I go, oh no, now I know why I'm the only one in the theater, because
dude, I can't believe did they release this on Christmas time?
Nah, they released it in like the first week of December, I think.
So yeah, Christmas time.
Yeah, I guess Christmas time.
Dude, could you imagine going to see this spot? They not knowing what it is, like going to.
How do you watch this shit between like National Lampoon's Christmas and like A Christmas Story or some shit? Like it just ruins everything.
Yeah,
dude,
it's so depressing. It's so fucking depressing.
Dave,
I felt like it was like an Axie Vat. Like it was like an Axie.
You know, I didn't see it.
Axie Vat.
Oh, I didn't know you. How did I know you didn't see
because
it?
I didn't say anything for fucking 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I give it.
I mean, some people would say it's kind of like a, you know, an anti-vax film. In a sense,
I almost
made in this fucking era, you know, and like just proving, oh, well, if you do the vax, you know, you're gonna fucking die, and if you don't, you're gonna fucking kind of live, kind of thing. And that's how I kind of took it at the end. But I was like, man, it doesn't matter how you take it. This shit is depressing as fuck.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and give it an 8.5 out of 10.
I really hope the filmmaker wasn't going for that, because like Jesus Christ,
I don't think
man.
that's.
I hope not. I hope not, because when I turned it off, I was like, holy fuck, did they just do that? Because I mean, like, it's a huge thing right now, man. One or the other.
A lot of people are saying it's not horror. That's why I had it on my short list, because it looked like something I'd like.
It's horror enough.
The concept is definitely fucking horrific, yeah. but it's very like it's where the horror is like.
But when you only have like 1-2 movies to watch, and somebody's like, "It's not a horror movie," you're like, I don't know, you know.
Yeah.
It's hard.
But then Dave will go and he won't watch Silent Night, but he'll watch Rape Man fucking 1 through 16.
I've always wanted to watch the Rape Man movies, and I saw my opening.
Damn it!
I saw my opening, so I took it.
So what was the rating on that one, JP?
I'm finally in the 8.5 at number 4. So I think that's the latest I've ever been at 8.5 in a modern year.
Right, number 4. Okay, Carly.
All right, my number 4 is Last Night in Soho.
Mm-hmm. I'm out on Carly. That's the first person I was out.
Yeah, on. Fuck you. I was out on you too, JPig, because I had
also
you for
out
Silent
on Carly.
Night.
Oh,
I'm still in on everybody.
Oh,
fuck, so am I. Weird, crazy.
Yeah, Last Night in Soho. Very well shot, beautiful film. I like the story. I thought it was rather unique. I really like the main actress, the Thomason, whatever her last name is, and Anya Taylor-Joy, of course. Just a really, really fun film. And
if she doesn't turn her lesbian, I don't know who does.
Anya Taylor-Joy.
Yeah.
Carly's not into her.
Her eyes are like
Maybe
spread
nobody
super
turns her
far apart.
lesbian. I don't. That's a possibility, right?
Is she a lesbian?
Yes.
No, I think
Oh, I'm saying
Jeremy's trying to say if
she
Anya
doesn't
Taylor-Joy doesn't turn Carly lesbian.
I see what you're saying. Okay, I misread that.
But Carly hates that Anya Taylor-Joy's my girl, so.
I mean, no, she's not that hot.
Are you
I heard
jealous?
Anna
Are you
Taylor-Joy
jealous?
is dating
Because that
John
sounds like
Landis.
jealousy to me. That sounds like jealousy to me.
Just not even.
Anna Taylor-Joy and John Landis are dating.
You know what, Carly?
Fuck you.
I agree. She's not that hot.
Really?
No,
I love
I don't. I'm not into her at all.
Yeah, John Landis is not that hot.
I'm gonna leave.
I don't think she's that hot, man. Like, yeah, JP's overrating her.
Did you ever see Queen's Gambit?
She looks hideous in that.
I know. That's why I brought it up.
I'll take what I can get.
All right.
Okay, yeah. Okay, anyway, good move. The only thing I didn't like was the stupid boyfriend.
Hey.
In the movie, I thought he sucked. He didn't add anything to it, and I've explained this all on His and Hers. JP felt I was harsh, but I am not harsh. I just thought it was stupid, and if he took that out, it would have been a perfect move. But, and, you know, the ending, I didn't really see it coming until it came, if that makes sense. Like, right before the reveal, I was like, yeah, this is gonna be what happens. But, yeah, this is one I would definitely rewatch. I give it an 8.5 out of 10. I think it was probably one of my favorite theater experiences this year. I just really enjoyed it, seeing it on the big screen.
Nobody did. So.
I might have enjoyed it more if I had got to see it on the big screen. We never got it here.
It was great on the big screen. Definitely a film you
I was so pissed, dude. I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me, man?" Me and Godzilla were so pissed. That was the one film that we wanted to
I didn't
see.
see it on Dolby. I was just like,
That was the one that we wanted to see the most on the big screen, and it never fucking came. Unreal. Yeah.
All right, so it's my turn?
Yep.
yes.
All right, so twinsies again, Carly.
Oh,
Yep, my number 4 is Last Night in Soho. I already talked about it a little bit. Really great movie. I'm a big Edgar Wright fan. I like all his movies, actually. I love Shaun of the Dead. I love Hot Fuzz. I like At World's End. I like all that shit. I like
all
Baby
his movies
Driver.
too. You should
Yeah,
watch
I like-
Sparks Brothers, his documentary that he
I'll
made.
check
this
that out.
year.
And
It's great.
Everything but Shaun of the Dead.
I know that movie. Like, I think you guys hate it because every fucking 10 minutes they're like the best comedy since Shaun of the Dead, and it just fucking got nailed.
I don't hate it. I like all his movies.
Well,
too.
I
just
think also
it's-
we were also hating on the movie before it became that type of fucking, thing.
I loved it when it came out.
You know what always bothered me?
It was from day one
is
on the
when
show.
it came out,
Like-
nobody knew what the fuck Dawn of the Dead was. And I was like, oh, shit, it's like Dawn of the Dead, Shaun of the Dead. And they're like, what's Dawn of the Dead?
That's got nothing to do with the quality of the movie.
I know, but it made me negative. I was very young at this. Dave, I was
I
young when that movie came
fucking
out.
love Hot Fuzz, though, man. Hot Fuzz is
Hot Fuzz
Hot
is
Fuzz
amazing.
is
so
amazing.
fucking
Hot Fuzz
funny,
is
man.
amazing.
movie.
It's so good, man. It's so clever. It's so clever.
Hey, fascist.
The ending of that movie is hilarious.
It's so good.
Yeah. Since we're talking about Hot Fuzz, 10 out of 10. Last Night in Soho, 8.5. Like, we talked about this a couple times already. Yeah, I loved it. I thought in theaters I was quite enjoyable, and I was like halfway through. I was like, I don't know if this is a horror movie at all. And then I was like, oh, it's a
Right,
ghost
same
story.
thing.
It's a fucking ghost story. It's a horror movie. So I was very happy with it.
It takes a while to get there, but it does.
Yeah, I was unsure because I went in kind of blind. I was just like, oh, it's Edgar Wright's new movie. I go see his stuff. I like his stuff. Like Tarantino, I'll see it. Del Toro, those guys. They automatically, I go see it.
Even
No
Scott
question.
Pilgrim, I like. I like all.
I
his
like Scott
movies.
Pilgrim too. I like every single movie he directed.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the docs though.
Did you say it takes a while to get horror in Last Night in Soho?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I just didn't.
Yeah.
I was like, it started off as just like a kind of like almost like time travel deal, a mystery,
Right.
and then
Right.
when it had that halfway point, it started becoming kind of a ghost story, and I was like, okay.
Right.
It was not straight up horror right away, which I have no problem with, but
Right. One of my favorite things in that movie is when they walk by the cinema and they see the Bond Thunderball.
Yeah.
One of my favorite
That's a
Bond
great
movies.
shot, too.
Yeah, I love that
Because
shit.
the camera's behind her and she's walking down the alley, and then when she gets to the end of the alley, the camera pans up and you see the fucking. Oh, it's great.
Oh, it's so fucking. I love that shit so much, man. Oh my god, that might even be in the trailer. For fuck's sakes. If there is a trailer. Okay, so what are we at number 4?
Yep.
Number 4 is okay. So we have definitely talked about this one, and maybe have had some serious yelling about this one. Pretty much, we had some arguments and yelling. Nothing else to say. This New Zealand film.
Hey, Moods.
Coming Home in the Dark.
Moods. Let's just kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It's my number 4 too.
Okay,
nice.
So Coming Home in the Dark, man. I mean, we pretty much, we kind of exhausted everything we needed to say about that one. Yeah. It was like 25 fucking minutes of arguments about it. I don't really know what else to say.
Then don't say.
That was said before, because we had to take about a 45-minute break because my power went out. I kind of forgot what we said.
I just want to say the first 15 minutes of this movie, like you said with the Night House, how you're at the edge of your seat, it is some of the most fucking tense fucking things I've seen in such a long time, dude. Oh my God.
I will say I have never jumped like that in years. When
I was so
something
tense when
happens,
they were sitting on that rock. Oh my God.
Yeah, man. I honestly do that. That kind of fucked me up because I wasn't expecting that shit to go that way. I figured something was going to go down, but I wasn't expecting like boom, boom. It's like, holy fuck, this happened there.
Well, that's why it's so tense, because it's like, something bad's going to happen because you could tell these guys are dickheads.
Right.
But you just don't know what they're going to do. And they keep talking, they're talking. There's like no background sound whatsoever.
Right.
Oh, it's fucking so tense. It's great.
It is true, man. And honestly, man, like we said before, like I honestly like the way this shit ends up. I don't know if we said that, but I like the way it ends up. I understand.
I do like the very ending. The very ending, I think, is good. When he says, "I hate it here."
Yeah,
I like that.
I like that.
I really like that. I think that was a great topper to what we just saw and stuff. Like I said, man, one of my biggest problems with the film was just, when the wife jumps out and we see this camera work and stuff, like you get that impression that,
I thought she was still alive too.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, but it never goes back to it, right? Like, and then you just have to assume by the credits that she died, or maybe she, like, we don't know. And it kind of bugged me because, I mean, something you kind of want to know in that situation, right? You really do, but I don't know, man. I thought this was a very intense film.
Really good.
I thought you're right. The acting was great, man. I thought it was intense through the whole thing, right from the opening scene, man. Shit's going down. Right to the there's like, it's relentless through the whole thing.
What I thought was a really nice touch about the native character? Every time, he's always interested in the food and the drinks and the alcohol. That's all he cares about. He goes right for the food. He actually yells at him for it one time. And that part where they show the shot where he goes in and the kid's in the car and he goes through their shit and starts drinking the stuff right away, you can tell that he is completely broken and he's just like focused directly on the food and stuff like that.
Well, that's why he wants to go to the bar so bad.
Well, his character is focused on the booze for one thing, because he kept talking about going to the bar and stuff, because this is where he's at in his life, man. He's so fucking broken that this is what he's doing. He's drinking.
Well, also, like, you notice how he immediately goes for the food. Like, he doesn't care about the people. He just walks up and gets the food. He's more interested in the food.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
He's lived like this his whole life.
Right.
With nothing. I mean, he's interesting, like I said. The other guy,
it's an interesting, almost phantom character. Like, he's not even a phantom character. He's there, but he's so phantom because you don't really get the character at all.
Well, he's like, the one guy is almost like the mouthpiece for him, but by the end of the movie, he kind of realizes that he doesn't need this guy, and this guy probably doesn't deserve to be around.
So,
yeah, I took it as
Jeremy.
Yeah,
me too.
Really? Shit, dude.
Yeah.
I think my 1 through 4, everyone could be number 1.
What are you giving that, Moods?
And Jeremy.
I gave it a 9, man. I really enjoyed it, dude.
No, I gave it a 9.
Any movie that makes me jump like that and then keeps me intrigued for fucking 90 minutes or whatever the fuck it was, I was like, holy shit.
So
I felt it was I felt it's complex. There's a lot of shit that's going on, and like I said, man, it would have made for a really great Actually, Jeremy said that. Feature review.
Yeah.
Would have made for a really good one, man, because like you were heated. I could have got heated because I'm not fucking doing that. I don't give a fuck.
Well,
it's
just what we believe in personally. You know what I mean? They're selling something, and if you don't buy that,
no. As this podcast goes on, dude, like I've gotten less and less confrontational because I've learned that I've had so much shit happen to me in the last like 3 years.
I'm just
that
not. I'm
really
not mad
don't
at you.
give a
I'm
fuck.
just don't,
No,
I'm just
no,
telling you,
no.
I
I know
movie,
you're
you know
not
what I
mad
mean.
at me.
Like
I know you're
I
not
don't
mad
hate
at
the
me at
movie
all.
either. I think it's a good movie. I just don't see like. I just can't buy that. Like I don't personally buy it from my personal experiences.
Right.
There's no way in hell it happens like that.
Right.
No, I get that completely. I get that, but
I just don't believe
I
it.
personally think that
It's like me or you somebody trying to get us to believe in God in a certain point and certain religion or something, like change me to Jewish and change Jeremy to Christian. It's just not going to happen.
Mm-hmm. No, it's definitely not going to happen.
So, you know what I mean? Like it's not going to happen.
I jewed somebody down from $3 to $2. I mean, come on. That's definitely not going to happen.
That's what he do. That's what he do.
Yep.
That's what I do.
Dave,
That's
I love
what he
you.
do.
You're a great guy, Dave.
All right.
I love you.
My
All right.
turn. Breaking into the top 3, right?
You bet.
Yes, sir.
All right, so my number 3 hasn't popped up yet. Not sure if it will pop up. I think a few of you guys didn't see it. I know Carly's seen it, but it is Ghostbusters Afterlife, which is super shocking to me because I'm not even like a massive fan of the 2 original Ghostbusters, even though I did rewatch them before going to see the new one, and I like them more than I ever had before. But this movie, to me,
Fucking dick. You're a fucking dick. I'm out.
What, did you? No way you guessed that as my number 1.
Yep. Because you were like, you said on one of the like last shows that we did, like, oh fuck, man, if it blah blah blah, I would have given it a 10 out of 10. I'm like, I can't even imagine anything from the year being better than this. If you're saying you're going to give it a 10 out of 10,
I might have exaggerated.
Yeah, you were fucking. You know what you were doing? You were fucking with this show. You were setting the motherfucker up, man. You definitely were setting up. Just like how you fucking change your ratings on IMDb.
Dude, it's my number 3.
This isn't a horror move.
What do you mean? There's ghosts in it.
Are you freaking Watson being like, "Whoa, my favorite horror movie all time"?
It's a horror fucking comedy.
Dude,
okay, then this would have been mine, like number 2. Like
you didn't. Oh,
I didn't put it on there because I don't really consider
this.
Ghostbusters to be. It's a comedy,
it's like a fun.
but
I call
Yeah,
the
but
first
they're-
Ghostbusters a comedy horror. This one I
Yeah.
haven't seen, so I can't make a statement on it.
it's the same thing.
it's the same thing as the other Ghostbusters films, really.
Does it actually genuinely have scares like the first Ghostbuster, like the library scene and stuff like that, or no?
No, it doesn't.
Because I mean, Ghostbusters actually has genuine scary shit that.
Oh, the first
I
traumatized us
never
for years.
once thought Ghostbusters.
The greatest
was scary.
scare in the history of film is that library scene. I swear to God,
Oh,
for
get the
myself.
fuck out of here.
No, for myself. You didn't let me
Okay.
finish.
For-
Because
I didn't-
When
I
I,
didn't.
saw
No, that did
Ghostbusters
scare
back
your
in
moods.
1985, 86, when I was like 5, 6, it came out in 84. Remember? That shit scared the fucking shit out of me, man.
It's a scary ass scene for a kid to see that.
It still looks pretty good, though. It really
I was watching
does. The
Friday
effects are
at that
good.
time.
The effects are good.
It's as scary as Fright Night.
Right.
which isn't scary either. but
Which is
okay.
another one that I saw back in those days. And fuck you,
So most
JP.
horror movies aren't scary.
But no, I mean, I guess you could say that it's not. I didn't really consider not being eligible, but
I'm
guess
surprised this is number one.
Kinda.
Deliverance.
What? Dude, I don't want to hear shit because you had Dead End Drive-In on a list, which is not
Fuck
a horror
off.
film.
That shit is
It's an
scary as fuck.
exploitation.
Who would want to be fucking locked in a fucking drive-in, man? That's terrible. It's horrific as hell.
This movie to me, like, it has so much heart in it that I don't know. I loved it when I was
agree.
watching it. I was
agree.
like, this
It
is
does.
yeah. It just like I didn't know what to expect. Like, because that one Ghostbusters film came out, the one with the chicks in it, and like I heard so much bad stuff about it that I never even watched it. And I just didn't know what this was, and I didn't know that it had any connection. I just thought it was a reboot kind of thing. But yeah, there's like a ton of heart in it. It has like the lead is the little girl that's in it is like so good. Everybody's really good in it. There's great callbacks to the original film. The little marshmallow dudes are like the fucking coolest shit ever. Just a very fun, great movie to see in the theater. Me and Carly really dug it, and I gave it an 8.5 out of 10.
Right.
I'm completely I'm shocked by this, man. I really am shocked because you openly admit you're not a big fan of the first film.
Yeah, but I'm more of a fan now than before.
But like, this movie is just straight up. Like, if you're a fan of the first film in general, you would love this movie.
Yeah, it's super touching.
Right, because it completely is just an extension of that shit right there.
Yeah, I know, and it's weird, but like I said, I like I like them more now than I used to. So like, and then also like this one even made me like them a little bit more because of the connection.
Is your problem with the first one that is
it.
comedy, like the comedy horror element, or is just you never got to see it in the 80s because you weren't born?
I think I saw it in the late 90s for the first time.
Right.
But I think I missed like the comedy when I was younger. But like obviously I see it now, and it's a really entertaining.
I get it.
I like both of them. I honestly like both of them a lot.
I get it though, man, because you really don't have a sense of humor, so it probably takes a long time for you to pick up on the funniness of these films.
I don't know why he likes it. He says he's not scared of it. He doesn't have a sense of humor. What the fuck's he watching it for?
The heart, man. They had passion in their eyes.
They had passion,
and that was an 8.5? 8.5 out of 10. You said?
Yeah, 8.5, dude.
All right, Carly.
Number 3. For me, I think one other person had it on their list, being Mr. D. Park, and that is Saint Maud.
Damn it.
Yeah, Saint Maud. This movie's weird because, like, I had the 2019 for Duncan's Summer Series, and this counted for 2019 on there. So, for a second, I was, like, second-guessing myself, like, wait, did this come out this year? But, yeah, since this movie has been pushed back so much, it is from this year. We watched this early on, but it stuck with me. I just really love religious horror and people that take it super seriously, and this girl is just kind of like this lonely, weird girl who is trying to find a purpose through, I guess, God, and she takes it all just very serious. And then, of course, it all kind of escalates and you get what you get at the end. Just a very disturbing movie. There's a lot of disturbing moments in it, like when she does that stuff with her shoes and she's walking around. Just very cringe-inducing. Shot very well, acted very well. Just a really memorable film. Like I said, this is probably like the third movie or so that I watched at the start of 2021, and it has stuck with me ever since. So I dig it, and I would watch it again, and I would give it a 9 out of 10.
Nice.
It's first 9 out of 10 for me.
Good movie.
Good move.
I ordered it today for like $12 on Blu-ray.
Nice.
Wow.
Good price, right?
That is a good price. It's crazy. It's like fucking $35 here or some shit. But Dave, you're up.
Okay, this is the first time it's on the list, but I know it's not going to be the last time unless you're all bastards. And this is, I know that not everyone's going to have it, but man, this movie has a great aesthetic, has a great story. It starts off as like a serial killer psychological thing, turns into body horror, never loses the body horror angle, ends as a weird, fucked up family drama. This is Titane, however you say it. I really like this one. There's some great shots, some great framing. The music's great. Love the two characters, the main characters. It's just a really weird, interesting relationship, too. And the male lead in this movie was just so interesting to me. Like, I felt like this character. He's just excellent, too. He's like this firefighter, but he's constantly jamming steroids into his ass and everything. And he's so lonely. Weird. So fucking lonely. He doesn't. There's a point in this movie where
she's lonely too because she never had a father figure.
Yeah,
she hasn't had a father figure. Yeah,
and
she's looking for a father figure.
I don't really care who you are.
Yeah, that was a good line.
That's a great line. I love it.
He just wants love.
Yeah, and the first half, you're thinking the murders in this that take place in the first like 20 minutes of this movie, they bothered me. Like when she goes into the house That fucked me up when that naked guy walks up. How she does it, just really brutal shit, man. Really like this one. Same director of Raw. Another female director on my list. This is great stuff. And
has the character of Raw in it.
I think it's the same character.
She says it's the same character.
Same name, but it's fucking doesn't even act the same.
It's the same
I found that
same
weird. I was like, that's
same actress.
She said no. The director, I think, said it's the same character, right?
It's the same character, yeah.
Well, I saw her and I barely recognized her. She didn't look like anything like that character. But the years passed. I didn't buy it. It just doesn't really make any sense to me. It does, but it doesn't. Anyway,
the movies take place in the same universe.
I know, but still, it just fucking. I just didn't see it. Pointless.
Yeah.
8.5 on that one. I know it's going to be on some other list. Like I said, at least one. I thought it was pretty great. Pretty great. Well, I know Jeremy likes it.
Indeed, I do.
That is true. I like it.
I mean, the body horse pretty rough in it, and like I said, it's interesting. It's weird as fuck too.
Yeah, I think it crossed that threshold of maybe being a little too weird for me. Like a little.
And
too,
Lamb isn't.
Lamb isn't on my top 10.
You know, I really love like the first half of Titan. And then the second half kind of lost me a little bit, man. It just got a little bit too much. I mean, I get the commentary and stuff, but like, man, the entertainment value in it was really fucking lacking to me, man.
That's where all the great character stuff is in the second half.
No, dude, like I just like the first half of the movie a lot
about this dude's fucking sadness.
I get it. I get what's being said here with the whole daddy shit and stuff, and I get that, but. Man,
I guess
like I said, man,
because I'm like, grow the fuck up.
I love commentaries in films as long as they're fucking entertaining still. And like the first half was great. It was really good. And then it just got to the point where it was kind of rubbing me the wrong way. And it got a little boring. I'm not going to lie, man. Like I really did not like the firehouse scene, man.
The Tetsuo body horror stuff was really good, though. Like, it's fucking crazy.
I love the scene where they're all dancing together. It's really
a great scene.
And they like, come on, Chief, come on, get out here. And also,
see, that's the thing. If you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. It's like that's what separates the film.
It's a weird ass movie. It's not something that's not made for everybody. It's like, you know what I mean? Like if somebody's like, I don't like this, I'm like, that's fucking weird.
Dude, I was so disappointed with this movie. This is actually one of the biggest disappointments of the year for me because I really wanted to love this. And I loved the premise, and I was like, oh, man. I remember when I threw up my rating on IMDb, Godzilla, again, oh my God, shout out to Godzilla, fucking 45 times in the show. He was like, dude, really? He's like, I'm looking forward to this. I'm like, just check it out, man. Don't trust my rating. You watch it, you might love it. I haven't really heard back from him, so I don't know.
But you said grow up to the dad or the daughter?
Either of them.
Well, I mean, the dad is somebody who lost a kid and he doesn't want to live anymore like a real dad should.
Well, I mean, also just fucking stop whining or kill yourself.
Huh? I mean,
no,
he still was holding
out. Well, that's extreme.
He was holding out hope.
That's fucking extreme shit.
That's how people are. They will not accept reality if they think that they can trick themselves.
I know. I like where
everybody's different too, though.
I like where it went with that, where he just was like looking for any sort of companionship, and I do like that line a lot because it really set the narrative of like, okay, this is what this is about. But I don't know. I think I'm just don't connect with humans that much.
I mean, they're humans. These people are barely human, and I like that he tries to do the slap fight. Like he tries to do the male bonding slap fight with her.
Yeah.
That's great stuff. I mean, I like it. I think it's great. Like I said,
it was pretty cool.
I only got to watch it once.
I would watch again.
I like all my movies on my list. I would feel that I would watch any of these again, and I think they would hold up.
Yeah.
For me, at least.
I watched closely half of these twice.
I was too busy watching 1994 movies.
Yeah, I noticed. I noticed with your fucking 50 already. That's ridiculous, dude.
Hello. Who is it? Thought a killer ghost in a phone.
All right, dude.
I'm gonna have to start getting some of that shit. I got like maybe 50 or I don't know, something that I can watch in my house. But anyways, my go.
Here we go.
Yep.
All right, so we're gonna take this shit to fucking Norway with a film that, oh my god, dude, I was hesitant to watch. I'm like looking at the running time going, this motherfucker being like almost 2 hours long. Seriously? It sounded interesting enough, and it turned out to be really interesting. And it's called The Trip.
Oh, see, I was going to watch this, but Dave said it wasn't horror, so I didn't watch it.
Oh, fuck that, dude. This was fucking fun.
Did I say it wasn't horror?
This shit is fucking ridiculously. It's so gory. It's so gory.
It's a gory movie.
Oh, come on, man. Okay, so basically the short and long of this film is
I told you to watch it. I gave it a high rating.
Is basically
watch it, but you didn't say it was horror, so I wasn't.
I
never even heard of
dude,
this.
this shit is fucking amazing. It's so much fucking fun, dude.
I said watch it.
Even though it's
We were talking about the Russian movie.
It's
and then
subtitled.
We were talking about
even the comedy works so damn well, man. And it was fucking. It's ridiculous, man. It was so much fun. So basically, the premise is we got this dysfunctional couple. And they're obviously having problems. This dude works in the film industry and stuff, and his wife is like a struggling actress, and and so they decided to take this trip out to his father's cabin. It's not even his. And the thing is that this dude is planning to kill his wife. But what he doesn't fucking know is that his wife is planning to kill him.
Oh, that actually does sound quite interesting.
And so when the shit goes wrong with him, oh man, it's fucking so funny, dude. So you got that angle. And then you got these three dudes that have just escaped this prison or whatever. And they've made their way to this house before they got there. They're in the fucking, they're in the house kind of thing. So that complicates everything. And I'll just leave it at that. And oh my god, dude, this shit it's full of fucking hilarious.
It's great. It's honestly a great movie.
It's fucking full of great, hilariously fun jokes that totally work, and full of gore and just craziness. The whole movie's fucking insane, dude. I was laughing. Oh my. This is one of the funnest watches of the fucking year, man. Hands down. Hands fucking down, man. One of the funnest jokes of the film, without giving too much away, is these fucking dudes are clearly, one of the dudes is like a Nazi, and they're like, they have to go hide in this attic.
I love how they structurally reveal everything, too. They reveal everything. It's really funny.
It's so fucking funny. It's like the total Anne Frank thing. Oh my god, dude! I was I was literally pissing myself laughing. I'm like, oh my god, this movie is so funny. But like, they're still playing it kind of straight though. It's like not really straight, but like they're still, it's not like super comedic. Oh fuck, dude, it's funny. But it's actually pretty quite gory, and like the way the shit plays itself out, and it's insane. It's like insane what happens with the couple and stuff. And I don't know, man. Dave, you watch this one?
Is that on streaming anywhere?
It was on Netflix. It's on Netflix.
Oh shit.
This is a great movie.
It was fucking so much fun.
Netflix movies on your list, Moods?
Yeah, man. I guess so, man. Like,
yeah, Netflix stepping up this year.
This
I kind of
movie
put it as more like a thriller movie, like a comedy thriller, but it's so gory and over the top that it doesn't really belong anywhere. So it would have made my list, but I just felt like it wasn't horror enough for me. I don't know why. Last year I would have.
Dude, when they get on the boat at the end, man, oh my god, it's fucking. Dude, this shit was like a riot from the start to the beginning. I knew right from the opening dialogues that this shit was going to be, it was going to be fun. And then when we get into it, and like certain characters get introduced and like die.
The part that killed me
shit ever, man,
is the very end, like, because they always have these moments like, well, they'll track back, like a character will be revealed and then they'll do like 10 minutes or like a couple days before, and they'll show you how that character got to that place. So they do that with one character at the very end that they don't really show very much, and then his whole fucking story is the best part of the whole fucking movie.
So
No, this is a great movie,
Dude.
I would give it like an 8 out of 10. I really liked it. Same director as Dead Snow 1 and 2 and Hansel and Gretel, and every
Right.
single one of their movies is good.
Right, and I
They
was going to
never
get to
made a
that
bad
too,
movie.
man. Dead Snow 1 and 2, man. And and if you like those movies, man, you're probably going to like this shit, man. It's like it's funny, it's gory, it's hilarious, dude. It's man, you got to check it out, man. Everybody got to check it out.
I will now. Dave.
I told you, what are you blaming that shit on me? I said it. Yeah, it's a lot like Why Don't You Go to Hell, which you said you loved. I said yes, they're very similar in tone.
I do love.
I just don't want to say
you're like,
anything about the movie.
I'm
I
not
don't want to
gonna
give
watch
away
movies
jokes and
just
shit,
like
man.
the movie I love. That's on you, bro.
But I gotta say, man, the one fucking scene with the dude that was supposed to kill. That's all I'm gonna say, man. That shit, man, made me laugh. His death, Dave, was so fucking
Which
funny.
The part that got me was the very end. Like,
This has ruined the whole movie.
What?
This
I'm
is
gonna
tell
tell
all
you-
the gags.
well, I'm just gonna make shit up.
We
now,
really
and then
didn't
you'll
say
be
anything
there,
about
and
the
then I
movie
won't be there.
with gags. I said one thing. Oh man,
What
that's
about
so
the
funny.
scenes with all the hypodermic needles? Nerdles. They're nerdles.
Oh man. Oh man.
I'm making.
I still think the fucking the attic shit made me laugh the hardest, man. It's kind of subtle unless you know the shit, but it's really fucking funny.
Talking about this shit. All right, I think we're on the same page.
It's so fucking funny.
That Nazi looks like fucking Flea, doesn't he?
Right. Yeah.
I don't know. He reminds me of he reminds me of Ulay Bowl, but he doesn't. I'm imagining
He's
that's
like a
Ulay
heavy
Bowl.
version of Flea, a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
He's got a gap between his teeth. Funny. I mean,
So-
Baggy's great too.
I give that
Curly
one
hair.
9 out of 10, man. That's a film from Norway, by the way. It's a Norwegian film. Oh my god. I can't believe more people didn't watch that shit. What the fuck? Carly, did you watch The Trip?
No, I didn't even hear about that.
Oh man, dude, it was on Netflix, man. If I had it on Canadian Netflix, y'all had it for sure. That's insane, dude. That shit was funny as fuck. Anyways, I don't want to give away this shit, but Jeremy.
All right, number 3. Of course, at this point in the game, we've all talked about all these. The Night House. Definitely the best theatrical film of the year. Probably the one movie besides Mother that I've had to like go online and read about after I watched it. I feel like I got a lot more out of it reading about it. This is a really interesting movie.
I'm confused.
Who's already talked about?
I'm confused on why you were so confused on the movie, though. Like
Yeah.
I only watched.
I mean, it's a little confusing.
I only
Like,
got to watch
I
it
just
once,
didn't
and
get
I got it though.
Yeah,
And I'm
when
not
you're
like
playing
the
with
star.
like you're playing with
different
stuff
dimensions and stuff.
like this guy's trying to trick like a fucking
Yeah.
demonic like that's kind of weird. That's not like everyday shit.
Yeah.
I didn't really get it either.
Well, it's kind of like it's like that. It plays off the fact that like she almost died in the beginning, right?
Yeah,
Something
spoil
happens.
it though, right?
And that's the thing. I don't want to spoil it for people, right? That
I mean, we could probably say skip ahead 20 seconds.
right.
I hate when podcasters.
We
say
won't do
that.
it then. We won't spoil it. Just watch the fucking
It's a
movie and
great-
then read.
No, I don't want to. I don't want to say
Check
anything
it
because
out.
I feel like it's a movie that I don't want to spoil for people because
It's just a
You know.
really great movie. The acting, as Mood said earlier, is fucking off the walls good.
Yeah.
Everything about this
Really
movie is just really, really good. It's one of those, as I said earlier, adult horror films that, you see a couple times a year come out from a studio, and this year this was it. And I really, really dug it. Give this one a 9 out of 10 too. The Night House. It's good stuff.
All right.
good stuff.
The runner-up for me, number 2, is a film that was mentioned way earlier, by Moods, and that is the Alexander Aja film Oxygen.
Soho is your number 1. I fucking know it. I'm
The
gonna fucking win.
Oxygen was a movie that I mean, you could argue that it's like more sci-fi and thriller than horror. But I
Oh,
think there's
fuck
some
that, man.
scary
The
elements to it,
scary,
too.
yeah, exactly. The scary element, man, is fucking, it's freaky, man.
Right. And whenever you like are watching it, if you're into it, dude, like everything that you're just wondering, like it starts off kind of basic, right? Like a movie you've seen before, like, oh, she's gonna try to call the cops, and oh, the cops can't find, like just stuff like that. But then it makes more sense once you get in. You're like, oh, that makes sense why they, acted that way or whatever, and blah blah blah. But I just thought that the whole story was super intriguing, interesting, and I was super satisfied by the end of it. I was like, man, that was a great watch. I don't know why more people weren't talking about it, because it came out a while ago on Netflix.
Yeah, I watched it like the week it came out.
Yeah, and I didn't really hear anybody praise it or anything. Yeah. Like, in fact, Moods is like the first list I've even heard it mentioned on. So, yeah, I loved it. I gave it an 8.5 out of 10.
Sweet.
Cool.
Awesome.
Carly.
All right. My number 2 is My Dick Can't Beat Unless You Jack It Off. AKA My Heart Can't Beat Unless You Tell It To. Yes.
But that was going to be my second guess for your number 1.
Well, you're wrong.
What
yes.
the fuck?
Shit.
Seriously, I'm so confused on Carly sometimes. I have no idea. Like, I can never, ever.
He always sounds super confused when he's like, what the fuck?
Her list is, like, blowing me away right now. It's crazy, man.
Yeah, it's a weird one, I will say. Yeah,
that
but
was my recommendation.
Yes, but you did tell me about it, and I wouldn't have found it either because it's not an exclusive. Like, I always go under the exclusives and originals on Shudder, and this is not one. It's just a regular old movie that they put on there.
Yeah.
So, well, it's on Shudder, but it's like not under the exclusive tab. So I'd actually type it in, and it's a hard title to remember, so I had to keep trying to figure out what it was. But anyway. Yeah, other people have already talked about it, but I really enjoyed it. I'm kind of with Dave where he said he likes these vampire movies that aren't just straight up like vampire movies, and they are kind of like I really love the Transfiguration and stuff like that, and this was kind of up that alley. Of course, I do like Owen Campbell. Think he's a pretty good actor. Go fuck yourself. And
bring it off. That's what you say.
But yeah, I like the story with this one. I like the brother and sister angle where they're trying to get him the bloods, and it's a pain in the ass, and it sucks because they have to kill all these peoples. And it's kind of a tragic story. And what else was like? Oh yeah, the concept of drinking blood. When I see that in movies, that really like cringes me out. It makes me feel faint. So you get a lot of that in this movie. But overall, I thought it was very good, and I gave it a 9 out of 10.
I hope so. It's your number 2.
This guy is clever as fuck, sister.
Yeah.
He's just full of the jokes.
Must have wrote that one down last night.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he just reuses the same one every year, so
that's smart. That's smart. Don't even need to write it down. Saves on pencils.
All right, who's next?
I'm just fucking with you, Jeremy.
I know, Dave.
I mean, that joke's so fucking childish that it can't be offensive.
You're up.
I'm up. Let's go. This is the only time you're ever going to see this director on a top 10 list. I'm sure of it from me. I think the reason I love this movie so much is because it's so different from his other work. His other work is kind of taking itself seriously and a subgenre that I don't like, so I always nitpick it like fucking to no end to the stupid ways. This one is a bunch of subgenres I love. It's fucking completely bonkers. It doesn't take itself seriously, and I absolutely love it. And it had I literally was watching this. The first 5 minutes of the movie, I was like, what is this Lifetime bullshit down to the fucking husband wearing a fucking stained wife beater? Is this serious right now? Is this a joke? This guy is... And then I was like, oh, he's doing it on purpose. He's in it. Oh, no. And I realized it's part 90s fucking cheap thriller. And then I was like, no, wait, it's 80s Henenlotter? No, now it's Sisters? Now it's Dark Half? This is just the Dark Half. And then they have the reveal in the surgery room watching the thing on the screen. And I was like... This is the greatest thing I've ever seen. And I literally cheered. And I could not stop laughing. I was like, they didn't do this. And then you think the title, Malignant, you're like, oh, duh. I fucking love this movie. 8.5, Malignant, James Wan, fucking killing it. He's a great director. He just makes shit I don't usually like. So it's always so hard. You know what I mean? When somebody that's very good makes something you like, I love it.
I think I win. If Moods and Dave do not have Psycho Rape Man as their number one, I think I'm going to take it this year.
8.5 on Malignant.
I thought you gave it a 9.
Well, let's give it a 9 then. Fuck it. I'll give it a 9. I don't give a shit.
It's a 9.
Oh yeah. By the way, I'm out on Carly. Totally forgot about that.
The only person I have left is Moods.
I'm out on Carly too.
I have everybody besides Carly.
Really?
I'm in on Moods and Jeremy and JP.
Jeremy, what was your number 3 again?
The Night House. Moods and Dave, Psycho Goreman, JP Soho. I'm sticking to it.
Why are you spoiling?
Because then you know I can't cheat.
I don't think you would cheat because there's no fucking prize.
Right, exactly.
JP thinks I cheat.
You do cheat. I saw you cheat.
That's what he do. That's what he do. Who's up?
I'm up. Yeah, what am I at? Number 2? All right, so we're going to go to the native land. And you ask, what's the native land? Well, it's
Canada.
It's Canada. Fuck.
So, fuck.
So, number 2. So, number 2 is... Jesus Christ, man. This movie surprised the shit out of me, man. And it's called Come True.
Why? I was only praising it for the whole fucking year.
He wasn't online for the whole year. He's discussed that.
Yeah. So, yeah, I had no idea. I didn't even know this movie was Canadian until I actually was done watching it, man. This is fucking some crazy shit, man. We talked about this earlier, didn't we?
Yep.
You know, this is one of those movies where it is really, really hard to say anything about it without giving... Yeah. Because it really is about the reveal.
Which is amazing.
Which is actually probably one of the best reveals I've seen.
Are we talking about the ending?
Yeah.
Yes.
I was a little baffled by that.
Baffled?
It's fucking awesome.
It's actually fucking amazing. But that's the thing about this movie is, I don't want to say too much. You know, I mean, we talked about it, man. It's about a girl that basically is, she's having some issues at home, man. She runs away. She goes to this... is it a college? No, it's like a study thing for, sleep deprivation and stuff like that and stuff. And she gets involved in that. And then her nightmares that she was having start to become a little bit more prevalent. And it kind of goes on from there.
Oh, man, what a movie.
It is really fucking awesome. And like I said, man, I don't like movies generally that have nightmare sequences and dream sequences and stuff. But I love movies that are about dreams and nightmares and stuff like that. This is a great example. Fucking awesome. It plays itself out so well. And then it delivers one of the most elegant and awesome endings ever. And that's all I'm going to say. Because I don't want to ruin it for people who haven't seen Come True. And I feel like a lot of people haven't seen this because it's very silent here, even when Jeremy was talking about it. Yeah, that's it. 9 out of 10.
I thought it looked great. I missed something.
I just don't know what to say without ruining shit because
we'll spoil it. I mean, because if there's something I missed, you know what I mean, and we come to that ending and you say it, and I'm like, oh, and then it will spoil it.
I only watched it once, and it hit me so fucking hard. I was like,
me too.
What the?
My jaw was on the ground.
Man, I was like, literally the best ending I've seen in years. Like it was fucking so good. I was like, what the fuck? Crazy.
It makes sense if you watch it again. It makes more sense if you watch it again and pay attention to just stuff in the movie.
Right.
I'll watch it.
I don't know. I watched it once and I got it right away. And I think it's because I was enthralled right from the start because I love dream shit. Anything to do with
I got
dreams
Night House pretty easily once I came to it. I was like, oh yeah, duh. Like they explained it at the end. Like that's what happened.
Right. No, I got it too, man. That was another movie that I was into.
But Come True, I must have maybe I missed something real quick.
Interesting.
All right.
Interesting. Okay.
Number 2, a movie that's only been mentioned once, surprisingly. That is Titane, however the hell you want to pronounce it.
I think it's Titane because titanium.
Titane. Yeah, I just think
but
that
it's
this movie
French, so it might change.
True.
this movie has the most interesting character, in my opinion. I just think our main character is so deep and interesting, and Moods talked about the daddy issues earlier. I just think it's so interesting the way that the film shows it in the beginning. She clearly has some really, it's really fucked her in the head a little bit, her relationship with her dad. And I think that's really all that she wants, and maybe that's why she's a little bit of a sexual renegade, a little bit. But then she meets this guy, and this guy's just as big as a douchebag as she is, and they turn into a perfect pair together. And it's just, they both give each other.
She's also
what
a
they're
serial
looking for.
killer. I mean, she's much worse than that guy. She's a fucking serial killer.
But he's a little bit of a piece of shit, I think, though, in his own ways. Maybe not as extreme as she is.
Nobody's perfect.
Yeah. I mean, clearly he injects steroids into his ass 100
Doesn't make
times
you a
a day.
horrible person.
No,
Well,
I
he's
think it's
clearly
pretty
crazy.
fucking
I mean,
awesome.
he's destroying
He's
himself.
clearly missing something in his life. Clearly.
Yeah, missing something doesn't make you. I don't think he's that bad of a person. I think he's completely kind of off, maybe fucked up, but he's willing to do horrible.
Well,
things.
he's also trying to be the person that he's kind of disintegrating
always wanted
from.
to be.
Yeah.
He's a chief in the fucking fire. He needs to be in shape and stuff, right? Like
And he says that,
battling
too.
against that. Yeah.
I'm just old.
Yeah.
I know a lot of old dudes who wish they were still in their former glory and
Exactly.
fucking do steroids.
That's what they're doing, man. Yeah. Well, especially in a job
I
where
don't
you
know.
need to be in super shape, right? Like you can't fuck around when you're being in that type of profession, right?
Yeah.
Still can't do the, what do they call that? When those do all the pull-ups where you push your. I could never do them. I could do pull-ups and chin-ups all day, but not the whole one.
Right.
The what?
Right.
He's trying to do the thing where you jump up and grab the pole and push over it. Rough on your
Yeah,
shoulders.
it's tough. It's tough. Yeah.
But I just think this movie looks great. The acting's great, as everybody says. The first half is better, more entertaining than the second half. I just think the second half has some more interesting things going on than the first half, but the first half is definitely more entertaining. And the soundtrack is good. Everything about this movie is just good. So I'd give this one also a 9 out of 10.
All right. My number 1. No surprise, Jeremy got it right. It is Last Night in Soho.
I knew it months ago.
I'm actually surprised you got that, honestly, because
What the fuck?
didn't-
Seriously,
I don't know.
dude? Like you just threw me off. Like what? I guess I need to talk more to the
This is
chats, man,
funny.
because I have no
You're just-
fucking idea,
yeah,
man.
you're not. You just don't talk to us anymore. You big time us.
No, I don't talk to anybody, man. I don't like
But no, dude, I love that. It's one of those movies that marinated with me after I'd
too.
seen it. Like I was like, okay, that was pretty good. But then when I thought about it more, I was like, I really like this and that and this and that. I just love movies where somebody has dreams and aspirations and they just get fucking just screwed over and just it just all comes crashing down. It's sad, it's a tragedy. And you see that Starry Eyes and there's a couple other ones, Neon Demon and stuff where people have these aspirations of being a star and being famous and stuff, and it's never quite what they seem, and they sort of their expectations get crushed usually, and it just goes to show how that happens to some people. Some people move to Hollywood and want to be a big actress and end up doing porn, or end up doing horrible things that they don't want to do or whatever. I'm not saying that everybody who does porn doesn't want to do it, but you get what I'm saying.
Happens a lot.
And the Anya Taylor-Joy's character, and then when the ending happens, it's even I don't want to spoil it, obviously, but it just makes more sense and everything. And The only issue I had too was the boyfriend. It felt like a clumsy sort of like, like you have to have a love interest thing. It didn't feel like there was really necessary, and it felt like these two girls were killing it so much. Like you don't have to have a dude there. You know what I mean? I just didn't like that. But it's not film breaking either. It's whatever. Yeah, I'll end on this. I gave it a 9 out of 10. For like the third year in a row, my number one is a 9.
Good.
Yes, I knew it.
That's not good, man. Being a 9 out of 10.
I know. I want a 9.5.
I haven't given it 10 since 2017.
I think I gave it 10 retroactively to Hereditary, but I think at the time I was a 9.5. The Witches.
Killing of the Sacred Deer is the last movie I gave a 10.
Yeah, that movie's not a 10.
Killing of a Sacred Beer for like 5 hours. Hurry up.
All right.
What the fuck does that mean?
That means you've been drinking beers.
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah, definitely. Right.
What was that? All right. My number one is J. Pig's number 11, The Night House.
I was going to guess that for you, too.
Yes. The Night House. I just really enjoy it. Mainly Rebecca Hall's performance in the movie is what really sold it for me. I think it was probably the best performance I'd seen all year. She just has such an expressive face, and like she's just so realistic. That scene where that mom does come in to bitch about her kid's grade is probably my favorite scene of the whole year.
Oh, it's so good, right?
Because that's what everyone wants to do, just be like, when someone's being mean to them, just be like, hey, my mom, dad, brother, and sister all died last night. Like, you just want to, like, tell them straight up, like, hey, this is what happened. But when you're an employee, you can't really do that to people. And she doesn't care. She just does it. And just the story, I was really invested in it. I remember the trailer to the movie looked interesting, but I also thought it kind of looked generic. And then the actual movie was nothing like I thought it was going to be, and it kept me super engaged the whole time, just trying to unravel what the heck was going on. And I will admit I was a little bit confused at the end, and then JP like kind of helped me out with it. Like, I wasn't super I kind of understood, but then I was like, I don't know if I completely grasped it, but I got it when he told me about it. But anyway, it's a good movie. I think it's very unique and very well shot, and just a pretty unique little story. So I am at a 9 out of 10 with it.
I've always had a hard time believing that you wouldn't be able to figure out something before JP.
I know, I was embarrassed.
Because you're so much smarter than he is.
I literally explain every movie to her.
No, you don't.
She's a dumbass.
Oh. I wish I didn't even say that just now. Like I like cringed as I was saying it. But I knew you would. I knew you would know if I said, "Oh, I googled it and found it out myself."
This ain't gonna come as any surprise. I was the only movie I watched more than once. In fact, I watched it 3 fucking times. It was one of these movies where I watched it and I was like, I gotta watch that again tomorrow. I fucking showed Jeremy. And then my friend was over. I mean, when you get older, your friends don't get to stop by as much. I was like, hey, we were just hanging out. I was like, you want to watch a movie? So I fucking put it in. Psycho Gore Man. I'm a 90s kid. Grew up in the 90s. This speaks to me 110 fucking %. It's a take on Power Rangers. It has Hellraiser. Huh?
I said, at least I'm not that fucking retarded. I totally guess you're number 1.
Yeah. I love this. Like, I keep quoting it. To me, it's like the Greasy Strangler, where I can't stop quoting it. I literally love the fucking music video, and I keep saying, frig off. Like, frig you. And the dad in this movie is so fucking great. And at the end, when him and his wife are getting into it, and he's like, how's this for Lazy Susan? And he tries fucking I almost cried, and at the very end it's like, I want to help you out, Susan, but I'm just too damn lazy. It's so fucking funny, man. It kills me. It gets better.
Plays off remember when he hurts his wrist, dude?
Yeah, for real.
One fucking little shovel.
And he fucking refuses to do anything around the house.
Oh my god, so funny.
I cooked this delicious dinner for you. It's just a ridiculous, stupid movie.
In the microwave.
It's
No, when she says, one of the funniest parts of the film is like, what'd you do with the microwave? I cooked you a delicious dinner. Yeah, and then she's like, okay. And then, what is this?
How is it? It's a little rubbery.
Oh, he's like, you're welcome.
Yeah.
Super pissed.
He's the best in the movie, and the gore's great. The special effects are great. The guy who plays Psycho Goreman, the voice, is so fucking, and the body, they're both great. But he's so fucking funny in this. The shit he says is just wonderful. The Hunky Boys line is perfect. I love this movie.
The Hunky Boys line was super hilarious, but I just got annoyed at the meme of it.
I think that Adam Brooks is a brilliant fucking actor, man. Everything that he's done everything he's done with Astron 6, man, like that dude is fucking amazing.
I agree. I think he's their best actor.
Everything.
He's their best actor for sure.
It's kind of fucked up that he played kind of a minor role in this film, even though he totally shined in the fucking movie. But Adam Brooks is brilliant. I don't give a fuck what anyone says, man. Like just name a fucking film he's in. He's been great.
He's great in Father's Day too. He cracks me up.
Father's Day, yeah.
So were you right on Dave then, Jeremy?
I said Moods and Dave, Psycho Goreman, and you and Soho. I'm going to get 3 out of the 4 right.
What?
So, the very end of this movie, I know I was talking to my Dustin, and I was like, you know what? At the end, I know it's a real goofy scene, but I feel like it comes off sincere. When he's like, what's that? He's like, that's love, silly. And they start singing the song. I literally actually have an emotional connection to it, and it's probably just because I'm brainwashed to like stupid 90s shit. And I didn't even like Power Rangers. I watched it all the time and fucking didn't like it.
I've never seen an episode of Power Rangers.
And that's why
Isn't
Dave
that fucked
is
up?
angry today.
I watched Power Rangers as a kid. All my friends loved it. I was like, this is fucking dumb.
I never watched Power Rangers. It's like it's weird.
It doesn't fucking suck.
It's the same episode every fucking time.
So is every fucking thing that came out back then that's
Not
serialized. Well, that's like the prime example of a show that's not like that.
Not X-Men, not Spider-Man. But anyways, Psycho Goreman, it's fucking great. It's gory, it's wild, it's weird. It just puts me in tears. It's fast-paced, and the characters are also awesome. Just anyways, it's just a lot of fun. 9.5. Fuck it, 9.5.
Yeah, I really loved it as well. It almost made my list. It would have replaced The Night House. That's the one I flipped at right before the show, which wouldn't even made on my list anyway.
Guy almost made my list. This guy made a top 11 list, and he's like almost made a list. So you mean this shit was at 11? It was at a 12?
This morning, Psycho Goreman was my number 10/11.
Bullshit on this.
God,
this is the new Toxic Avenger. By the way,
fucking worst, dude. That was.
I think I like
might be the most embarrassing thing that's ever happened on the show, and Jeremy's on here a lot.
You calm down. It's not that bad.
This is the new Toxic Avenger, Boots. What do you think?
I like it more than Toxic Avenger.
I love Toxic Avenger.
Dude, I mean, I always make fun of Christian because like Christian said Toxic Avenger is like a 10 out of 10.
Not only did he say it, he rated it.
I mean, it's one of the best of its kind. I mean, there's nothing quite like Toxic Avengers that's classic.
At like a 9.5 because I loved, like, I'm a big Trauma fan. Like, I love Trauma films.
8 on Toxic.
I'm not talking about Trauma distributed films. I like Trauma. Like, I love Trauma
I like
films.
both of it. I like all of it.
Oh, and me too, man. And honestly, dude, I have one of the, I mean, me and you probably have the biggest Trauma collections in the history of collecting, to be honest.
Remember when they used to have like dollar titles on oldies forever?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Jeremy knows because we went through that shit, man. But yeah, man.
When there's a deal, I know.
He does. He
when it was in 2012.
That's what he do. That's what he do.
I miss those days, man, when we used to do that shit, man. That was so much fucking fun, man. Oh, God, those days were good. So, Dave, PG.
Yep.
Who's up, me?
Yeah.
Yep.
PG.
Well, I always wanted to do this because I think Dave is sexy as fuck. I always wanted to spoon. We're gonna be besties right now and twinsies.
Twinsies.
I fucking win. I got 3 out of 4.
We have our list are nothing
PG.
alike except we match on this.
Pretty much. I knew this was going to happen.
I got moods right. That's
because we have this weird thing with these type of films, and yeah, you're right, man. Our lists are really fucking different, aren't they?
We got the. It's all that matters, though. We got this one.
It's not like I don't like or dislike any of the movies that are on your list, but anyways, Psycho Goreman, man. Oh my god. All I gotta say is frick you.
Frig off.
Yeah,
that's it. That's it.
I don't get the hate on this one though, man. I like. There's a lot of love.
9.5. That's my rating. 9.5.
But I feel like some people. It's the same thing with the Greasy. Actually, I think I'm just talking about Dave Z.
Yeah, honestly, it's the Greasy Strangler. The Greasy Strangler, I get. Psycho Goreman, they just don't get it.
Yeah,
they don't get it.
It's like they don't want to have fun.
It is literally the epitome of fun. It's a kids movie, but it's rated R. How can you not love this shit, man? It's got a great soundtrack. It's got fun characters.
It's not just dumb, goofy shit.
No,
it's well written.
I'm telling you, man. Like, Steve is a great director, man. I'm telling you, man.
He's getting better, man.
He is getting better. But I mean, honestly, dude, when he did a Leprechaun film, I was like, oh, what the fuck is he doing?
He made that as best as he could. Great.
But
it turned out really damn good. He did something that was out of the realm of Astron 6 shit, and it was like, oh,
way better than part 2.
I was like, wow, that was pretty fucking good. So this guy might be. But then he returns to Psycho Goreman. To me, is like it's straight Astron 6 again, right? You got Adam Brooks in there, and like Adam Brooks, in my opinion, he's so underrated as an actor. That dude kills everything he's in. He's the dad in the film, by the way, if we didn't establish that. But he's so fucking funny. He's amazing. Father's Day, all this shit. Amazing.
You know what part made me laugh out loud the hardest last time?
Which one?
But he's like, stop hogging the bugles. Those are for everyone.
Dude, I know. This is one of the ones I rewatched last night. And I'm like fucking just dying every fucking 5 minutes. It's so fucking ridiculous. Oh. It's so ridiculous. You know what's actually kind of fucking creepy, man? It's when when he turns the cop into like the gore fucking cop. His fucking character is like so ridiculous for like 20 minutes. It's like, what the? It's actually creepy.
His gun keeps going off and shit, and he hands her the love letter, says, please kill me.
I keep thinking to myself, I'm like, motherfuckers better be ducking here, man, because he's just shooting everywhere, man. It's like the Wild West, man. Oh, it's funny.
Every moment is stupid as fuck. Like when he walks in a police station, and it's like, didn't you hear what I was saying? He's like, no. I wasn't listening at all.
Right. Oh man. Yeah, that's awesome, Jeremy.
What'd you give it? Right. What'd you give it? Moods?
Oh, 9.5. 9.5. Oh. Did I not rate that already?
I don't know. You might have. I can't.
I don't think you did.
No, okay. 9.5.
I did, but everyone talked over him.
That's right.
Shut the fuck up.
Sounds about right. Sounds like something I do.
Yep.
All right, what you got, Jim?
Anchor.
Any guesses?
Come true, I guess. Now, process of elimination.
Well, that was my guess for him.
Yep. The best movie since Black Coat's Daughter comes.
Oh, shut the fuck up!
It is.
He always says some shit like that.
It is.
That's some crazy critical shit right there.
Came out.
It is.
Black Coat's Daughter is like a 10 out of 10.
It is a 10 out of 10.
Didn't The Witch come out in the same fucking year?
No.
Yeah.
Yes.
Black Coat's Daughter. It did.
Yeah.
Well, technically, but not for us.
Untrue. Like I said, best movie I've seen since Black Coat's Daughter. It's hard to talk about without spoiling, as Mood said. But the ending literally blew my shitter out. If I want to talk like Moods, literally. I mean, it literally blew my shitter out. And I watched this movie months and months and months ago, and I've probably watched 45 movies since then. This one still made it on top, number one. The acting is fucking fantastic. The idea is fantastic. The execution is fantastic. Everything about this movie, really, really great stuff. Come true. Been praising it for months. Give it a 9.5 out of 10. It's fucking great. Great stuff. Highly recommend. Check it out.
That is some good shit, man. Good shit. I love the fact that, like, the majority of us had Canadian films, man, at number one. That's fucking bizarre. How you feeling about that, Dave?
I like the fact that there was so much diversity.
I think that Canada got so cold, hell froze over.
You know
there
what?
was a lot of diversity this year.
Okay, you want to hear...
I mean, our lists were very different.
Okay, so I said this off the top of the show. I said, man, it's fucked up, man. Something happened this year that's never happened in a list. This is not planned. This is after I fucking did my list. I always go through and I always put it where it's from.
Every film is foreign.
Every film is foreign, and I consider Canada as being foreign because everything revolves around America, right? So I'm foreign, so I consider myself foreign. So my top 10 list is, I don't have one film from the US in my top 10 list, and that was not done purposely, whatever. I just realized that after. I was like, what the fuck? Crazy.
You still mad about Donald Trump?
I got my top 2 films are Canadian. Number 3 is from Norway, New Zealand, Germany. I got 2 UK films, 2 France films, and an Italian film. What the fuck?
I want to hear these stats.
I'm working on it.
This is crazy.
Okay. Well,
this is fucking crazy.
Let's go round tree and do honorable mentions real quick.
So, are we going to do, or are we going to do an extended video? Because I would be down for it. Because I don't
have enough. I'm not doing it.
Okay, then
I could do it. Me and Moods could do it.
I mean, fuck.
You guys,
Jeremy
I made a top 21 list just because, but
not really.
But I don't have them in order or nothing. So it's like,
I mean, I'm down to do it. It's up to you.
I don't really like anything else, to be honest. Quiet Place 2, A Quiet Place 2, Oxygen, Initiation surprised me. That was actually not too bad of a slasher movie. That actually kind of surprised me. That one was actually not too bad. Let's see, Spiral, piece of shit, and Escape Room 2, piece of shit. Don't Breathe 2, piece of shit. Halloween Kills, piece of shit. You see the.
Are these your honorable mentions?
No, I'm just saying movies that I thought.
Are we doing the bad movies or the honorable mention?
That's what I thought.
Both. I'm just doing both.
You like meander.
Well, you're confusing everybody here, man. I don't know what the fuck.
I'm not. I'm just rattling off movies that I liked and that I thought were shitty.
It's like the time that Derek started mentioning off films, and you were like,
pick like 4 or 5 movies you liked.
Yeah.
Oh?
Relax.
That aren't on your list.
Okay, so we may do the extended list, so I'll hold off on any honorable mentions.
You guys don't have. I mean, me and JP and Dave might do them.
But Dave said
I'm not doing them. I don't have any.
Dave don't have enough, he said.
I mean,
I hated this year more than anything in the world, and you can't make a top 21
I
list.
watched 63 fucking movies.
You're right.
I mean, I have 7s all the way down to like 40. So
all right, we'll just do some honorable mentions right now. Fuck it.
Candyman,
okay, fine.
Candyman, great. Queen of Black Magic, Werewolves Within, Amusement Park, and I really liked Broadcast Signal Intrusion. I know Jeremy said he didn't like it, but I'm a story guy.
No. I didn't say that. Listen to my review now on YouTube, youtube.com/NESRuler22. I made a return. Watch my review.
Again? I heard you gained some weight.
youtube.com/NESRuler22. Yeah, I gained a lot of weight.
Heard that.
But I don't know. I like Broadcast Inclusion.
I liked it too. Yeah, I thought it was really intriguing. I was very surprised. It was kind of like a Milroy. Like, I love those. Like, hey, I'm obsessed with this, and I'm gonna go down this rabbit hole. Weird shit. I'm into it.
I like stuff like that too.
I think you'd like it. I think like it was kind of like that weird ass movie with the found footage. What is it? Korean Town Hell or whatever the fuck that weird movie was. Like that one too. But yeah, and I like the lead in Broadcast Signal Intrusion.
Yeah, he's good. Yeah. The acting's good in that movie. Actually.
It's a good movie. So yeah. Queen of Black Magic and Werewolves Within are 2 that weren't mentioned that I thought were actually really good. It almost made my list.
A movie I kept seeing pop up is The Boy Behind the Door, but I didn't really think it was like overly great or anything.
I didn't see it.
Oh, I was curious. I thought it might pop up on a list, but
I'm doing the mate and accounting right now and everything.
Okay. Honorable mentions for me, I would go with obviously Psycho Gorman, The Night House, The Stylist, Saint Maud, Violation, Halloween Kills, and we'll go Gaia.
Oh, The Columnist was good. I should mention that.
Oh, I did, and I liked that more after I thought about it for a while.
It was all right.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
I think Moods recommended that to me. I think
I recommended that to you, actually.
I think it was Moods, actually. Right, Moods?
Which one?
I said that you would...
The Columnist. You said that.
Yeah, I did.
That, Dave.
Yeah.
I feel like I told you that when you were complaining about the comments that you get, I was like, oh, watch The Columnist.
No, I recommend that movie because my wife is Dutch,
Yes.
right? So, and there was a lot of shit in there that made me laugh, so you gotta watch that shit. I liked it. I thought it was cool.
Yeah. What do you have for honorable mentions, Mids?
That wasn't mentioned. I don't know. Was Werewolves Within mentioned? Probably.
Yeah.
Well, by you, what is your honorable mentions?
No, that was I didn't mention that shit, man. Vicious Fun. I like Vicious Fun. That was cool.
Oh, Vicious Fun was great. I forgot about that one. That was great.
Yeah. Bloody Hell. I thought that was pretty cool. Personally, man, I love Night Books. I know people are gonna laugh at that shit, man. It's a kids movie, but I liked it. I liked it. Seder was cool. Fear Street trilogy. I'll just say as a whole, if it had been on my list, it would have been 1. Fuck you guys. Whatever. And that's about it, really. I mean, after that, I'm just like, whatever. Everything else.
What about you, Carly?
I liked Jacob's Wife, Werewolves Within, A Quiet Place 2, Benny Loves You. And that's about. I mean, if the amusement park counts, I did like that. That was interesting.
What about Silent Night?
I mean, that's. I gave it a 7.
Carly, you could say you don't like it just because JP says you should. It's okay.
What people think of Black Friday?
I gave it a 7. I don't love it though. Oh, I didn't
Black
see that
Friday
one.
It was okay. Yeah, I thought
It was fun.
Okay.
I actually thought it was pretty fun. You know.
Yeah.
Slumber Party Massacre was kind of fun. You know.
Yeah.
Any movies you guys are looking forward to next year off the top of your head?
Yeah, next week.
The Sadness is the only one.
Scream.
What's the sadness?
Asian zombie movie that's supposed to be really violent and sexual.
Oh, cool. Right up your alley. For me, Scream, obviously. I am curious on the Chainsaw film just because I've watched bits.
I am kind of curious. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. Also, the Hellraiser redo. I'm super curious on that, especially since Bruckner's attached. What else is coming out?
Let's see. You got. I'm looking forward to Nope, which is Jordan Peele's new movie.
Jordan Peele's
shot
movie.
on IMAX film. So that should be fucking dope. Let's see. The Esther remake or the sequel that's coming out this year.
Oh yeah, Esther. Yeah,
right.
that should be fun. The Orphan sequel.
Scream, Studio 666, which is a movie that fucking the Foo Fighters made.
Is this just me or does this Scream trailer look real cheap?
I thought it looked great.
Looks cheap.
I can't forget.
A big Scream fan.
I can't forget about the Amityville Karen. Can't forget about that.
Shut the fuck
Looking
up.
forward to that.
All right, that's
Amityville
enough.
Karen,
That's enough.
directed by my
Anybody else?
BFF. Hey, it's got 5 stars on Letterboxd. I mean, somebody
I'm
had to
looking
watch
forward
it.
to Halloween and Salem's Lot. The reboot of Salem's Lot. Curious on that, and then
what's
also
the black mask or whatever the
Black Mask.
phone,
Yeah,
that one I'm looking
that
forward to.
black. I can't remember.
Black Phone.
Yeah, and there's supposed to
Yeah.
be a new Insidious out, which I'm a big fan of that franchise. So there's not a lot announced already.
Yeah.
Like normally we have way more stuff announced.
The only thing I can't really do with the stats, what I have here, is actually the just how many comparative we have on list. We can just do that together right after the match, all right?
Okay.
But I do have the movies ranked, if you guys want to hear from the bottom to the top. We have 28 different movies that made the list.
That sounds like a lot more than normal.
I think it probably is. So two-way tie at the very bottom is Unknown Dimension, which was one of Jeremy's picks, and The Reckoning, both with 1 point. Then we go up again with The Stylist and In the Earth and The Last Matinee, all tied. The Stylist was me and Carly's first pick, and In the Earth was, I believe, Jeremy's second pick. The Last Matinee was my second pick. So those are all ties with 2 points. Then we get to 3 3-pointers, all tied. We have Gaia, which was Jeremy's pick, his third pick. Classic Horror Story, which is Mood's third pick. Halloween Kills, which was Carly's third pick. Somebody fucking laugh.
Who laughed?
Hey, it's not at the bottom.
And so we're at number 20, and then we have another 2-way tie here. So we have Bloodhound, which was Jeremy's fourth pick, and Deep House, Mood's pick. Those are tied. Then we get up to the single 5-pointer, which is 18, the Maid, 5 points, my pick. Then we have Blood Red Sky, Mood's pick, 17, 6 points. Tied with Censor, 6 points, and Lamb, also 6 points. All those are tied, so we're at 15. Then we go to 14, Silent Night, which I think JP had picked. 13 and 12 and 11 are all tied. So we have a 3-way tie for 13, 12, and 11. It's The Trip, Ghostbusters Afterlife, Candyman, which had 2 people on there. And now the top 10. So the top 10, technically, of our picks altogether is coming in at number 10 is Oxygen, which had, I believe...
Me and Moods.
Me and Moods at 11 points. Then number 9 comes in at St. Maud with 4 and 8, 12. That's me and Carly. And then number 8 comes in with Coming Home in the Dark, which had JP, Jeremy, and Moods at 15 points. And then we have a 2-way tie here, 7 and 6. 7 is My Heart Can't Beat and Less, which had 3. JP, myself, and Carly at 17 points. Also tied with that is Titan at 6. 2, me and Jeremy, 17 points. And now we're in the top 5, which our top 5 has a couple movies in there that I think are fairly popular for this year. Number 5 is Malignant. Had 3 people. Had myself, Carly, and JP, right?
No, Jeremy.
Jeremy instead of JP.
No, me and you and Jeremy.
Oh, there's 4. There's a mistake there.
No, Carly didn't have it.
Carly didn't have it?
JP.
Yeah.
Why not, Carly?
I just thought it was
Because she liked Halloween Kills more.
See.
I
Evil
did.
dies tonight. Okay, so then number 4, way below where it should be, is Psycho Goreman with 22 points. Me, Carly, and Moods. And then 3 is Come True with 3 people's picking it. Jeremy, Moods, and JP.
Yep.
23 points. It's also tied with the second place, which is The Night House, as 5, 8, and 10, which 23 points, which is Moods, Carly, and Jeremy.
Okay. Yep.
And then number 1 is, of course, Last Night in Soho, which had 4 people on the list with 30 points, so 7 points above, which is quite a bit when we're only talking 28 movies or whatever the points we have, 50 points distributed or whatever. So we had myself, everybody except Moods, basically.
Right, everybody except Moods. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that it was my number 1, so obviously I'm happy that it made most people's lists. But yeah, I mean, I think that's the most universally like universal movie to where people, most people would probably like it.
Well, the movies that we would probably recommend then would have to be the top 5 because they all have at least three people's choices. Right. And so does My Heart Can't Break. Titan has 2. So the top 9, 8 of the 9 have three host votes on there.
I think that's extremely low for average. I feel like there's more movies usually that have usually there's at least one that has 5 people, and then probably like a couple that have 4, and then a bunch that have 3. Yeah, I feel like that's usually how it goes. I
could do some comparisons to see where we're at. Me and JP had 3 movies the same.
That's low for us.
Yeah. Me and Carly had 5.
Whoa.
Which is very high on this year.
Buddies.
I know. Hey. Me and Moods had 1, but it was our number 1.
It was the most important one.
Yeah.
One fucking Jeremy, movie, that's it?
But it was our number 1.
Crazy.
The most diverse list, I think.
Yeah,
and then
this was pretty diverse.
I think Jeremy's is the second. So Jeremy and me had 1, 2, 3. We had 3, which is not bad, really.
Yeah.
So and then let me go with JP. So JP had Coming Home. He had Come True. And Malignant, so 3. 4. You guys had 4. JP and Jeremy had 4. Let's go JP and Carly. Candyman, Old, Last Night in Soho, My Heart Can't Beat. So 4. That's about right.
Okay.
Let's do JP and Moods. Oxygen, right?
Yep.
And, geez, what else is there? There might be
Come True.
Come True and Oxygen. 2.
Wow, crazy.
JP and Jeremy, did I already do that? Yeah, so then we'll go Carly and Moods. Because that's where I got them on the list. I don't know if they have one movie in common except The Night House. It might just be The Night House.
It's The Night House.
I think it's The Night.
Yeah.
It's just one.
Nope, 2. She got PG there.
Oh,
she
does
did have
PG.
Warming.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
So that's 2.
All right, man.
Psycho Right Man. And then Carly and Jeremy have getting tired. They have Malignant. No, they have. Do they have Malignant?
Nope.
No, they have Last Night in
No.
Soho. You sure you ain't got Malignant on that list?
He's like pushing it into the ether.
I know. It's not there.
So I think you guys might have only had fucking one. Last Night in Soho and The Night House. That's 2.
That's it.
Yeah.
And then Moods.
Moods and Jeremy, right?
Yeah.
No. Moods already matched up with me and JP. He's the last, so he matched up with everybody.
Yep.
So Moods had 1 with me, 2 with Carly. What was it? 2 with JP, and 3 with Jeremy?
Man, what a diverse list, man.
I think,
Yeah, yours is definitely the most unique out of everybody's.
Yeah, if I look at this, let me look at the list to see who JP had.
I can't believe nobody had The Trip, man. That's fucked up.
Yeah, it is. That's a good movie. JP had 1 movie nobody else had, Ghostbusters Afterlife. Carly had Lamb.
Halloween Kills and Lamb.
And Halloween Kills, she had 2 by herself. Moods had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Moods had 5. Most diverse list.
Jeremy had 3 or 4, I think.
Carly only had 2.
Yeah, how many did you have, Dave?
Where am I at? Okay, I had 1, 2, 3. I had 3. And last would be Jeremy. Jeremy's gonna have second most. 1.
Wait, I had 2, motherfucker.
3.
I had Silent Night and Ghostbusters.
I said that.
No, you told me I had 1.
Sorry, my bad. It's okay.
It's okay. We're
I
doing it
had
on the
3.
fly.
So Jeremy, I think you might have more. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. You had 4. Your first 4 picks were all 1 picks. Unknown Dimension and the Earth, Gaia, and Bloodhound. No one else had any of them.
Oh, I forgot about the plan.
Yeah. So movies that had So there we go. So we only had 1 4, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 3s, and we probably had a bunch of 2s.
Yeah. I mean, even though the year was like kind of weaker, I think that it makes for interesting lists sometimes because you get so much diversity in there. And I kind of like that sometimes. Like, it's nice to have an 85 where it's like we could just all blow movies we love, but sometimes it's fun to have stuff that's different.
Yeah, then you have people being like, this is no longer my favorite movie.
So when is the hooker going to show up for getting the most right?
Oh, is that what it was? A hooker?
Yeah.
You get to pick the order of the 94 show, which you won't be on.
I probably won't be on, so.
Which is so funny.
So what's the order?
I don't give a shit.
We don't even know who's going to be there.
I don't give a
We're
shit.
going to have to randomize it.
Whatever it is, JP has to go first. There.
Dude, fuck off.
That's my ruling. Because JP fucked up this show, he has to go first again.
I like it.
That is actually fair. I will accept this.
All right.
Dude, we have done so many top 10 lists.
I know.
What the fuck, man?
We've almost done a decade of the modern years. Next year will be the decade.
Like, honestly, we've done how many, like, over 20 top 10 lists?
Yeah, 2023 is 10 years of the show.
Yeah, so
next December.
We did 3 from the 80s, 3 from the 2000s, or 2
we've
from
done
the
lots.
2000s.
We've done lots.
You know what I think we should win
lots.
next time?
What?
You know what's fucked? When we do the retro year,
What?
I think that you should have a choice to eliminate 1 year, or you should have a choice to if you do the randomizer, you get a choice to hit it another time, and you have to pick that
Ooh,
second.
I like that.
That's far more scary because if you get like 96 and you're like, or 97, you're like, well, I want to risk it, and then you get like 2001, you're like, fuck.
Yeah, it's like if you get something.
Actually, that's not a fuck
with,
moment. That's like a holy shit. We just got out of 97.
Yeah,
I like that. A reroll.
They're both shit years, so
They're bullshit years. Yeah.
So, but I
Up
should have
in
used
the
a better
stakes, Dave,
example.
that's a good idea.
Let's do that. Like, so let's say you land on 74. Not 74 is a great year. So you land on 71, and you're like, man, I don't want to do 71. And you just did 70. So you roll it again, you end up on 97. But you only get one roll. So you can keep the year. It's kind of like, what is that? The prices? No, the door game.
So if you decide to roll again, 71's out.
Yeah, you can't pick two. You gotta pick the second one, no
Okay.
matter what. So it's got to be a real shit year.
Yeah, I like it.
I think
That's
we
a
do
good
that
one.
instead.
Well, you still get to
Wait,
add one, right? Like double.
No,
double
you get
one.
your choice.
Or-
You get one or the other.
Oh, okay.
You don't get both.
Why? It's not going to be overpowered. We're still going to end up with a shit year.
What do you think?
We're going to roll 71, and then we're going to roll 2012 right after.
I think it's funny if we do it the other way because people make their own beds.
I'm not
They
a
get, like-
gambler. I'm not a gambler, so Jesus
just gotta
Christ,
keep-
man.
It has to be literally the worst year ever for you not to keep it, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much. Like,
Yeah.
unless for me, it would be like the only one I'm not probably
87.
keeping is 71.
I don't want to do 71.
What the fuck is wrong with 71, man?
It's just too close.
Dude,
to
I don't.
70 for me.
Yeah, I like them
70
spread
sucks.
apart a bit. Like, I don't want to do 2004 after doing 2005 less than a year ago. You know what I mean? Like, I like to have a little bit more space because you get different types of movies.
Well, we got
71 is
94
like the
coming up,
worst
man.
year that's
We're all good.
left anyway.
But we got the
Anyway.
80s coming back, man. So 94 is going to lead into like 1988, and it's going to be amazing.
I love
fucking
it.
Sure hope so.
It's going to lead into that, man. Like, just keep the positive energy going, man. It's going to lead into that shit, man. Because if it's like 88, it's going to be amazing.
You're gonna have to
Any
watch
year in the
200 movies.
80s will be fucking amazing.
Right.
You got to watch 200
Yeah.
movies for 88.
Oh my god, dude.
Well, there's at least 200.
It's going to
worth
be
watching movies
such the
according to-
most amazing prep ever because I love, like, I did a series on 88, but
Yeah,
like,
the
there's
88
so much
series.
more that I can see now. You know,
I feel like 85 was so long ago, too.
Or instead of watching all those movies for 88, you can just watch Friday the 13th Part 8 200 times.
shout
Would
out to
Friday the
Exploding
13th
Heads
Part
Horror
8
Cup
make my
podcast
list, though.
because they love
I
that
want to
movie,
take
right?
a fucking poll. What's better, Jason Takes Manhattan or the Spookies?
You know what's better than Jason Takes Manhattan is the spooky slip covers.
Damn.
Completely worthless cardboard. It's better than Friday the 13th Part 8. No, I get it. I like terrible movies too. I just know they're terrible.
Yeah.
All right, boys.
Right.
I'm out of here.
No, you're not. You're going to stay and talk for 30 more minutes.
Yeah, I got to
All
go.
right, you're right.
All right,
man.
I'm done too.
All right.
Yeah, about
So-
time for me to get out of here.
Sorry
That
for
is-
yelling about that dumb fucking movie.
That
What
is,
dumb fucking movie?
What, Halloween Kills?
dude.
No.
Don't make me edit this. I don't want. No. No, we're good, man. We're good. So we're done. 2021
Yeah, sure.
is out the fucking frame. Thank
Now I
God.
can fucking finally move on into 2022.
Fucking move the fuck on here, man.
I feel like the year
No
gets
apologies. We're not apologizing for anything we did.
Or so. But I feel
like
like
the
we
worst
can't. I feel like 21 never like the year doesn't end until we do this fucking show. So I was like, please let's just do the fucking
I
show.
know. I
Just
know.
so you're not American, Mood. You just said you never apologized for anything you did.
No.
Yeah, that sounds like a
No,
very.
I said we're not
American-
apologetic on the show, man, for anything we did.
Sounds
so,
very American
Yeah,
of you.
pretty much.
yeah, it's good. I'm not offended by that at all. If that's supposed to be an insult, but
I'm American, so I don't
but
know.
why would that be an insult, right? Makes
It
sense.
is what it is. We're terrible, and I love it.
All right,
I'm done.
let's be terrible.
I
It's
wanna
all
die
good,
on
man.
that.
It's all good. It's all good. Should
Love
we
you guys.
say-
I'm outta here.
Should we say?
But
Am I?
Jeremy, take
am
us
I-
out of here.
I forgot about that.
Oh, I hate this part.
That's why I paused. I
It's
was
such
like,
a time.
Should
Did
we
we're
say it?
retiring this in 2022?
No, we get the sound.
All right, thank you
Oh,
everybody for
fuck,
listening
no
to
one's
this week's
listening to
episode of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast. As always, if you want to follow the man and Moods himself, you can do so at youtube.com/moods616. If you want to follow Double Shot Retard, you can do so at youtube.com/doubleshotj. You can follow me on my channel. Yes, I am back. youtube.com/NESWarrior22. You can follow Dave on his channel, youtube.com/Mr. Parka, and you can follow Carly at that Broad podcast. What is it, Carly?
Slumber Party Massacre.
Yeah, there you go. And the other one were you and JP that you don't do anymore.
Isn't hers.
Here and
There
there.
you go.
Man, that should
Yeah,
be called Slumber Bitches Massacre, man. That shit would be amazing.
I'll run that by the broads.
Yeah, they're probably not going to agree, but
Jeremy, stop saying broads. Dude.
It's on Twitter, twitter.com/22shotspodcast, and leave us a voicemail at 724-426-6665, and please support Patreon to get the sand sucked out of my vagina. Patreon.com/22shotspodcast. And where the fuck is the people on the Facebook page? That shit is like a fucking dead zone. Anyway.
It's because Moods disappeared.
Yeah, they only like moods. They don't like any of this.
Yeah.
man, that shit is Ghostville in there, man. It's crazy. It's bad. Keep going. Keep going.
Well, that's it. And please support Amityville Karen. All right. See ya.
Fuck. We done?
Deuces. I'm gonna press record right now, and I want you to tell the story of how you're the most moronic retard in the history of top 10 lists.
Okay, so the way that I'm the most moronic retard is that I wrote down, I hand wrote my list this time, which I never do. But just the way where I'm at right now and stuff, it just made sense.
Right.
And I had wrote 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, 9, 10. So I wrote 8 twice. And I basically had an extra film on my list. So I literally just accidentally fucking started at my number 11. So essentially, The Night House does not make my top 10. Coming Home in the Dark would be my number 10. Then my number 9 would have been Old. And now I will do my number 8 and then my number 7 in a row.
Go.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it
Let's
does.
go.
But like, what are you gonna do now?
I'm going to do my number 8 and 7 in a row.
You're gonna do 2 in a row.
Yeah,
so
because
Night House did make the list.
So, but I
Yeah,
mean,
Night
theoretically, it made our list, or it made your list.
well, it
No, it
shouldn't
didn't.
have.
We took it off.
No, it's not.
I had to change all the stats I've been fucking writing since the beginning.
Dude,
Honourable mention.
this is a fucking okay. I thought the power outage was the fuckery of the night, but it must have been like contagious or something, because when your fuckery happened, my power went out.
Yeah, it was like the podcast gods were just like, you fucking idiot. You don't even deserve
like,
the podcast.
you need to figure this shit out for 30 minutes while the power comes back on, whatever the fuck it is.
It was so stupid, though, because I'm like, how did I possibly make this mistake?
Aaron.
And I'm like, I read it like 4 times, and I'm like, 8, 8. Oh, there's 2 8s. But anyway, I would just make my number 8 that would have been like 5 times ago.
Just hold on a second,
Like,
because our power just obviously just came back on, so the furnace kicked back in because everything's kind of resetting.
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear that?
No.
Wait,
Can you not hear the fucking furnace in the background?
let's
like,
hear
just
how
roaring?
bad it is. It might not be that bad.
I don't hear it at all.
Well, you keep talking.
I hear nothing.
I hear
Yeah, I
nothing.
hear my
I
tinnitus
don't
over
hear-
your furnace.
You guys don't hear shit, even when I'm talking. Okay,
I heard it for a second.
you
but
guys don't
not
hear
bad.
when I'm talking. Can you not hear this shit in the background? Because it's super loud in my headphones right now.
Like,
I
can
can
hear it.
now.
Well, it's
Bears.
literally above my head, right? That's the problem with it. Because the way I have my desk set up in here, it's like in the middle of my room. So,
Oh, did we lose them again?
Mood, you might want to shut your camera off. I'm seeing you like lag a little bit.
my camera's on?
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, why
Yeah.
the fuck is my camera on?
Yeah, I don't know why you're not wearing.
Oh,
a
y'all
shirt
see
either.
me.
It's weird.
Y'all see me, and I didn't even know my camera was on.
Is that your dick out?
What?
No, that's his nipples. I don't know why they're that long. It's fucking gross.
That is
That would have been funny if you did something embarrassing.
Back on,
dude,
bro.
I'm fucking rocking my zombie. Check this out, Dave.
Would you forget what you were wearing until you saw it in the camera?
Well, no, I was wearing a Choppy Mall shirt, and then it was so fucking cold in the house when I went out into the house. I put my hoodie on.
Would you black out and put on a hoodie? You went sleep. You're like, I don't know what happened, man.
No, I've had the heat off in the house for 3 hours, and it's minus 20 outside. It's fucking cold in here. Oh, thanks.
Your CDs are shattering back there.
Thank you, babe.
What is it, like 55 degrees in your house?
55 degrees. No. Well, yeah, maybe. It was cold.
It's probably something like that.
Yeah.
My back room's like 56, 58 when it gets real cold because it's so far away from the furnace.
All right, maybe that's just me lagging because the fucking. Oh, why is my camera still on?
It's off now.
Okay, it's showing us. Okay. All right, all I can hear is that goddamn furnace.
When did it shut off completely? Like, when did you... What's the last thing you heard JP say? I'm fucking dumb?
It was about 10 or 15 seconds after he said, I'm fucking dumb as fuck. And then he was explaining what the fuck happened, and it was like in that... So it really doesn't matter. Like, I can easily edit this. It's so easy.
Okay, we're good.
It's super simple. That's why I actually kind of laughed in the power when I was like, wow, that's a really easy edit.
Right.
All right. That just shut off.
You're doing 2 JP, right?
We are good to go. Here, I'm going to make sure this is recording again. And my settings didn't change. Fuck. No, I shouldn't have because my computer power didn't go out because I'm on battery now.
Is this part going to be in the show, or are you going to edit my review into the 10th spot? So we just go like you know what? With just leaving it like this.
I think I might just leave it the way it is, and then I'll just cut from the point to this point, and you'll just explain.
And you don't get to say nothing on night.
I have to explain.
Someone else brings it up.
Otherwise, it's just like, no, I'm not going to do that.
Just explain why you suck, and you do too, right? And then also, you don't get to talk about Night House when somebody else has it.
Jeremy's got to be biting his tongue right now. He's like, this is the dumbest motherfucker ever.
Hold on. Wait, I have to explain again? I thought I just did. Didn't you just record me explaining the first time?
But the heat was on.
That's what he's thinking, though. All right.
It was on the street.
You can go.
At your ass, I am.
You can go.
Wait, am I explaining or no?
Do what you want.
Well, I mean, like, is that...
You probably should explain why you're going to give 2 in a row right now and tell them why the Night House was not
Okay,
really
so that wasn't recorded, what I just explained to me.
Everything was recorded.
Oh, we'll just use that clip where I explain how I'm retarded.
Or you can just say it now so he doesn't have to edit it.
Well, he's going to have to edit the beginning anyway.
Just go.